The story begins with a beautiful girl named Jae-kyung, with a sweet smile and dark hair. As she greets Kir-young, her classmate, warmly, she calls out to him as she takes her seat, her actions a little clumsy, but her affection clear. Kir-young laughs softly at her, teasing her about how she's becoming one with nature. As he notices a leaf stuck in her hair, she becomes slightly worried, asking him to remove it, her voice trembling with the hint of embarrassment. He gently plucks the leaf from her hair, showing it to her with a playful smirk. Jae-kyung's eyes shine as she blushes, and he jokes that she's cute, causing her to beam with happiness. Jae-kyung always follows Kir-young around during lunch, curious about where he goes, even if it's just to the bathroom. She often suggests they hang out after school, like going to an internet cafe together. One day, their mutual friend Jeffrey asks Kir-young if he is dating Jae-kyung. Caught off guard, Kir-young denies it, explaining that they're just friends, though deep down he admits to himself that she is quite pretty. They always seem to sit together, and their bond is obvious to others. One afternoon, as they sit together, Jae-kyung, feeling a bit sleepy, drifts off and begins snoring quietly beside him. Kir-young watches her for a moment, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Despite their closeness and her undeniable attractiveness, he doesn't feel anything special toward her. Not the kind of feelings that make his heart race. When she wakes up, she asks if he's going home already, but Kir-young tells her he's going out with Minsik to an internet cafe. Her face falls slightly as she expresses a desire to join them, but he quickly explains that it's a boys' night out. She nods in understanding, although there's a faint disappointment in her eyes. However, he reassures her, promising they can go together tomorrow. Her mood brightens immediately, and she insists on making a pinky promise. With a smile, he links his finger with hers, sealing the promise. She waves goodbye with her usual sweetness, leaving Kir-young to ponder how someone so nice and innocent could even exist. Later that night, after spending hours at the internet cafe with Minsik, Kir-young decides to head home. As he walks through the dimly lit streets, he suddenly realizes that this is Jae-kyung's neighborhood. There's a slight chance he might run into her. He doubts she'd be out this late, as she's always so innocent and proper. Yet, to his surprise, he spots a familiar figure in the distance. It's Jae-kyung. But something's different. Her usual innocent demeanor is nowhere to be seen. Instead, she's smoking, a cigarette hanging loosely from her fingers, and a tattoo is visible on her shoulder. The sight leaves Kir-young speechless, cold sweat running down his face as his mind tries to reconcile the pure, sweet Jae-kyung he knows with the delinquent standing in front of him. She notices him and attempts to play it cool, asking him what he's doing out so late, but the shock is evident in his eyes. Kir-young stammers, asking if that's really a cigarette and if the tattoo on her shoulder is real. She quickly crushes the cigarette in her hand, pleading with him to keep this a secret. She tries to laugh it off, saying that everyone has secrets, even reminding him that she kept his love for anime a secret. But Kir-young isn't listening. His mind is reeling. He always thought Jae-kyung was pure and innocent, a simple beauty. But now, standing before him is a girl he barely recognizes. A delinquent, someone with a wild side he never imagined existed. Panicked, Kir-young mumbles an excuse, saying he has to go, and tries to flee. But Jae-kyung calls after him, desperately asking him to stay and listen. She insists it's a misunderstanding, but Kir-young can't even look her in the eyes. As he rushes off, she continues calling out, her voice growing fainter with each step he takes. Jae-kyung's voice suddenly becomes firmer, almost commanding, and Kir-young's heart pounds in his chest as she tells him to stop. Fear washes over him as he reluctantly turns around. Her red eyes, filled with frustration, bore into his as she walks up to him and grabs his shirt. Her grip is firm, her tone serious. She orders him to keep everything he saw tonight a secret. Kir-young stutters, too stunned to do anything else, and promises to keep her secret. Instantly, Jae-kyung's demeanor softens, and she's back to her usual self, smiling sweetly as she holds out her pinky, reminding him to seal the promise. He nods shakily, their pinkies linking once more. She laughs, telling him to take care as she walks off, leaving Kir-young in a roller coaster of emotions. The next day, Kir-young is walking through the school hallway when Jae-kyung runs up to him, greeting him with her usual bright smile. "Good morning," she says, her voice filled with the same innocent joy as always. But Kir-young can't forget what he saw the night before. As she stands there, acting sweet and pure, he knows the truth, that she's hiding a completely different side of herself. She stumbles, tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. Kir-young quickly extends a hand to help her up, but as soon as she takes it, he blushes profusely and pulls away, causing her to fall back down. Embarrassed, he apologizes profusely, and Jae-kyung laughs it off, rubbing the bump on her head. In class, they sit beside each other as usual, but Kir-young can't help but glance at her, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. She questions him, concerned, but he brushes it off, feeling uneasy in her presence. The day continues, with Jae-kyung acting as cheerful as always, but Kir-young knows the truth. He glances at her and apologizes. She questions why, and he informs her that he let go of her hand, causing her to hit her head. She laughs and tells him it's okay, reassuring him that it's fine. But then, she begins to cry, confessing that, to be honest, it feels like her head is going to break. He immediately tells her how sorry he is. At that moment, their teacher points at both of them, ordering them to be quiet. On the outside, Jae-kyung is smiling, but Kir-young is sure she's angry on the inside because he let go of her hand. He starts to wonder what if she drags him to a lonely place after school and beats him up for what he did. The thought terrifies him. Suddenly, Jae-kyung calls him to wake up from his thoughts. "What's the matter?" he asks. Then, she questions if he's going to fulfill the promise he made yesterday. He comments that a promise is a promise, after all. She responds that she asked him to keep it a secret and questions if he's told anyone. At that moment, Kir-young realizes she's threatening him. If he tells anyone, she'll probably beat him up for sure. After all, he thinks to himself, she's a horrible person. He looks away and tells her that he hasn't told anyone. Who does she think he is? She rubs his head affectionately, telling him that he's a good boy. Embarrassed, Kir-young exclaims that she shouldn't touch him. This causes everyone to look at them, including the teacher. He tells her not to touch him because his hair is greasy. She simply tells him to wash it then. The teacher, trying to act young and cool, makes a pose and warns them that if they don't keep quiet, they're going to make him lose his patience. They quickly apologize. As Kir-young reflects on the situation, he realizes something. When their hands touched earlier, and even now when she rubbed his hair, his heart beat hard just like yesterday. So why does his heart race for her? He simply ran into her outside school. Does this mean he likes her other personality? But why would this delinquent pretend to be someone nice? Jae-kyung interrupts his thoughts, showing him a picture and telling him to look at it. It's a sketch of him looking serious. The drawing surprises him so much that he nearly spits out his drink, even though he wasn't drinking anything. He questions if that really is supposed to be him. It looks scary, with a face as sharp as a drill. Unbeknownst to them, their teacher's patience is running thin. Jae-kyung tells Kir-young that it's his turn to look at her drawing, but before he can, someone pokes her on the shoulder. It's the teacher, his face as red as a tomato. He orders them both to leave the classroom immediately. Outside, they stand together, feeling the sting of being scolded. Jae-kyung laughs, unfazed, and tells him that she needs to go to the bathroom. Kir-young questioned where Jae-kyung was going, worried about what might happen if the teacher scolded her. She informed him that it was urgent and she'd be back in a minute, so she'd see him later. However, he instinctively followed her, thinking that maybe she was right. Just then, his slippers loosened, and he slipped, landing flat on his back. Upon noticing this, Jae-kyung rushed to his side, and Kir-young couldn't help but wonder why the floor was so slippery. Was it the same spot that Jae-kyung had slipped on earlier? It was quite embarrassing. Trying to appear macho, Kir-young summoned the willpower to get up on his own, but Jae-kyung offered him her hand. He stared at her, looking directly into her eyes, blushing slightly. He knew that if he touched her, he'd get nervous just like before. He wouldn't know what to say or how to act. He'd feel weird. He quickly told her that he would get up on his own. This seemed to trigger something in her as she unleashed her inner baddie, ordering him to take her hand. Reluctantly, he extended his hand toward her, submitting to her commanding presence. After she helped him up, Jae-kyung questioned if he had hit his head. Kir-young assured her that he was fine, and she seemed relieved. She then walked towards the bathroom. Once she was gone, he looked at his palm, which was now sweaty. It felt so strange. The next scene takes place in a nearby convenience store where Kir-young is buying snacks. It's finally the weekend, and he's excited to watch his favorite anime at home. But to his surprise, he hears a familiar voice behind him. His best friend calls out to him, causing him to stop in his tracks. She asked where he was going, and as he turned around, he saw her laughing, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, which revealed her long, smooth legs. Kir-young questioned what she was doing in his neighborhood. She informed him that she goes to the gym nearby, and as she got closer, she asked if he was heading home. Kir-young, feeling uneasy, blurted out that she was too close and should back away. Confused, she asked why, and he sheepishly told her it was because he had bad breath. Laughing, she commented that he should go brush his teeth then. Kir-young was starting to feel like he was losing his mind. Since the day they met, he no longer saw her the same way. She was no longer just a sweet girl but a delinquent. Yet, he couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was. Ever since he saw her smoking and when she had cornered him against the wall, he had started seeing her differently. Feeling awkward, he waved goodbye and wished her a good weekend, but she surprised him by saying she wanted to go to his house. Shocked, he could only stammer in disbelief. Moments later, we find a young girl sitting at a computer. Not long after, she calls for her brother to bring her some snacks. This is Yang Sulji, 17 years old. When Jae-kyung enters the house with Kir-young, she laughs and asks if Sulji is his little sister. Sulji, stunned, stares at them for a few moments before exclaiming that her brother brought a girl home. She then ran off, announcing that this must be a signal of the end of the world. Her dramatic reaction left both Kir-young and Jae-kyung confused. Sulji eventually returned, introducing herself before hastily leaving again. Jae-kyung commented on how cute his sister was. They then debated what to do, and Jae-kyung suggested watching a movie. Kir-young agreed and they both sat on the couch. Jae-kyung casually crossed her legs while Kir-young sat stiffly, feeling as if he were a ghost in his own house. He blushed, still in disbelief that Jae-kyung was sitting next to him in his own home. He nervously questioned why she had wanted to come over without any prior notice. He then asked what she wanted to watch and if she had any favorite genres. She suggested they watch a bloody war movie, but Kir-young quickly objected, saying he didn't like gory things. He found her preferences peculiar, to say the least. She then suggested watching an anime, particularly one she had seen him watching before. Kir-young blushed again, knowing that the anime she was referring to wasn't exactly for everyone. It was a dark and twisted magical girl show. Embarrassed, he offered to watch a romantic movie instead, to which Jae-kyung agreed. As the movie began, Kir-young immediately realized it was rated 19+, making him even more flustered. The movie opened with an intimate scene that made him blush, but Jae-kyung didn't seem to care. She simply remarked that they seemed like a passionate couple. Just as Kir-young was beginning to panic, his sister realized she had forgotten the snacks. However, before she could get it, Sulji froze at the doorway, staring at the screen in horror. She stood frozen, shocked to see her brother watching such a scene with a girl. Without a word, she ran off, declaring that she needed to tell their father. Jae-kyung laughed, commenting again on how cute his sister was. Despite the awkward moment, they continued watching the movie. Eventually, they reached the scene where the main characters confessed their love for one another. Kir-young found it boring and began to regret not choosing the war movie. Glancing at Jae-kyung, he asked if she was enjoying the film and offered to switch to her original suggestion if she wasn't. Before she could answer, Jae-kyung leaned on his shoulder. His face flushed as he wondered if she had fallen asleep. The movie was admittedly boring, but the feeling of her resting on his shoulder made his heart race. This wasn't the first time Jae-kyung had leaned on him, but it felt different now. Should he wake her up? He decided against it, wanting to savor the moment for just a little longer. When the movie finally ended, Jae-kyung woke up and stretched. She told him she had something to do with her dad later and had to leave. Before going, Kir-young awkwardly apologized. Confused, Jae-kyung asked why. He explained that they should have watched the Bloody War movie instead, admitting that this one had been too long and boring. He even pointed out how she had fallen asleep. Jae-kyung's eyes gleamed red as she revealed that she hadn't fallen asleep at all. Kir-young, shocked, stammered, trying to comprehend her words. But before he could question her further, she received a call and told him she had to leave to help her father. As she walked out, she casually remarked that it was fun and left him standing there, flustered and staring into space. Realizing she hadn't been asleep, Kir-young let out a scream, only for Sulji to yell at him to shut up from the other room. Later, Jae-kyung told her father that she had watched a movie at a friend's house. When asked what movie it was and whether it was fun, she admitted she didn't remember the plot. The next day, Kir-young informed his family that he was heading to school. He asked his father, Yang Ki-hong, why he wasn't at work and why Sulji was still at home. His father, aged 48, urged Kir-young to sit down because this was an important moment. To Kir-young's horror, he saw that his father was watching the same movie from yesterday. This brought back the embarrassing memory of Jae-kyung resting on his shoulder, making his face turn red. Noticing this, Sulji told their father that Kir-young had brought a girl home yesterday and they had watched a dirty movie together. His father, shocked, called him a brat before laughing and commenting that Kir-young was just like him, capable of seducing women. Sulji, however, believed her brother should be scolded for this, though her father didn't see the issue. She then asked if he'd be as lenient if she brought a boy home, but her father simply explained that that's how her mother had seduced him. Meanwhile, back in class, Kir-young found himself lost in thought. Jae-kyung was writing in her notebook, seemingly drawing again, while Kir-young contemplated her beauty. She was usually so cute, but he couldn't forget that she was secretly a delinquent. Kir-young didn't know why she chose to hide the secret, but that wasn't important. What mattered was how his heart now raced every time he saw her. Yesterday, when they had been watching the movie and Jae-kyung rested on his shoulder, she had said she wasn't asleep. If only he had been brave enough to confront her then. Would she have blushed and apologized in her cute voice, admitting that she couldn't help but lean on him because his shoulders were so comforting? His thoughts grew more intense, and he imagined her seducing him with a mischievous smile. He shook his head, scolding himself for such wicked fantasies. He was going crazy, imagining all of this while she sat right next to him. What if she found out? Would she despise him for thinking such things? He slapped himself to regain control. He had to focus. Just then, Jae-kyung looked over and asked what was wrong, noticing his red face. He holds up his hand and tells her it's nothing. She questions if he's fantasizing about something. She hits the nail on the head and he wonders if he was just exposed. However, he tells her that he would never think of something like that. Who does she think he is? She remarked that a strong denial is a strong truth, her playful words making him feel as if he were losing his mind. Her teasing always seemed to unsettle him in ways he could hardly describe, leaving his thoughts in disarray. However, he quickly dismissed her words, telling her to forget it, explaining that he had just been really focused on his class. Yet her response came swiftly, assuring him that it was fine, but her tone was tinged with amusement, as though she enjoyed watching him squirm. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that the awkward conversation had ended, but it quickly became evident that she wasn't done with him. Her gaze flickered with something more as she confessed, revealing that she too had been lost in some rather intense thoughts. His heart skipped a beat, and he questioned her hesitantly, not entirely sure what to make of her sudden admission. She smiled mischievously, answering with a soft but affirmative yes. Curiosity and embarrassment warred within him when she inquired if he ever thought about such things when he was distracted. Her words sent his mind racing. Caught off guard, he responded with a shaky yes, surprised at his own honesty. He hadn't even realized what he had just admitted. The realization dawned on him when she revealed her own thoughts, that she had been thinking about the passionate couple in the movie they had watched together at his house. She had been distracted by it, lost in thoughts of that intense scene. Understanding what she meant, his face grew warm, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He wasn't sure how to respond, especially when she pressed further, asking what kind of fantasy he had been entertaining. His mind blanked, and he stammered, questioning what she meant. He hadn't been thinking about anything like that, or at least he wouldn't admit it. But she leaned in closer, her breath tickling his ear as she whispered the word, pervert. His entire face turned crimson, burning with an intensity that left him feeling like a tomato. He couldn't understand why he was blushing so hard, but her teasing had clearly hit a nerve. She pulled back, laughing softly as she told him it was just a joke, asking why he was so surprised. But then she paused, her eyes narrowing in playful suspicion. She questioned if maybe she was right after all, her teasing tone making his heart race faster. He remained silent, too flustered to answer, his mind spiraling into confusion and embarrassment. She continued to poke fun at him, and though he stayed quiet, the classroom was no longer the haven of anonymity he hoped it would be. Her taunting had caught the attention of the teacher, who had grown visibly irritated by the disturbance. The tension in the room mounted, but mercifully, the moment passed without any further escalation. Later, out on the football field, a heated game was unfolding. The opposing team had broken through the defenders, and all eyes were on Kiryung, the last line of defense. His teammate called out, trusting him to save the game. Anxiety churned in Kiryung's stomach as he steeled himself, ready to make a stand. But the opponent's kick, hailed as his ultimate kick, was a shockingly weak attempt. The ball rolled as slowly as a snail, yet, to Kiryung's horror, he still missed. He stumbled, hitting his head against the goal post as the ball trickled into the net, securing the opposing team's victory. The disappointment from his teammates was palpable. They barely hid their disdain, muttering that they hadn't expected much from him anyway. The only reason he had been allowed to play was because they were short on players, and it was evident now why people like him weren't cut out for the team. Their cruel comments stung, but Kiryung couldn't refute them. He had failed, and the shame weighed heavily on him. Amidst his self-loathing, a girl rushed over, concern etched on her face as she noticed the bruise on his head. She reached out, offering her hand and telling him to be more careful next time. But even as he took her hand, his mind was consumed with the thought of whether she had witnessed his failure. The embarrassment was overwhelming, and all he wanted was to disappear. The coach's whistle blew, signaling the end of their free time. It was time for the dreaded fitness test, something Kiryung hadn't thought much about until now. Normally, he wouldn't care, but today was different. Jae-kyung was watching, and he had developed a growing crush on her. He desperately wanted to appear strong and masculine in her eyes, not the weak, bumbling version of himself that had been on display during the game. Minsik, a fellow student with an intimidating physique, appeared beside him, asking what he was so worried about. The fitness test, Minsik explained, would focus on push-ups. The coach had even promised to buy chicken for the top-performing male and female. However, the last-place finisher would have the unfortunate honor of training with the coach for every class. Kiryung's heart sank. Push-ups were not his strong suit. Jae-kyung was the first to go, and as she started, Kiryung couldn't help but watch in awe. She was incredible, completing 72 push-ups with impressive strength and endurance. The others marveled at her, and Kiryung couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and intimidation. He didn't think he could do nearly as many, but he had to try, especially with Jae-kyung watching. Then there was Minsik. The guy was a machine, effortlessly pumping out push-ups. By the time he finished, Minsik had completed a staggering 415 push-ups, casually commenting that it was easy. Kiryung felt even more demoralized, knowing he would be compared to Minsik's Herculean effort. The pressure was mounting. When it was finally Kiryung's turn, the boys around him snickered, making bets on whether he would finish dead last. One of them wagered 10,000 won that Kiryung wouldn't even manage a decent number. Their taunts fueled a rising anger within him, but he couldn't muster the courage to say anything. Even when they dragged Jae-kyung into their jeers, he remained silent, feeling utterly powerless. But then, Jae-kyung snapped at them, telling them to shut up. Her words silenced them instantly, and they backed off like scolded dogs. Kiryung's heart swelled with gratitude, and he knew he had to give it his all. At that moment, the coach tells him that he must begin now. He starts his push-ups, and as he's doing them, she comments that he must strive harder. He decides that from today onwards, he will start pushing himself more. By the time he finishes, he is drenched in sweat, and she tells him that he's done a good job. However, it seems that because of his gallant effort, he has caught the attention of an admirer. Later, we see Kiryung walking down the halls, realizing that he left his backpack at school. He doesn't know what he was thinking, and now Jae-kyung must be waiting for him. He hurries to go get it, but suddenly he bumps into a girl, causing her to drop her phone. He picks it up and apologizes, explaining that he was in such a rush that he didn't see her. To his surprise, he notices something strange on her phone, some freaky stuff. She quickly grabs her phone as he exclaims, "What is this?" She nervously asks if he saw anything, to which he responds, "No," and apologizes again, insisting it wasn't on purpose. Embarrassed, she blushes and calls him a pervert before running away, calling herself a pervert in the process. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes that the girl is actually in his class. The next day, Kiryung is greeted by Jae-kyung with her usual cheerful smile. She playfully asks if he knows what the king says when he doesn't want to go into the palace. Confused, Kiryung asks, "What?" She laughs and tells him that the king complains like a baby. However, he doesn't get the joke and just stares at her blankly. Feeling a bit dejected, Jae-kyung sighs and tells him she won't joke with him anymore. Then, she teases him by saying she hates him. But when he asks if she's mad, her expression softens. At that moment, a girl approaches them. Lee Seon, 18 years old. She greets Kiryung and tells him she has something to say to him. Jae-kyung is taken aback, and Kiryung suddenly remembers that Seon is the girl from yesterday. He apologizes and asks her name, still unsure of who she is. Jae-kyung informs him that her name is Seon and that he should really remember his classmates' names. Feeling embarrassed, Kiryung offers to buy Seon a drink in the cafeteria as an apology. Seon comments that he saw a shameful side of her yesterday, yet he doesn't even remember her name. This revelation surprises Jae-kyung, making her feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Kiryung is left stunned, sweat trickling down his face. Jae-kyung asks him what Seon means by that and what she's talking about. Kiryung, flustered, tries to explain that it's just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Seon grabs his shirt and says there's too much noise where they are, insisting he must come with her so they can talk privately. As she pulls him away, Jae-kyung watches them, sadness clouding her expression. Kiryung tells Seon to let him go, assuring her that if she has something to say, he'll listen, but she must release him first. He then thanks her but mispronounces her name, causing her to exclaim, "My name is Seon." He quickly apologizes, admitting his mistake. Curious about what she has to say, he asks her, "So, what was it you wanted to tell me?" Seon hesitates, her hands fidgeting nervously. She stutters slightly, then asks, "Do you think I look a little pretty?" Kiryung felt a wave of confusion as she started explaining, her voice soft but determined. She confessed that everyone always thought of her as cute and innocent, someone who couldn't possibly be interested in anything intense or controversial. But no one truly knows another person until they peel back the layers. She cherished her image but carried a secret, one she couldn't reveal to anyone. His eyes widened in realization as he asked if the thing on her phone was part of that secret. She nodded, her expression tense. "What's so wrong with watching that kind of stuff?" he asked, attempting to reassure her. He promised to keep it a secret, but she wasn't convinced. She shook her head, fear creeping into her voice as she explained that her thoughts were far more complicated than they appeared. She called them very, very lovely thoughts, but admitted that others might label her differently, and he had found out yesterday. Kiryung, trying to calm her down, told her he didn't think she was a pervert. He promised to keep her secret, but she still didn't trust him. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowing slightly as she proposed a bizarre solution. She wanted to know one of his embarrassing secrets, to hold something over him in return. The idea left him unsettled. She even asked to see his phone. Panic surged in him, and he pulled away, insisting that his deepest secrets were in his phone and she couldn't just have it. But she didn't relent. She argued that because he saw her most vulnerable side, it was only fair. Before the situation could spiral further, Jae-kyung burst into the room, her voice sharp as she demanded to know what was going on. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. Kir-young being practically cornered by the girl, who was dangerously close to his most personal space. In a flash, Jae-kyung's face darkened, fury boiling within her. She rushed forward, shoving the girl off him. The girl stumbled to the floor, revealing more than was appropriate. "What are you doing?" Kir-young questioned, his voice low. The girl winced in pain but, disturbingly, didn't seem bothered by the rough treatment. Instead, she murmured something about how the pain felt good, a strange thrill lighting up her eyes. The words left Jae-kyung completely confused, while Kir-young watched in stunned disbelief. "We need to get out of here," Kir-young muttered under his breath, eager to leave the bizarre scene behind. Jae-kyung nodded, looking equally disturbed. They decided to head to the cafeteria to escape the madness. As they walked away, Jae-kyung couldn't help but reflect on what she had witnessed. Something about the girl had left her uneasy, and the closeness between Kir-young and her unsettled her even more. She tried to shake off the thoughts, but they clung to her like an unwelcome shadow. Did something really happen between them? Unfortunately, Seon wasn't ready to give up. Her obsession with Kir-young grew with each passing day. She started appearing behind him at unexpected moments, watching him closely, even when he was having lunch with Jae-kyung. The intensity of her attention made Kir-young uncomfortable, and eventually, he told her to stop following him. His words hurt her deeply, and she broke down, crying and calling him a bad boy for not showing her what he promised. Just as things seemed to spiral out of control, Minsik appeared. His towering figure and harsh glare silenced the commotion immediately. He was notorious for not tolerating noise or disturbances, especially when it interrupted his naps. Seon, visibly trembling, suddenly turned around and glared at him, questioning what she should do with this pig. This infuriated him, and in one swift motion, he hoisted her over his shoulder and carried her off, declaring that she needed special education for her problematic behavior. Seon screamed and resisted, but it was futile. She commented that she wouldn't be able to use her body again. Kir-young watched in disbelief, feeling both relieved and horrified. "She's a maniac," Minsik muttered, shaking his head as he carried her away. Kir-young, feeling drained from all the chaos, suggested to Jae-kyung that they return to class. Jae-kyung, still shaken by what had just occurred, agreed but couldn't shake the strange sense of unease settling over her. She began questioning herself. Had Kir-young really been involved with that girl in some way? Later, as they walked side by side, she couldn't help but wonder aloud. Did something really happen between you and her? Kir-young hesitated. He didn't want to lie, but the truth was strange. He finally admitted that he accidentally saw some STEMI images on Seon's phone by accident. Jae-kyung blinked in surprise, processing his words. When he explained further that Seon had tried to get his phone in return, she laughed, though her laughter wasn't the usual cheerful sound he was used to. There was something unhinged about it. Embarrassed by the whole ordeal, Kir-young questioned if it bothered her. Jae-kyung suddenly ran off, blushing furiously, declaring that she hated him, leaving Kir-young bewildered and unsure of what had just happened. Meanwhile, Seon had somehow managed to escape from Minsik, smirking to herself. She was a fast runner, and it seemed even Minsik couldn't keep up with her. The next day, Kir-young, his physically exhausted from all the emotional stress, felt like collapsing. Exercising had taken a toll on his body, and he barely had the energy to function. To make matters worse, it started to rain. Without an umbrella, he had no choice but to call his sister for help. After some negotiation, he convinced her to pick him up, promising her pizza in exchange. As he waited, he fiddled with his phone, hoping the rain would ease up. To his surprise, Jae-kyung appeared again, catching him off guard. She smiled innocently, commenting on how cool it was that he exercised too. Kir-young, still shaken from their previous encounters, could only stammer a reply. She offered to share her umbrella with him since the rain showed no sign of stopping. Despite his inner reservations, the scene felt oddly familiar, like something out of a romantic anime where the male and female lead share an umbrella. He hesitated but eventually agreed to walk with her. However, he remembered that he already asked his sister for help. Dewey quickly made the call. Unfortunately, his sister is already on her way. Currently halfway there, he told her to turn back as her assistant was no longer needed. She asked about her pizza, but he hung up. Then an approachy G-car splashed water on her. As they walked together, Kir-young's heart raced with nervous energy. Jae-kyung's shoulder occasionally brushed against his, making him even more flustered. He kept reminding himself that this was just a favor between friends, but his mind continued to drift toward the more dramatic scenarios he had seen in TV shows. Trying to shake off the feeling, he nervously notices that her shoulder was getting wet. It's a symbol of proper manners. Since he was so happy that he got to walk with Jae-kyung, he didn't even think about it. This is clearly his fault, and he should be the one holding the umbrella. Even though he told Jae-kyung earlier that he would hold it, Jae-kyung kept refusing, so he just went along with it, but it ended up like this. A moment later, he tells her to hand over the umbrella. He's the one borrowing it, but it feels like she's doing all the work. However, she tells him, no thanks. No matter how much he insists on holding it, she keeps refusing and teases him, calling him a loser. He questions why she's being like this. Since it's come to this, he decides he's going to have to take it. He grabs the umbrella so suddenly that she is caught off guard. He takes it away from her and insists that he'll handle it from here. However, because of his sudden actions, she begins to lose balance and slowly falls. She ends up on the ground. Dirtying her shorts, he rushes to her side, worry written all over his face. He asks if she's okay or if she's hurt and wonders why she fell so suddenly. She tells him that it's all his fault. He had no idea she would fall like that, but it was totally worth it. Her clothes have become see-through, and her eyes look red and gorgeous. However, being the kind of man he is, he can't help but notice the jackpot. He stares at it for a long moment, and then his face flushes red. At that instant, she smirks and comments that he's staring too hard. He quickly responds that he didn't see anything. He offers her a hand and tells her to get up, but she laughs and calls him a perv. She tells him that he was staring at her for around 30 seconds, but he believes he didn't stare that long. However, he unintentionally reveals that he was indeed staring. Later, at home, his sister is drenched and orders him to get her some pizza. He tells her to place the order herself. Later, at the park, some girls are discussing boys, one of whom confessed to one of them. He was a third grader, and the girl comments that he was ugly. She rejected him right away when he asked. However, her friend mentions that he was supposedly great. The girl responds that there are no pretty boys in the world, but her friend thinks she's being annoying. Suddenly, their attention shifts to a young boy who is running by. One girl remarks that her boyfriend is running, but the other girl says she doesn't like him. Her friend believes they'd look cute together. The girl informs her friend that the boy is from their class and that he's a complete loser. Even if he were the last person on Earth, she wouldn't want him. Her friend asks if she can seduce him. In response, the girl suggests that they make a bet. She'll get him to confess to her in one day, and if she succeeds, she'll receive 100,000 won. It seems like a good reward. The next day, his best friend greets him as usual. She asks if he notices anything different about her today. He looks at her, confused, and tells her that he has no idea. This causes her to lower her head, and tears begin to form in her eyes because he hasn't noticed anything. He wonders what's suddenly wrong with her, but she just tells him she doesn't know. Suddenly, the beautiful girl from the previous night appears, striking a seductive pose. Her name is Ha Jin-won, 18 years old. This confuses Jae-kyung, as another competitor has arrived. He remembers that she is in their class, but he cannot recall her name. She grabs his shoulder in a seductive manner and introduces herself as Jin-won. As they talk about something unimportant, Jae-kyung watches from a distance, displeased with what she's seeing. But what's more surprising is that this girl actually likes Kir-young. Looking at his face, he's already blushing, and she thinks it's cute. He's probably never spoken to a girl as pretty as her before, so he's likely excited and imagining things. So far, all the guys who have confessed to her did so after she talked to them and smiled. Winning those 100,000 won is going to be too easy, she thinks. She plans to end this quickly. Pointing to her phone, she informs him that she doesn't have his number and wants him to give it to her. Jae-kyung is shocked and tries to interrupt, but she can't. She knows she's at a disadvantage, but Kir-young seems oblivious and asks, "What for?" His question throws her off, making her uneasy. She repeats herself, saying she wants his number. But again he asks, "Why?" She explains that she's simply asking for his number. Why does he need to know why? She reminds him that a cute girl is asking for his number, and he's just standing there asking her why. He comments that she seems to have a lot of self-esteem, which makes her yell, "What are you talking about? Just give me your number right now." He wonders why she's so angry. In a sweet voice, she apologizes and tells him she didn't mean to yell. She was just curious about his number. He finally agrees to give it to her in case she needs it, adding his number to her phone. Not long after, Kir-young asks Jae-kyung if they should go to the cafeteria, and her mood brightens up. She happily agrees. Watching them, Jin-won questions if this makes any sense. Usually, when she asks someone for their number, they say thank you. But now it seems like she's clinging to him just for his number. She starts to wonder if maybe Kir-young likes men. But if that's the case, there's still a chance. She decides to try one more time, this time in sportswear. She approaches him and compliments how good he looks in gym clothes, asking if he's been exercising. He thanks her. Then she pulls up her shorts and asks if he can hold her legs. She tells him she has no friends to ask for help, thinking this is a great tactic because he's an idiot. It's the perfect chance for him to touch her soft legs and be close to her. She's sure he must be excited and probably can't take it anymore. She just wants him to hurry up and fall in love. But he tells her that he promised Minsik he'd work out with him. He glares at her like a predator eyeing his prey, and she looks back with a growing sense of fear. Cold sweat runs down her face as she stutters, telling him it's fine and apologizing for the inconvenience, promising next time. This puts a smile on Jae-kyung's face, and she wonders if she's going to fail again. At that moment, Seon approaches Jin-won and offers to help with her legs. Jin-won asks who she is, but Seon comments that her thighs look delicious. Uncomfortable, Jin-won tells her to go away, calling her weird. She walks off, and Seon feeling hot as she blushes. Jin-won tries to calm herself down, believing that next time will work. There's no way he won't fall in love with her eventually. But no matter how many times she tries, Kir-young has no interest. He's busy enjoying his time with his best friend. Even when Jin-won tries to act cold, he suggests she leave early. No matter what she does, he won't fall in love with her. In the girls' bathroom, Jinwon's friend laughs, finding the situation hilarious, but Jin-won is upset. Her friend comments that she isn't really laughing and reminds Jin-won that she owes her the 100,000 won since she lost the bet. Her friend wants the money now, but Jin-won argues that the day isn't over yet. However, her friend claims she can already see the results. She finds it fascinating that, unlike other guys who fall for Jin-won easily, Kir-young is different. Jin-won friend asks if Kir-young has a girlfriend, but Jin-won doesn't know. At that moment, Jae-kyung approaches them and introduces herself. Jin-won curses her, stating she already knows her. Jin-won questions what Jae-kyung is doing there. With a firm tone, Jae-kyung says she has a question. She asks Jin-won if she's interested in Kir-young, since they've been talking a lot today and she doesn't usually speak to him directly. Jin-won quickly denies any interest. Her friend, however, asks why she's so interested, asking if Kir-young is her boyfriend. Jae-kyung, a little flustered, denies it, saying it's not like that and that she's just curious. Jinwon's friend informs her that Jin-won made a bet that she could seduce Kir-young, but she failed, which she finds amusing. Her friend laughs and says, "Why would Jin-won talk to someone like him?" Jin-won questions why she has to say like that. Her friend questions, "What's wrong with it? He's not even her boyfriend." But Jae-kyung tells them that it's not right. They're playing with him. Does it really feel good to do that? Jin-won tells her that she's sorry, but her friend's eyes are dark and devoid of any empathy. Jinwon's friend questions if it bothered her. She scared her for a moment. The atmosphere has gotten very cold. Jaekyung, who is usually cheerful, is now very serious. But why does it bother her? Does she like him? Does she have feelings for him? Jinwon's friend has to admit, she is cute. She tells Jaekyung with a smile, but to her shock, Jaekyung begins laughing. Jaekyung asks, what is she talking about? This confuses Jinwon and her friend. Jinwon's friend questions if she just raised her voice. She inquires if she said something wrong. Jinwon friend comments, first, she raised her voice, and now she looks so confident. Can someone like that really exist? Jaekyung tells them it doesn't look like they plan to apologize and walks away, believing it's a waste of time to talk to them. This irritates Jinwon friend, and she attempts to slap Jaekyung because she made her mad. However, in an instant, Jaekyung kicks her foot, throwing Jinwon friend to the ground and causing her to hit her head. Jaekyung laughs at her, then slightly kneels down and apologizes, asking if it hurt. Jinwon friend questions how she could hit her all of a sudden, but Jaekyung reminds her, you started it. Jinwon wonders what's wrong with Jaekyung. What is happening right in front of her? Her friend is beaten on the ground, feeling as if she wants to cry, while Jaekyung only stares at her with hot, red eyes. Jaekyung orders Jinwon to take care of her friend. She reverts back to her cheerful self, adding, try not to make a bet like that next time. It doesn't feel good when there's someone they're playing with. As Jaekyung walks away like a boss, Jinwon's friend, deciding she wants to smoke, declares that she isn't done. She vows to remember this and make Jaekyung sorry. She declares that they were playing, it was nothing but a joke, but Jaekyung will be sorry soon. However, Jaekyung only turns around, seemingly confused. Jiwon friend questions if she's being ignored. She threatens Jaekyung, but she leaves. Jinwon tells her friend to stop. As she has already lost, Jaekyung usually spends her time smiling. So Jiwon had no idea she would do something like that. Why did she do it? Outside, Jaekyung wonders if she exaggerated a bit. Was it really a joke? She believes she's such a fool. Suddenly, Kyoung appears and questions where she was. This startles her. He realizes she's coming out of the bathroom and comments that he's been looking for her for a long time. She is still a bit surprised but questions why he was looking for her. He declares that he was looking for her because she wasn't by his side. His cool demeanor makes her blush. She questions if he's being serious and he tells her, yes, he is. He then informs Jaekyung that Jinwon asked him to accompany her to the cafeteria, though she didn't give any permission. He apologized for rejecting her at the gym and told her he would go with her later. This makes Jaekyung angry. She calls him an idiot and, seeing that she wants to cry, suddenly bites him on the shoulder, which is totally deserved. He holds his shoulder and comments that it hurts. Why did you do that all of a sudden? She walks away and declares, I hate you. The next day, Kyoung greets Jinwon, commenting that she came to school early. She inquires what he is up to and why he is acting like they're close. He informs her it's because she asked him for his cell phone number yesterday, so he thought they had become close. She questions if he really thought they were going to get close just because of that, saying that she's so pretty and he's normal. She tells him not to feel so proud because she talked to him yesterday. He is confused. Suddenly, she stops talking as cold sweat runs down her face. Jaekyung appears and questions what's happening. Upon seeing her pale face, Kyoung inquires if she is sick. She quickly walks past him and tells him not to talk to her. As she walks away, he questions why. First Jaekyung and now Jinwon. Could it be that he's being hated by everyone? He doesn't understand. However, when Jinwon passes Jaekyung, they both glance at each other. Meanwhile, inside one of the bathrooms where the fight broke out, Seon was envious of the fact that a girl was in pain. The next day, she spins around and questions her father if she looks pretty. He comments that she looks very pretty. Since she is his daughter, it's obvious that she is the prettiest. She laughs and questions if he's telling the truth. He inquires if she's going to school. She tells him yes, and that she'll be back in a while. He inquires if she ate breakfast. She comments that there was some milk in the fridge and she poured herself some, but it didn't taste good, so she put it back. This surprises her father. What could she mean by didn't taste good? He believes it had been there for a long time. He picks up the box of milk and inquires if she drank from it. She looks at him, puzzled, not quite understanding the situation. He informs her that the milk has been expired for 10 months. She is flabbergasted and feels like she's going to cry. This can't be. Meanwhile, on Kiryung's way to school, he sees Jae-kyung. As he is very familiar with her back, he believes his time has come. He's going to slowly approach her and scare her from behind. He does just that and tells her hello. However, she's not scared and merely stops in place. She slowly turns around and tells him good morning but tries to stifle a laugh. He tries to talk to her, but she walks away. He wants to know what's wrong. He questions if he's a little late to school today. He informs her that he stayed up late yesterday because he was watching a new anime. However, she apologizes, informing him that she has something urgent to do, so she's going to hurry up and go. As she leaves, he wonders what's wrong with her. At that moment, his friend Minsik arrives and questions why he's standing there like a fool, making such a face. Kiryung informs Minsik that he was greeting Jae-kyung like any other day, but her reaction was off. It was the reaction of someone who smiles a lot but without smiling. He's not sure, but she looked like she wasn't in a good mood. Minsik comments that she must want to use the bathroom or something. Kiryung tells him to stop joking. However, Minsik brushes it off and tells him they will be late if they keep wasting time in their class. Kiryung glances at Jae-kyung. He feels so uncomfortable. While looking at her face, he realizes it's completely different from the girl who always smiles. Now that he thinks about it, Jae-kyung had once said she hated him. Could it be true? Does she really hate him now? He wonders if he did something wrong without realizing it. He doesn't believe he did anything wrong. At that moment, the teacher announces that class has ended, and now it's time for lunch. Jae-kyung quickly gets up, and Kiryung questions if she wants to go to the cafeteria with him, as today is the day they prepare the best meal of the week. However, she declines. He, being a bit clingy, asks if she's sure, offering to buy her the bread that she likes the most. She tells him that she's sorry, but today she just wants to be alone. She walks away, and he is left uneasy. He's come to the conclusion that she really hates him. What should he do? And what is the reason for this? Unfortunately, he can't figure this out on his own, so he decides to ask someone else. The best choice he has, Jin-won. She inquires what he wants. She reminds him that she told him not to talk to her and that they don't know each other. If he doesn't have anything to say, he should go. He questions what she's talking about. After all, they went to the cafeteria together. She tells him that never happened. He said he wasn't going to accompany her because he didn't have any money. He realizes she's right and asks if she's upset, offering to accompany her next time. She shoots back that he's an annoying idiot, but he doesn't understand why she's so upset. Still, he explains that he wants to ask her something since he doesn't know where Minsik is, and he doesn't know who to ask for assistance. She turns her head and tells him she doesn't care, but he begs her, mentioning a girl who's been his friend for a long time and is important to him. Intrigued, she laughs and orders him to beg and call her a pretty princess. He begs her and calls her queen, which appeases her, and she asks what happened. He tells her everything, and she bluntly says that his friend just doesn't like him anymore. There's no other reason. He finds it hard to believe, but she comments that he's a bit insensitive, frustrating, and not sociable. She adds that he doesn't even have a good figure, plus he's an otaku with dandruff hair. He doesn't read the mood well, and she doesn't like the way he talks. He asks if she isn't being cruel, and she tells him there are many reasons why his friend might hate him. Suddenly, Jae-kyung arrives. Upon seeing her, she freezes and stares at her for a few moments. Kiryung greets her, causing Jin-won to start sweating, and in an instant, she runs out of the class, somehow with her shoes back on. This surprises Kiryung, who questions what's happening. He asks Jae-kyung where she's been, but she remains silent and takes something out of her locker. He tells her he's going to the cafeteria and invites her to come with him. She interrupts, saying, "It hurts." At that moment, she becomes pale, and he asks if she needs help. He offers, but she walks away, telling him to forget it. He doesn't have to know. Her words shatter his thoughts. Meanwhile, Jin-won runs away with an upset stomach. Kir-young clenches his fist, remembering Jin-won's words. He can't believe it. His sweet and loving friend, someone he'd built a close relationship with, really does dislike him now. It's enough to make him cry. He recalls the first time he met Jae-kyung back in second grade. No one had sat next to him, and he thought he would be alone without a friend. But then, Jae-kyung approached, asked for his name, and sat beside him. They became close, ate together every day, told jokes, and even went to the bathroom together. It was strange, but he didn't mind. However, he had never expected Jae-kyung to hide such a surprising secret. One way or another, they were always together, so why was she suddenly avoiding him? Later, Minsik stands beside him, noticing his downcast expression. Minsik calls him my friend, and asks why he's making that face. Kir-young tells him it's because of Jae-kyung. Minsik mentions she's gone to the bathroom. Kir-young tells him to stop joking, but Minsik is serious. He informs Kir-young that he won't help unless it's for that, as understanding a woman's heart is hard. If Kir-young wants help, he should ask another woman. A while ago, he talked to Jin-won. Suddenly, Minsik grabs Seon, who was passing by. She asks what's going on, but Minsik tells her to be of use, calling her crazy. She informs him that she knows she's irresistible to pigs but isn't interested. The scene is uncomfortable even for Kir-young. He interrupts their lover's spat and asks Seon to listen to his problems. He tells her he feels like Jae-kyung, the girl who's always by his side, has been avoiding him lately. She asks if he did something to her, and he says he doesn't know. Seon suggests that maybe Jae-kyung just needed to go to the bathroom because she ate something bad. Minsik jokes about it, but Kir-young asks them to reply seriously. He's never seen Jae-kyung make a face like that before. If this continues, he's gonna go crazy because of her. Seon comments that he seems really worried about Jae-kyung and asks if he has a crush on her. He insists that it's not like that. Though it's clear they've hit a nerve, Minsik laughs at Kir-young's embarrassment as his face turns red. Kir-young tells him to shut up. Seon whispers to Kir-young, asking if he wants to clap Jae-kyung's cheeks. Kir-young's face goes beet red, and he starts stammering. They look at him with hopeful smiles, but he nervously declares that it was his mistake to ask for their help. They're not helping at all. He storms off, cursing under his breath, and they watch him leave, looking at him with pity. Kir-young reflects on what they said, realizing they were spouting nonsense. There's no way he likes Jae-kyung, right? But then he stops, realizing he's acting this way because Jae-kyung has been different. Maybe he does like her. Suddenly, she appears behind him and calls his name, startling him. She's back to her usual self and asks what he's doing. He nervously says he was just taking a walk. His heart is racing at the sight of her. Luckily, her expression has returned to normal. She asks if he was looking for her. Jae-kyung tells him that she ran into Seon and Minsik in the hallway, and they mentioned he was looking for her. She asks if he has something to say. Kir-young tries to muster the courage, thinking all day that she's been avoiding him, and wonders if something happened. He feels like he needs to tell her, but instead, he blurts out, "Do you like me?" This surprises her, and she asks why he's asking that out of the blue. He stammers, explaining that today she seemed to be avoiding him, so he assumed it was because of that. Tears well up in her eyes, and she explains it's because of that day. She becomes flustered, nervously stammering and apologizing. Kir-young is confused, and she tries her best not to explain in detail. He tells her he was worried she suddenly hated him, but since that's not the case, he's relieved. She pats him on the head and smiles, calling him cute. She then tells him to follow her. His heart is still racing, and he remembers what Seon said. Does he really like Jae-kyung? Later, Kir-young arrives home, and his father questions why he's home so late. He explains he went exercising with Minsik. His father comments that the old Kir-young would never leave the house. At that moment, his sister arrives, playfully tackling him. She asks why he won't fall, and he questions why she's acting like this. Their father laughs, reminiscing about how close the two were when they were young. Kir-young comments that she smells of alcohol, wondering if she's been drinking. Their father jokes that she got drunk after drinking a Sprite. Solji, their sister, then encourages Kiryung to drink, but he tells her to go to sleep. Their father then tells Kiryung to come take a drink with him, saying they need to talk about his girlfriend. Kiryung insists he doesn't have a girlfriend. Solji chimes in, teasing that the girl he watched the movie with must be his girlfriend. Kiryung denies it, explaining she's just a friend. But Solji comments that they're not even dating, yet they were watching such a movie together. His father suggests that maybe the girl is interested in him. Kiryung doesn't believe it. His father then suggests that maybe he's the one interested in her. This critical point makes Kiryung sit down, confused. He takes a drink and begins telling his father about his problems. His dad, amused, starts asking him a series of questions. Does his heart skip when he thinks of her? Yes. Does everything she does bother him? Yes. Has he ever imagined kissing her? Yes. After hearing his answers, his father is 100% sure that Kiryung likes her. When did he start to like her? He doesn't know. Not long after, his father realized that he was drunk. Suddenly, his wife called, so they had to stop the father-son conversation. If he's so dizzy, he's obviously drunk. Does he really like Jae-song? Is this what it feels like to like someone? He misses her so much, so he decides to get up and go see her because it's hard to continue his life without her. His father stares at him, flabbergasted, and inquires where he's going. But Kiryung tells him he has to go see her. He wonders if he's sick. If he's not wrong, her house is around here somewhere. Last time he came to drop off something. How will she react if he visits her all of a sudden? She won't hate him, will she? He believes she'll welcome him with open arms. Just imagining it makes her seem so cute. His mind is full of her, only thinking about Jae-kung. At that moment, he bumps into Jaewon, causing her to fall to the ground. She calls him an idiot. He apologizes to her but quickly moves forward. He can't waste any time on Jaewon, so he walks away, leaving her flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Jae-kung is at home, happily texting on her phone. She receives a message from Kiryung. She sits up, wondering what's happening. Her smile fades, and she becomes nervous. Kiryung tells her he's in front of her house and asks her to come out. She quickly runs to open the door. When she opens it, she calls his name, but she is shocked to see him. Before her is a handsome boy with silver eyes, striking a seductive pose. He declares that he has arrived. She asks who it is and what he's doing there. He declares that he's the handsome Kiryung. She's surprised, realizing it's Kiryung. She apologizes for not recognizing him and invites him inside. She asks him if he wants to watch TV. He says he wants water, so she tells him to wait a second. She rushes to pour him some water while he lounges on her couch like he owns the place. As she's hurrying back, she trips over her own feet. Luckily, he catches her with one hand. He asks if she's okay. She blushes and thanks him, but she spilled all the water on the floor. She says she'll get more, but he tells her to sit down and surprises her with his gaze. Nervously, she asks what's happening. She then notices he smells a bit like alcohol and asks if he was drinking. He looks at her, thinking she's even more beautiful than he remembers. Why didn't he notice her beauty until now? He grabs her arms, unable to hold back. Her face turns red, and she calls his name questioningly. He wonders what he should do. She asks what happened to him all of a sudden, but he's not listening. He just wants to hug her. She asks if he's drunk. Still not listening, he wonders if she'll like it if he hugs her suddenly. His body moves on its own. She tells him to let go, and he snaps back to reality, apologizing. He says he doesn't know what he was thinking. He holds his head, commenting that he thinks he's drunk. She asks why he came to her house if he was drunk. He tells her he was thinking about her and couldn't get her off his mind. He apologizes for coming without notice but says he couldn't help it. As he speaks, he starts feeling dizzy and exhausted. His vision blurs, and before he knows it, he faints, falling onto her shoulder. Back home, Solji asks her father if he's done talking with her mother. She's concerned that her brother hasn't come home yet. Their father wonders where he could be and orders Solji to go find him. She nervously says she doesn't know where he is and asks if her father could go instead. He decides to go look for him. Upon opening the door, he sees Jae-kyung carrying Kir-young on her back. He asks who she is. She introduces herself as Jae-kyung, a friend of Kir-young. She explains that Kir-young came to her house and fell asleep. Their father orders Sulji to help her. He apologizes to Jae-kyung, saying it wasn't their intention to cause her trouble. She laughs and tells him not to worry about it. She then apologizes to Kir-young's father. He tells her it's fine. As she leaves, he realizes this is the girl Kir-young likes but wonders why she apologized. Earlier, when Kir-young fell on her shoulder, she noticed he was asleep, snoring softly. Even in his sleep, he was hugging her and calling her name. She was surprised but didn't mind. She even hugged him back. Now, she wonders how she'll face Kir-young tomorrow. The next day at school, both Jae-kyung and Kir-young are silent. Kir-young glances at her and eventually calls her over. She asks what's up. He mentions yesterday, which immediately makes her nervous. He says he went to her house but doesn't remember anything. He asks if he did anything to her since he was a bit drunk. His memory is blurry. She remembers the passionate hug and how he called her name in his sleep. But this guy doesn't remember a thing. He declares that he doesn't recall anything at all. She asks in disbelief, "You don't remember anything after doing that?" He inquires what she means, and she exclaims that he's an idiot before pinching him. She tells him she hates him, and the teacher scolds them to be quiet. Kir-young apologizes again, confused as to why she's upset. This is really annoying for Jae-won to listen to. Later, Jae-won is approached by a blonde-haired boy with an egg-shaped head. He inquires what she is doing after class, and she questions who he is. He tells her to stop joking and asks if she wants to go to karaoke with him after school, but she tells him she's not joking. She sarcastically questions if it's just the two of them, and he declares, "Of course." She inquires if he happens to like her, and he blushes, telling her he's simply trying to get closer to her, saying it's a good thing to connect with others. But she brushes him off. He asks why, and she tells him it's because he's ugly. He comments that she's way too cold. Jae-won is fed up. This is the 5th time today someone has asked her out. She just wants these idiots to leave her alone. Meanwhile, Seon wants to be mistreated by some random guy. However, Jae-won believes that if the guy's face is more or less good, she could accept a date, for example, like the handsome guy she encountered yesterday. She was about to insult him when they crashed into each other. When she was on the ground and called him an idiot, she didn't see his face until she saw his silver eyes and confidence. She wanted to insult him, but after looking at his face, she couldn't do it. Even then, how dare he be so shameless after bumping into her first? He was so rude, looking at her with his hands in his pockets. However, the guy didn't care. He had places to go and things to do. She was stunned by the fact that he was going to leave after pushing her to the floor. She believed a man should be manly. If only she had his number, they would be going out already. It's unfortunate she didn't ask for his number. She pondered if she should ask the girl who knows everyone. At that moment, she bumps into Kir-young, who questions if she's going to the cafeteria. This puts her in a bad mood as she looks down at him. She questions who he is, and he introduces himself as Kir-young. She tells him to shut up and quit talking, asking if she didn't already tell him not to speak to her. He inquires where she's going, but she comments, "What does it matter? I'm going to smoke," and tells him to get out of her way. He is a bit surprised and questions if she really smokes. A smug expression appears on her face, and she tells him yes. She comments that she must be so pretty that it doesn't look like she's a smoker, but that's the reality. She questions if he's surprised, but he reflects on the fact that his best friend also smokes, and she's practically an angel, so he thinks it's normal. She asks if he's trying to act cool. He inquires why she doesn't smoke later and come to the cafeteria with him instead. But why would she do that? He should go with Jae-kyung. This catches the attention of the boys, who believe he must be close with her. He explains that he was going to buy her favorite bread, but since she was going to smoke, she interrupts him, saying she refuses. If he really wanted her to come with him, he should buy her something. He comments that she's a bad girl, but she says if he's not going to do it, she's leaving. Outside, near the dumpster, her friend inquires if the loser is still talking to her. Her friend replies yes, explaining that he asked her to accompany him to the cafeteria. Shin Sungai questions if this means he likes her like the others. She informs her that she can still get the 100,000 won from the bet last time, but she doesn't want him to talk to her. Also, he's close with Jae Kung, and she gets nervous for no reason whenever she thinks of her. At that moment, Sungai gets a flashback of when she was beaten and embarrassed by Jae Kung. Unsurprisingly, she is still mad about it. But leaving that aside, Jaiwon encountered a handsome guy yesterday. He had slightly disheveled brown hair, a thin body, and measured about 1.75 meters tall. However, the only thing that comes to her mind is Kiryung. Jaiwon tells her to stop joking, but Sungai admits they look alike. Sungai has an idea. She should go out with Kiryung, imagining that he is the handsome guy. However, Jaiwon doesn't like Kiryung. Jaiwon is annoyed because it's time to go to class, but she bumps into Kiryung, falling to the ground. When she looks up and sees Kiryung, she also sees the handsome guy. She stares at him, enchanted by his beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she blushes, confused. When she was younger, all the boys thought she was cute. Many boys wanted to talk to her. However, a rumor circulated that she didn't talk to anyone unless they were talented or handsome. She actually turned down 50 guys, so they didn't think it was false. They also believed she was very rude and insulted anyone who talked to her unless they looked good. They thought she was disgusting. Back in the present, Kiryung asks if she is okay. She blushes and inquires if he is the handsome boy, and he questions what she's talking about. Sungai holds her hand and questions what nonsense she's saying. She reminds her that he is Kiryung. Upon staring at him for a bit, she realizes it's true, he's the same old idiot. He decides to ignore it and gives her what she asked for. She inquires what it is. He questions what she means, as she was the one who told him she wanted it. He tells her it's delicious, so she should try it, and walks away. He tells her they should go inside. As he says this, she sees the handsome guy again and is love-struck. It quickly fades as she goes back to her senses. Sungai questions what's wrong, as it's just Kiryung. Jaiwon slaps her face and tells her she doesn't know what's wrong with her. However, Sungai finds it suspicious and questions if the handsome guy Jaiwon bumped into yesterday is Kiryung. But Jaiwon tells her not to say that. She eats the bread and thinks that it cannot be real. It must be her imagination. In PE class, the teacher comments that today they will play dodgeball in pairs. They are going to be randomly matched. The women can only eliminate women, and the men can only eliminate men. They must pick a piece of paper from the box and pair up with the person who has the same number. Jaiwon holds Kiryung's hand. She stares nervously as she glances at Kiryung, questioning why she has to be paired with him out of all the possible people. It's really annoying. Meanwhile, Jae Kung is paired with the blonde-haired guy. She plans to lose on purpose while letting them hit her with the ball, but he tells her to do her best. She sees the handsome guy again and blushes, questioning what is going on. She calls Kiryung Appa, and he inquires what she's talking about and if she's all right. She declares that he is the handsome guy, and he questions if she's lost her mind. Meanwhile, Jae Kung stares at them, seemingly happy but burning with rage inside. The coach starts the game, and Jaiwon wonders why Kiryung suddenly became Kiryung again. What happened to the handsome guy? Kiryung questions what she's talking about. At that moment, her eyes open wide as Jae Kung calls her name and throws her ball with her ferocious strength. She tells Jaiwon to let Kiryung go, and the ball lands straight in her face. Let's pray it didn't ruin her face. She falls to the ground, knocked out. Kiryung asks if Jaiwon is okay, and the students praise Jae Kyung for her strength. Jae Kyung comments that she should apologize to Jaiwon later. The teacher orders Kiryung to make sure Jaiwon is okay, but she is definitely not. Kiryung stands over her and asks what's the matter, holding up some fingers, asking if she can see how many. Jaiwon, confused, questions why he looks like that guy from before. She must control herself. Later, she walks alone down the street as the sun begins to set. She thinks she must be going crazy because she can't believe she's comparing Kiryung to the handsome guy she saw. It's not possible. But what if Kiryung is the guy she collided with? She dismisses the thought and tries to clear her mind. How could she even think about going out with him? At that moment, she bumps into Kiryung, who waves at her and inquires if she lives in the same neighborhood. However, just like before, she sees the handsome guy again. For a moment, she stares at him and blushes. She quickly shakes it off and looks at him with defiance. She asks what he's trying to do. Telling him not to pretend to be close to her, he laughs and asks if she wants to go to the store with him. But she declines, walking away while telling him not to talk to her. Before leaving, she questions why she should go out with him, commenting that she has a dirty personality. He agrees, explaining that she definitely has a point, but she's too busy looking for the handsome boy from yesterday. Kiryung questions who the guy is, but she responds that it's none of his business. Kiryung then declares that she must really like handsome guys. With arrogance, she asks, "Why is it wrong?" She explains that other people come up to her because of how she looks, and that's why she wants a handsome guy. Is that wrong? She questions again. Kiryung doesn't see anything wrong with it. He admits that he also likes cute girls. This surprises her, and she asks what he's trying to say. He explains that he's been exercising to improve his appearance, but nothing has changed. She finds his reaction odd, especially since people usually talk behind her back, calling her shallow for only approaching people because of their looks. Whether she hated them or not, they would judge her. He exclaims he likes beautiful and attractive girls, but she doesn't care. He tells her to go look for the handsome guy, supporting her search. He hopes it works out for her, then walks away and heads to the store alone. Meanwhile, Jaewon merely stares at him, lost in thought. The next day, she's enjoying her time with her friend, who inquires if she's found the guy from the other day. She tells her no. Her friend jokes that maybe Kiryung is the guy, but Jaewon laughs and says, "No way." Meanwhile, Minsik and Seon are paired together. Jaekyung, on the other hand, questions if Kiryung has noticed anything different about her today. He comments that she seems a little different, joking about changing laundry detergent. She lowers her head and declares that she hates him, surprising him. Their playful banter gathers the attention of the students around them, who think they must be dating since they're always together. This catches Seon's attention, but she dismisses it as nonsense, thinking if they were dating, Kiryung would have already made a move. However, when Seon asked Kiryung if he liked Jaekyung, he got mad. Because of that reaction, she now wonders if there's something between them. She questions if there's really nothing going on, like a secret relationship or something. Whatever it is, she's determined to find out. Later, while Kiryung is alone in his class, Seon approaches him with an innocent smile. She sits down and asks if he's dating Jaekyung. Kiryung firmly denies it, saying it's nothing like that. She then asks if they're still not official, making him question why she wants to know. As expected, he denied it right away. But is he just being shy? It's almost funny. Seon comments that either Jaekyung doesn't like him or she's dating someone else, testing his reaction. She inquires if he wouldn't mind if someone else pursued Jaekyung. In his mind, Kiryung pictures a tall, muscular blonde guy with a bull ring, taunting him. The guy licks his lips and comments that Jaekyung is already his, mocking Kiryung for being too slow. The guy then grabs Jaekyung, then comments that he'll do it later. Sweat runs down Kiryung's face as he exclaims, "Impossible!" This makes Seon happy, proving that he cares about Jaekyung. She tells him that if he wants to win her heart, he must show her his inner man. Kiryung wonders if he should be more masculine, maybe show off how he's been building his muscles. This is enough proof that he likes Jaekyung, but Seon is curious. Will Jaekyung feel the same? Next, Seon approaches Jaekyung in the bathroom. Jaekyung greets her happily, but Seon cuts to the chase, asking if she's dating Kiryung. This causes Jaekyung to blush and stammer, asking what Seon means. She giggles so much that it makes Seon curious. Seon thinks it's tempting. Maybe she should get rid of Kiryung and seduce Jaekyung. However, Seon teases her, asking if she wouldn't mind if another girl got close to Kiryung. Suddenly, Jaewon comes to Jaekyung's mind. She imagines Jaewon declaring that Kiryung is already hers, holding him close and kissing him in front of everyone. This thought makes Jaekyung furious, but she realizes how much she cares for Kiryung. Seon, sensing Jaekyung's feelings, advises her that if she wants to win Kir-young's heart, she must act. Jae-kyung, now filled with determination, declares that she will show Kir-young that she's a woman worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Kir-young is also planning to show his inner man. Later, Jae-kyung arrives at the door, breathless. Kir-young gets up from his seat and says she arrived just in time. He asks if she has time after school, and nervously, she says yes. She asks him the same question, and at the same time, they both declare that they should go to the cinema together at home. Soluji was changing her clothes when she heard the sound of the lock turning, so she knew it must be her brother. She ran to him because she wanted to play games together. She happily greeted him, but he was in a rush and pushed her aside, causing her to fall to the ground. She told him it hurt and that he was a bad boy. A moment later, he came out looking like a fashion disaster. He asked how he looked, and she commented that he looked like a healthy freshwater eel. He lowered his head, questioning if he really looked that bad. Feeling a bit guilty about what she said, she decided to pick out his clothes. He thanked her, and the clothes she picked made him look very nice, almost like a grown-up. He told her he looked great, and she wanted more praise. He rubbed her head and informed her that he'd buy her pizza later. She inquired where he was going dressed like that, and he told her he was going to see a friend at the cinema. Kir-young stood waiting for Jae-kyung, checking his phone. He's gone out with her before, but it was the first time they were going out like this, so he was nervous. However, when he thought of Jae-kyung going out with another man, he couldn't stand the idea. Just thinking about it made him feel sick and angry. He pondered if it was because he liked her. Suddenly, his phone began to ring, startling him. It was Seon, who lay on her bed with her hair done, looking beautiful. Kir-young questioned how she got his number, but she ignored that and asked if he'd met Jae-kyung yet. This confused him even more, and he asked how she knew they were on a date. She informed him that she was spying on them, which creeped him out a bit. She hoped he'd do well and even make it far enough to clap her cheeks. He asked what girls like, and she sat up, telling him girls like muscular men, but that he had a fragile body like leftover seafood. She then told him she was joking and explained that it's different for every person. First, he must pay attention to how he talks and acts. For example, if Jae-kyung is carrying something heavy, he should carry it for her. If they're walking down the street and a car is coming, he should put her next to him to protect her. That moment, Jae-kyung arrived and apologized for being late. Seon noticed the silence on the phone and realized it was time for her to go. But Kir-young told her he'd hang up and they'd talk later. Kir-young tried to compliment Jae-kyung, but he was stuttering a lot. She waited, obviously expecting a compliment. However, he told her there was still time before the movie they were going to see, and asked what she wanted to do until then. She suggested they go do karaoke. It was time for her to show off her skills. Kir-young found this really cute, but he didn't have the confidence to sing. He wanted to hear her sing instead. Inside the karaoke room, her singing was absolutely terrible, but she did it with such confidence that it was impressive. In her own way, she was cute. The machine gave her a score, declaring she was the worst of the worst. But Kir-young told her she sang very well and the machine was probably broken. Then, she told him it was his turn, but just as he got up to sing, she told him to sit next to her and do it there, just because she wanted it that way. He did exactly as she asked, but started sweating nervously. The reason she was so nervous was that she needed to seduce him so he would see her as a woman. She told him it was getting a little hot, so she took off her shirt, revealing the clothes underneath. Any man who saw this would have fallen for her immediately. Kir-young blushed and froze in place. She revealed her beautiful curves, flawless skin, and smooth clothing. She lowered her gaze and began blushing. She glanced to the side, likely waiting for a compliment or some kind of reaction, but he was too nervous to move. Jae-kyung abruptly said, "I can't do this." Kir-young, confused, asked what she was talking about. She quickly ran outside, telling him she had to go to the bathroom. Kir-young clutched his heart, overwhelmed by the situation. Later, they went to see the movie. Jae-kyung commented that the movie looked scary, probably because it was summer and scary movies were popular. Kir-young asked if she had a problem with horror movies. She confidently replied no, saying she loved these kinds of things, but hoped he wouldn't cry even if it scared him. He assured her that he wouldn't scream, Not even once. This was his chance to show her his inner man. If she got scared, he'd have to comfort her like a man. Maybe hold her hand, look into her eyes, and tell her not to be afraid. But what if she pulled away? Could they hold hands without even basic couple knowledge? What if she called him a perv? He was overthinking. Suddenly, something scary happened in the movie, and Kiryung got startled. Came out of nowhere. It wasn't particularly terrifying, but he hated jump scares. He doubted Jaekyung was scared of the scenes, so he figured they wouldn't be holding hands anytime soon. Jaekyung looked at him, waiting for him to make a move, but he kept looking straight ahead, paying her no attention. She decided to take the initiative, rubbing his shoulder and telling him she was scared. Realizing this was his chance, he put his arm around her and told her she could lean on him. They both began to blush. Later, they went out to eat, and Kiryung expressed interest in pink pasta. Pink pasta is any pasta to which a mixture of tomato sauce and cream is added, resulting in the pasta being pink. The date was going well, and he even mentioned that Minsik weighed 115 kilograms. Jaekyung laughed, finding it interesting. Kiryung thanked her for hanging out with him, saying it was a lot of fun. She told him they should go out together again sometime. Thanks to her, he had a great time, even though he didn't get to fully show his inner man. He also complimented her, telling her she looked very beautiful that day. Jaekyung then took the initiative and said there was a place she wanted to show him. It was her secret spot. Kiryung followed her, wondering if he could really come to such a place with her. She reassured him not to worry about it. At the top of the building, she asked him what he thought. He told her it wasn't bad, but at that moment, he realized the place seemed very familiar to him. Maybe he'd been there before. She told him she used to come there a lot until high school when she had a lot on her mind. She mentioned she met a nice person there. When he asked who, she said she wasn't sure if he'd remember. This made Kiryung feel uneasy since he had no idea who she was talking about. She told him that lately, she'd been coming there to refresh herself. He jokingly asked if she came there to smoke and how many cigarettes she smoked a day. She said she didn't smoke much these days. He told her she should quit, but admitted it was complicated. She asked if he wanted her to stop smoking, and he said yes, it was for her health. She laughed and promised she'd try. He told her not to overdo it, though. She then asked him what he thought of her secret spot. He replied that it was a good place for a secret spot, but she meant if the view was nice. As she said this, the wind blew her hair back, and her beautiful eyes shimmered in the moonlight. She looked almost like an Aphrodite. Kiryung blushed and started panicking internally, recalling his father's, Minsik's, and even his little sister's words. He obviously liked Jaekyung. He then told her she looked very beautiful. The next day, Kiryung was feeling amazing. He went on a date with Jaekyung, and it was so much fun. She looked stunning, and she even asked him out again. The other boys in class noticed his good mood and wondered what was up with him, questioning if he was crazy. He was just happy. At that moment, Seon approached him, asking if he had a good time on his date with Jaekyung. He remembered that the success of his date was all thanks to Seon. He felt like he had to repay her somehow. He explained that the date was great and thanked her. Seon's eyes sparkled with a deranged look, and she smiled, asking if they did it. She tried hard to get him to go out with her. She questioned if he didn't confess, but he seems confused. She questioned if he regrets it. Suddenly Minsik arrives and questions why didn't he come to work out yesterday, as his willpower already gone weak. He apologizes to Minsik, telling him that he had something to do yesterday, but Minsik wants to know next time in advance. However, Seon is very mad. Minsik explained that muscles are not easily obtained. Suddenly, Seon declared, "Pig, I was talking to Kiryung first, so you should stay out of it. Why does he think interrupting other people's conversations is okay? He's going to have to wait." This made Minsik very mad, and he glared at her, gritting his teeth. He then picked her up in a princess carry and commented that she lacked education. This was the first time she had been carried like a princess, and she wanted to give her first time to someone she liked. He told her not to resist, that her strength was useless. She screamed for someone to help. This was a crazy scene for Kiryung, who, as a pure man, couldn't take it. He wondered what the hell was going on. Minsik commented that she couldn't get away from him anymore. She couldn't believe he was going to do this. But Minsik commented that she was crazy. She had been saying all these mean things, but she seemed very happy, and it was obvious they were getting along well. At that moment, Jae Kung arrived, and they walk away. He questioned if she got home safely yesterday. Later, a girl questioned if Sean was dating someone. A blonde-haired girl inquired if she liked someone or had any ideal guy. She wanted to fall in love even once like Jae Kung and Kyoryung, but there was no one in particular she was interested in. If she had to choose someone she liked, it would be that girl over there, Jaiwon, but she didn't like it when she approached her. She explained that her ideal type was someone who was in good shape. The blonde girl questioned why because it was unexpected. She thought it was the only way to stay out of trouble, but she told them it was proof of putting in effort. The blonde-haired girl thought that if they were looking for the ideal type of body with her in mind, it would be Minsik. She told her no and asked why. They explained that they had heard that no one had a better body than him. They looked at his bulging muscles and commented on how hard it must have been for him to get them. Seon wondered if they were crazy to think she would date that pig. She would feel like an elf being captured by an ogre. The girls looked at each other knowingly, and she wondered what they were thinking about. The brunette asked if she had time after school. They explained that they were going to meet up with some guys after school, 3 and 3, but they couldn't find anyone to go out with. She wondered if they were actually going to meet 3 guys and if it was going to be a meeting. Was she being invited to a meeting like that? She told them that she wanted to go. It was an opportunity at home. She dressed up, believing that these clothes would be enough. This was a good opportunity to have an adventure if she did it right. She pondered what kind of guys would show up. She was looking forward to it since she had never been to a meeting like that before. At that moment, the chauffeur informed her that the car was ready. She was a little nervous. How should she act? First, she should take care of her image, as usual. She would project the image of a cute and innocent girl, and a guy who liked her would seduce her. She hoped that someone handsome would be interested in her. She left the car and was told not to stay out too late. When she arrived, they called her over, and to her surprise, and not to my surprise because I expected this, Minsik was also there, wearing a tuxedo. She was flabbergasted. The blonde-haired girl commented that she had told him Seon liked guys with nice bodies, so that's why she had asked him to come. Minsik commented that she was the crazy girl with big pigtails. Minsik hoped they would get along well. Seon declared that she was going to become an elf. The 2 boys and 2 girls were having a great time as they seemed very interested in one another. But Minsik was keeping to himself, silent. Seon was also quiet, seeming to analyze the situation. She questioned why he was there, and he replied that he was invited. She asked if he wanted to be in a relationship, and he commented that he had a cute side too. She told him that wasn't true. He just wanted to play with an elf, but he didn't know what she was talking about. She then called him a disgusting ogre. He told her that was a good nickname for him, but he also told her that she wasn't an elf. She was just a crazy girl. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Elf punch!" and prepared to punch him, but he immediately caught her hand, exclaiming, "Catch!" This caught the attention of the 2 girls and boys. She questioned why he was touching her hand, but he reminded her that she was the one who put her hands on him first. The girls whispered to each other as the tension increased. Moments later, they are outside together, and the girls comment that the 2 seem very close, so they're going to leave them alone to have a good time together. She questions if they are really that close and wonders if she should go out with this pig. She thinks they're just going to fool around with each other. It's the first time she's had a one-on-one date with a guy, but if things keep going like this, her first time might be taken by this ogre. He walks away and tells her to come with him. She asks where they are going, and he responds, asking what she's talking about before telling her they're going for a walk. This surprises her, and she wonders if he's serious. Later, she's playing a game and gets very excited. She asks if he's impressed by her extravagant hand movements. In the next scene, we see Minsik smashing something with a hammer, showcasing his incredible strength. He poses, commenting that it was easy. People around them remark that he's not human. Later, Seon sings in a karaoke room, and he dances alongside her. She asks what his favorite food is, and he tells her it's a strawberry smoothie. She laughs, commenting that it doesn't match him at all. She wonders if the pig is enjoying the date, but she doesn't know for sure since he never smiles. However, she questions why she's even worrying about it. Of course, it's fun to play with a cute elf like her. She initially thought he was a violent ogre, but he's not like that. She's heard that ogres can be very sweet, and it seems to be true in his case. Suddenly, someone laughs and asks if they are a couple. The guy doesn't believe they are, commenting that the man is a little too big for her. He jokes that he must be her bodyguard or something like that. I wonder what these idiots are talking about. It's true there are always one or two people like that, it seems. She decides to just ignore them. She tells Minsik that they should go to a cafe or an escape room, but he suggests they stop the date altogether. She turns to him and he says it's time to go. She tells him it's still early and asks if he's really going home. He insists that it's time to leave because he knows she doesn't want to date him, especially seeing him like this. Due to his large size, he's often given bad impressions. Even girls avoid him because they're afraid of him, and he doesn't think it's different with her. He tells her she should just go back and avoid hearing hurtful comments like that again if she's with him. Although this was his first time spending time with a girl, and it was fun, Minsik lowers his head and walks away with a sad expression. Damn, I feel like I'm gonna cry. I never want to see him sad. But she calls after him, asking where he's going and why he's not coming. He questions what she's talking about, and she asks if those idiots' comments actually hurt him. She reminds him it's her first date too, and pleads with him not to ruin it by saying things like that. She asks, what kind of girl avoids someone just because of their appearance? She makes a good point. Suddenly, she grabs his cheeks and pinches them, telling him to smile a little bit. He agrees and she blushes slightly, realizing she touched him without even thinking about it. He tells her he doesn't like being called a pig, so he suddenly picks her up in a princess carry and declares he should educate her. She's surprised but loving it. She asks what he's doing and if he really has to do this now. She also asks what he means by educate. He suggests they go to an escape room instead of a cafe, but she tells him to shut up, calling him an ogre. He laughs, commenting that she's a crazy girl. The next day, we see a random guy with freckles and bangs walking alone. Suddenly, he trips over his own foot and falls to the ground. Jaiwon sees this and questions what's wrong with him and why he's lying on the floor. He apologizes, and she orders him to grab her. He wasn't listening, so she grabs his hand and drags him on his feet and asks, "Are you planning to lie on the floor all day?" Then she walks away, calling him an idiot. The boy feels strange, blushing as he questions whether she really grabbed his hand. Later in class, Kiryung notices Jae-kyung looking downcast and asks why she looks sick. She doesn't look very well. She looks away and tells him that it's just one of those days. He asks if she should go to the nurse, and she eventually leaves with an upset stomach. Kiryung thinks it must be hard being a woman. He then considers lunch but wonders who to eat with if Jae-kyung isn't around. He considers Minsik, but he's eating alone, so he turns his attention to Jaiwon. He approaches Jaiwon, who questions what he wants. He suggests they have lunch together, saying it's boring to eat alone. He explains that it seems she has no one to hang out with in class. She gets up, saying she has friends too, and tells him her friend's name is Sung. He rubs the back of his head and asks where Sung is now. Blushing, she insists that she does have friends and agrees to come with him to the cafeteria, even though she claims the food isn't good today as they talk together. Someone is watching them from afar. Suddenly, a guy approaches nervously, biting his nails with a juice box in hand. He stammers, greeting Jaiwon and introducing himself as Kim Young-ho, age 18. She asks what he wants and who he is. He tells her it's him, Young-ho, and recalls that they held hands earlier. Kiryung steps in and asks which class Young-ho is in. They exchange introductions, but Young-ho makes a hideous face, scaring the nearby girls away, which gives Kiryung creepy vibes. Young-ho tries to offer Jaiwon apple juice, but she refuses, saying if he's going to give her one, it should be a new one, not one he's already used. She walks away, calling it ridiculous. Young-ho whispers to himself, wondering if indirect kisses are off-limits just yet. He also wonders who Kiryung is and whether they're a couple, but he refuses to believe it. Suddenly, Jae-kyung enters the classroom, commenting that her business is doing better. She overhears Young-ho muttering to himself and laughs at his delusion, thinking he's more handsome than anyone else. However, we all know no one is more delusional than him. Young-ho, in his confusion, curses and laughs, convinced Kir-young is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Jae-won is eating with Kir-young, who asks what hell food tastes like, commenting that it's not easy to eat. She tells him to give her a drink, but he explains that the only drink he has is one he's already drunk from. She takes it anyway and drinks it, which leads to an indirect kiss. He asks if she doesn't like spicy food, but she tells him to shut up. He inquires about her preferences, but she tells him it's none of his business. However, she eventually admits she likes animals. As soon as she finishes eating, she gets up and says she's going for a smoke. Kir-young tells her he'll see her later and thanks her for joining him. As she walks away, she starts thinking about Kir-young and blushes slightly. Feels weird. She feels strange when she's around him. Maybe it's his easygoing nature, but it's been a long time since she's been to the cafeteria with someone. Suddenly, the same guy from earlier, Young-ho, appears and she asks who he is. He exclaims that she smokes and tells her she shouldn't, as he doesn't like cigarettes. He orders her to quit smoking. She wonders what this guy is talking about. He offers her a new apple juice and insists she drink it, but she declines, saying she doesn't feel like it. He nervously bites his nails and questions why she won't drink what he offers but takes what Kir-young gives her. Meanwhile, she's still wondering who he is. She decides to avoid him and walks away, but suddenly, he grabs her arm and questions where she's going. He tells her she's going to drink this juice before she leaves because he bought it for her. She tells him to let go in a shaky voice. He laughs, saying she should drink the juice and he'll let her go. She tells him to stop joking and release her. However, his grip tightens, and things quickly take a dark turn. He tells her she likes it, and she pleads for him to stop, saying it hurts. But he insists she stop hesitating. She finally screams for him to let go, and suddenly, Kir-young appears, grabbing Young-ho's hand and asking what he's doing. Kir-young reminds him that she's telling him to let go. So why isn't he listening? Young-ho's expression turns menacing, sending chills down the narrator's spine. My mistake, it's just his face. Young-ho asks who Kir-young is and demands to be let go, but Kir-young refuses. Young-ho asks why, and Kir-young explains that Jae-won asked him to let her go. But he didn't, so if he apologizes to Jae-won, he'll let him go. Young-ho laughs, saying, "Who do you think you are to stand between me and Jae-won?" He claims he was just trying to give her juice and wasn't bothering her. Kir-young immediately releases him, apologizing for the misunderstanding. He then takes Jae-won's hand and suggests they leave. Jae-won is impressed by Kir-young's manly behavior, feeling her attraction to him deepen. Young-ho watches as they walk away hand in hand, but he clings to the memory of her holding his hand, keeping him in his delusional state. He laughs to himself, declaring that she grabbed his hand first, so he doesn't need to be cool to look good with her. Meanwhile, Kir-young asks Jae-won if she's okay. He questions what's wrong with that guy, thinking he's a little weird. Kir-young then hands her the phone she left behind, explaining that he came to return it to her. In a low, shaking voice, she tells him to let go. He immediately releases her and apologizes, asking if she's sure she's okay since Young-ho grabbed her wrist pretty hard. She holds her hand and reassures him that she's fine. She tells him not to worry, saying she won't let Young-ho do it a second time. She walks away, telling him she's leaving. However, Kir-young notices that she's shaking and feels uneasy about whether she's really okay. Later, the same creepy guy, Young-ho, approaches her again and offers her another drink. He tells her it's a hot day, so she should have a drink and cheer up. However, she tells him that she doesn't want to, but he is persistent trying to put it in her hands. This creeps her out and she exclaims what? She withdraws her hand and tells him to let go. The guy comments that he's so embarrassed. It's true. It was very sudden, and she tells him to go away, asking what's the matter with him. He stutters and explains that he just wants to get closer to her, maybe even have a special relationship or something like that. He asks if she feels the same way, but she simply tells him no and that he should stay away from her. She doesn't even know who he is, as she just met him for the first time today, and when he grabbed her hand, she felt very uncomfortable. She screams that he's disgusting and tells him to get out of there quickly before she reports him. But he retorts, saying that she was the one who came to him first, so what does she mean? This confuses her, and he explains that he can't believe she's acting like this after she came to him first. He asks if she knows that phishing is a bad thing. For those who don't know, phishing is a cyber attack used to impersonate someone, similar to catfishing. He questions how she can talk like that. This seems to trigger her trauma, and she recalls the boys who mocked her because she wanted a handsome guy. She screams, asking why he imagines things and follows her around to scare her. She tells him to stay away and get out. Why would she need help from someone like him? He looks like a criminal. She tells him she hates him, that he's disgusting, and demands he get lost repeatedly. Oh! No, you mother! Suddenly, he slaps her across the face with full force. He declares that he didn't do anything wrong and asks if she has any idea how bad he felt when she called him disgusting. As he prepares to slap her again, he questions if she really thinks it's that easy. Just then, a hero arrives, grabs the guy's arm and tells him to stop, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing in the hallway. The hero asks if the guy wants him to let him go, yet he hit her, but the guy insists that she's a bad girl and he just hit her because of it. Suddenly, the guy headbutts him, calling him a moron. Kir-young falls to his knees, his nose bleeding. The guy, now scared and realizing he's in deep trouble, immediately runs away like a coward, leaving Kir-young bleeding heavily. At that moment, someone stutters, "Blood from the nose? Who?" The guy who did this to Kir-young thinks to himself that it's not that bad. It was Kir-young's fault. He just wanted to get closer to the girl, and she was the one who approached him first. How could she ignore the emotions of another person? And why does Kir-young have to keep meddling when it has nothing to do with him? It's not his fault that Kir-young got a nosebleed. The atmosphere changes at this moment as someone exclaims, bad boy, her friend." He asks who she's talking about. She then realizes that he's the boy from earlier who was muttering to himself in class, so she wonders what he's doing. She questions if it was him who broke Kir-young's nose. He tries to explain that it wasn't his fault and asks her to listen to him, but she cuts him off, saying she's not here to talk. She's here for something way more devious. She's going to beat his ass. When Jaewon was younger, around 16 years old, a boy from another class confessed to her. He was a boy she didn't know well. She just knew what he looked like. But she liked him. She was very glad that he was honest. And she even got excited because she thought, there's a guy who really likes me. However, she turned him down. After that, too many guys started confessing to her, so she rejected everyone. She rejected them all, but she couldn't help herself because she fell in love with someone else, the class president. His appearance was normal, but since they started going home together and talking, she just started to like him. However, when she confessed to the class president, just like others had done to her, he told her that he heard she had rejected Kyungsil's confession. She wondered why he mentioned that. He had been very kind to her, which surprised her, but the president continued, saying that he understood she didn't like those kinds of guys. Yet he asked why did she reject Kyungsil. She pondered what he was talking about, but he went on, saying that he hated that she played with people's feelings. He walked away, telling her that he didn't know she was that kind of girl. Jaewon tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding, that she had a reason, but when he questioned what kind of reason, she confessed that she liked him. That's why she rejected the others. However, he made a disgusted face and asked if she was coming on to him now. He said it gave him chills and mentioned that he had heard rumors about her. They called her the fisherwoman, and that's why she had come to him, or so he believed. He walked away, telling she can't do that to people who have been nice to her. This left Jaewon stunned and frozen in place for a few moments, until the mocking laughter of some girls caught her attention. They laughed at her because she had been rejected. They commented that she wouldn't have ended up like this if she had just used her looks and acted how she looked. They said that she always made fun of guys and that she had brought this on herself. That's how the bullying began. She wondered if she had done something wrong. They were the ones who misunderstood, and one of them even made her cry. Why was she considered a bad girl? This had a great impact on her. When another boy attempted to confess to her, She immediately questioned who he was and told him to get out. She had had enough. Currently, Jake Young is interrogating this creepy person. She questions if he broke Kir-young's nose. He tells her no, and she glares at him with ferocious eyes, showing no empathy. He blames Jaewon, saying it's all her fault. Just look at him. He would never do something like that. He just wanted to be nice, but instead he was insulted. They treated him like a bad person. This makes Jake Young angrier, and she tells him to just answer what she's asking. She's not interested in his life story. This causes him to recoil in shock, as he must have believed he would get pity. Suddenly, he smiles creepily and begins laughing, which doesn't impress anyone. He questions what she means by insulting him. He says he wished he hadn't done it, that he was even regretting it. He confesses that he was the one who broke Kir-young's nose. This angers Jake Young, and she clenches her fists. He approaches her with confidence for the first time in his life. He tells her he'll hit her just like he did with Jaewon if she doesn't move. But before he can move, she kicks him in the stomach and tells him to die. He almost throws up his lunch and clutches his stomach in pain. Jake Young smiles, staring daggers at him, and asks if he can't breathe. It's because she punched him in the stomach. She then hits him in the face with her knee and tells him to try having his nose broken. She steps on him, reminding him of her friend. She doesn't care what happened between him and Jaewon. It's a long story, and the truth is she's not interested. This is because of what he did to Kir-young. He had it coming. She tells him that if he had apologized from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. She warns him to stay away from Kir-young, or she will end his life, and she's serious, as shown by the rage in her eyes. Later, in the nurse's office, Kir-young asks if Jaewon is okay and how her face feels after the slap. She tells him to worry about himself and asks how he could let that guy beat him up. He inquires how she could say such hurtful things to someone who saved her. But she asks who told him to save her and why he's even doing this. She tells him not to get involved with her and says she has no clue what his reasons are. She had already told him not to talk to her, so why is he still talking? It's strange, considering she was the one who asked for his number, asked if they could go to the cafeteria, and asked him to get her a drink. But she denies all of this. He questions if she doesn't remember the number of times she approached him and tried to seduce him. She blushes slightly and says it wasn't her. But he reveals that he talked to her because he felt sorry for her, as she's always alone in class. What he means is they should get close to each other. She tries to say something, but he tells her not to worry. If she feels uncomfortable, he won't talk to her again. This seems to hit a nerve, and it almost looks like she wants to cry, but she turns around and walks away. Before she goes, he tells her not to worry about the weird guy. He won't come near her again. She comments that she's used to it now and tells him to take care of his nose. He responds that if it happens again, just scream, and he will be there. Feeling sleepy, he falls asleep and says, "See you later." Jaewon wiped the tears from her eyes but turns her back to him. Suddenly, she stops, turns around, and questions what he meant by, "See you later." Didn't he say they weren't going to talk anymore? She stops and looks down at him, noticing his sweet, vulnerable, sleeping face. She remembers all the things he did for her, how many times he protected her, and how many times he included her. She brushes her hair back and steals his first kiss as a way of thanking him. Later, the weird guy is walking down the corridor, biting his nails. Jake Young had kicked him really hard, and he doesn't want to let her off so easily. He'll make sure she pays for what she did. By the time she apologizes, it will be too late. He then noticed Jaewon walking alone, defenseless. He smirks, thinking the only thing she told him was not to touch Kir-young. He's planning to apologize for yesterday, yet he still believes he did nothing wrong. Still, he knows he should apologize anyway. Suddenly, Minsik arrives and asks if he's the one who beats women. The guy is confused, but Minsik explains that Kir-young told him everything. He grabs the guy by the collar and announces it's time for corporal punishment. The creep is scared and questions who Minsik is, claiming he didn't do anything wrong. But Minsik tells him to shut up and asks, "Who said you could talk?" With a menacing look, Minsik says that from now on, this guy is going to dedicate himself to getting a body like his. This will be a summer of hell. Later, the teacher announces that the final exams are coming up, so they must have studied a lot for them. As the teacher explains this, Kir-young glances at Jae-kyung. He wants to study with her. He's read in manga that love grows when a couple studies together for exams. If that's true, then Jae-kyung and he will get closer. But what should he do? Should he ask her right now? Is his house the best place to study? Or is it too sudden? Should they just go to a bookstore like other students? At that moment, Jae-kyung calls for him, and he's startled. She asks if they should go together. He wonders if she's talking about going to his house to study or somewhere else, but she questions what he's talking about. She explains that she meant going to the gym to work out. Today is the day to exercise her lower body. Later, as they're walking together, he wonders if he should work on his upper body. She tells him she will support him. They then bump into Jaewon, who is kneeling down and playing with a dog. Kir-young asks what she's doing there, which startles her. Out of reflex, Jaewon asks who he is. Kir-young questions if she was playing with the dog alone. "Come on," she exclaims. "It's not like that. Who would play with such an ugly dog?" She blushes slightly and calls him an idiot, blaming him for the little dog running away. He asks what's wrong with her, realizing it's true when she admits she likes dogs, or rather animals. He inquires if she's embarrassed, and she tells him she's not, calling him stupid. He doesn't comment, but he notices her face is red. Throughout all of this, Jae-kyung remains silent, which is never a good thing. Jaewon walks away and announces that she's leaving now. However, Jae-kyung tells her to wait and suggests she work out with them. Jaewon feels uneasy but realizes she has no choice but to accept. Moments later, her face is red, and she's sweating profusely. Jae-kyung tells her to run as fast as she can, though her legs are moving slowly. She feels like she's going to faint, but Jae-kyung supports her every step of the way. We then see Jaewon doing some squats. Jae-kyung tells her to do 2 more, but better yet, 3 more. Jaewon, however, begs her to stop. Jae-kyung tells her that she has to go down more, and suddenly, Jaewon's face begins to twist as she starts screaming. Whether in pleasure or agony, it's unclear. This makes Jae-kyung upset, and she tells Jaewon not to moan when she's only done 3 out of 600. Jaewon is shocked. As this unfolds, Kir-young watches them, thinking they are very close. After they finish, Jae-kyung praises Jaewon for doing a great job, and Kir-young suggests they do it again another day. Jaewon lowers her head and questions why Jae-kyung suddenly, but then stops and glances up, seeing them talking happily like a couple. At that moment, she feels a strange sensation on her lips and a tinge of guilt as she remembers how she stole Kir-young's first kiss. She feels uneasy about it, but most of all, her legs really hurt. Kir-young and Jae-kyung arrive at Kir-young's house. He asks if they should eat first, and she tells him to buy her something delicious. His sister then intervenes, asking why he's so late and whether he brought her pizza. She immediately stops upon seeing Jae-kyung. Jae-kyung greets her happily, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Solji freezes in place, begins stuttering, and comments that he brought his girlfriend. However, Kir-young tells her that Jae-kyung is not his girlfriend, which shocks his sister. He forcibly takes Solji to her room and informs her that he's going to study for exams with Jae-kyung, so she should stay quiet. She questions, "What about your pizza?" He says he'll order it immediately. Meanwhile, Jae-kyung laughs as she observes their childish talks. Kir-young questions if it's okay to have pizza for dinner, but luckily, Jae-kyung doesn't mind. In the living room, Kir-young is studying to the best of his ability, while Jae-kyung is busy with something else. She shows him a picture of Solji, and he realizes she doesn't plan on studying at all. He questions what it is, saying Solji looks like a ghost. Jae-kyung tries to make a joke, commenting, "Do you know what the favorite food of iron is? It's pizza." She laughs, but Kir-young is clearly not impressed. He tells her they should get back to studying, but she calls him a dumb idiot, then feigns a pout and declares that she hates him. She starts hitting him with baby punches. Suddenly, they realize the compromising position they are in. As this is happening, Solji makes her way toward them to get something to drink as she's thirsty. To her shock, she catches them in this very compromising position and questions if she's becoming an aunt already. She runs away, announcing that she's going to tell Dad the news. After a while, Jae-kyung falls asleep, and Kir-young stares at her. He thinks she must be very tired, considering how hard they've worked, but he really wants to pat her head. He hesitates, worried that she might not like it or isn't actually asleep. However, his hand moves on its own, and he gently begins patting her head. Her hair is soft, in good condition, and smells nice. After a moment, he stops, knowing that if she finds out, she'll call him a perv. But then, she raises her head and smiles, leaving him flabbergasted. Jae-kyung gets up, walks around the table, and confronts him. He tries to explain that it was a misunderstanding. She bends down, smirking, and says he touched her hair while she was sleeping. She calls him a perv and asks why he did it. He responds that he simply wanted to touch her hair. Suddenly, she starts crawling toward him, and it seems like something is about to happen. She teasingly asks if he only wanted to touch her head, with a mischievous grin on her face. His heart races and he starts breathing heavily. He questions what she means by that as she gets closer. However, she suddenly reverts to her old self, telling him she's just joking and asking why he's so nervous. She tells him it's getting late, so she has to go, reminding her to be careful on her way home and suggesting they study together next time. Outside, Jae-kyung reflects on how bold she had been, blushing slightly and wondering if everything will be okay. On the day of the final exam results, Jaewon comes in first in her class. The next day, Kir-young can't believe he's texting with Jae-kyung in the morning. It's so much fun for him. Suddenly, Sulji enters his room, making a peace sign as usual, and tells him to play a song for her like the big brother he is. He questions what she's doing and what she wants. She asks if he knows what day it is. He responds that he doesn't know, as he's busy right now. However, she doesn't believe him and tells him to stop joking around. He then gets a text from Jae-kyung asking if he wants to go to school together, but he hasn't responded yet. He walks outside, telling Sulji to go away so he can respond quickly. She desperately grabs his hand, asking if they should have a party together, but he gets angry and tells her to leave him alone. She still hasn't put on her uniform, even though she has to go to school. She tries to object, but he points out that she hasn't even taken a bath yet. He tells her she's too lazy and should get ready for school instead of bothering him. Tears well up in her eyes as she tries to retort, but then she blurts out that it's her birthday. He has already left. In class, Sulji grits her teeth, fuming at how annoying her brother is. She can't believe he forgot her birthday. She was thinking of eating pizza with him, but now she doesn't care. She doesn't need a brother who's become such an idiot. He used to be kind, but not anymore. Her brother is gone. Someone else will celebrate her birthday with her. She plans to have a party with her friends instead. However, as she looks around the classroom, she realizes she doesn't have any friends there, so her plan will have to wait. She decides to check if her brother is secretly preparing a gift for her, but she becomes livid when she sees him with Jae-kyung. Jae-kyung questions if he wants to go to a cafe with her, assuming he's completely forgotten about her. Angry, she tackles him to the ground, telling him to go to hell. However, she tackled him too hard, causing him to fall face first. He complains that it really hurts, as he hit his nose, and Jae-kyung asks if Sulji did it. Kir-young questions why she would do that, and Sulji, realizing her mistake, retreats embarrassed. Later, Kir-young and Jaewon are walking together as usual. Kir-young has a smile on his face, while Jaewon seems a bit nervous but still shows a little arrogance. He questions if she still plays with stray dogs, and she asks when she ever did that. He comments that she has a bad memory. Meanwhile, Sulji watches them from afar, wondering who that girl is. Then, the idea strikes her that maybe the reason Kir-young forgot her birthday is because he's become a monster, his brain full of lustful desires. Furious, she delivers a flying kick to his back, causing him a lot of pain. He turns around, asking who did it this time, while Sulji smiles victoriously, ready for another retreat. However, her brother glares at her with rage in his eyes and tackles her as she tries to run. It's too late. He lightly taps her on the head, and she whines, questioning why he hit her when it was his fault. He asks what she's talking about, reminding her that she gave him a flying kick for no reason. She yells that he doesn't even know why she did it, but he hits her again, telling her that whatever the reason, he won't forgive her. She runs away crying, and he bids her goodbye. Jaewon questions how Kiriyoung can hit his little sister like that and make her cry, but Kiriyoung reassures her that it's okay and that Solji will calm down. Jaewon wonders if Solji is acting out because she has something to tell him, but Kiriyoung brushes it off, saying she's always like this. Later, Solji sits on the stairs, deep in thought. She reflects on the fact that Kiriyoung hit her and decides she's had enough. She's not going to play video games with him anymore. Her party is ruined, and she believes she's going to be alone from now on. The fun times she had with her brother are over. Suddenly, she starts crying, finding it hard to accept. At that moment, Jae-kyung notices her from afar. She calls out to Solji, which surprises her, and Jae-kyung comments that this is the first time they've seen each other at school. Solji lowers her head and greets Jae-kyung. She questions why Solji is crying. Did something happen? With a cracking voice, Solji tells her not to worry as it's nothing. Jae-kyung tells her to sit down for now. She wants to have a conversation with her for a moment. In the past, Solji was bullied because of her eyes, which reminded some boys of a ghost. She cried and told them she wasn't a ghost and begged them to stop bothering her. However, the 3 boys, who resembled yokai, mocked her by repeating what she had said. Suddenly, the ringleader was hit in the face with a ball. Her brother rushed to her aid, charging at the boys to stop them from bothering his sister. Solji was overjoyed to see her hero coming to her rescue. One of the yokai-looking boys commented that the boy apparently had the lineage of a ghost, but according to his information, he didn't seem that strong. The bully punched him in the face, confirming that he was weak. The boys then said they'd stomp on him together. Solji cried, begging them to let her brother go. The boys called him an idiot and warned him they'd make him pay next time if he tried to interfere again, and then walked away. Kiriyoung was in a lot of pain, but his sister rushed to him and asked if he was okay. She cried and couldn't stop, blaming herself for getting him injured, but he told her no, smiled, and reassured her that it was okay as long as she wasn't hurt. He then reached into his pocket, searching for something to give her. Back in the present, Jae-kyung questions if Solji is worried that she's no longer as sweet as before. Solji confirms it and reveals that today is her birthday, which catches Jae-kyung by surprise. However, her brother forgot about it, and she got so mad that she did bad things to him. That's why she hit him. She admits that she let her anger take things out of proportion. Jae-kyung congratulates her with a casual happy birthday. Jae-kyung then asks if she's spoken to Kiriyoung about her birthday. Solji admits that she hasn't said anything to him yet. Jae-kyung believes that she should definitely talk to Kiriyoung. After all, it's her birthday, and it's normal to want attention. She notes that while Solji might be disappointed, if she does bad things to him out of the blue, he might get annoyed. Jae-kyung advises Solji to be honest with him and adds that she doesn't think Kiriyoung actually forgot her birthday as Jae-kyung prepares to leave. She tells Solji to be careful on her way home and not to cry. But Solji stops her and says, "Come to think of it, didn't she ask her brother if he wanted to go to an internet cafe with her?" Jae-kyung reveals that Kiriyoung had apologized to her but said he had to go home because he had something important to do. So, they had agreed to go to the internet cafe another day. Jae-kyung then confesses that she was envious of Solji, since Kiriyoung had left early to spend time with her. Solji then asks if Jae-kyung and her brother are dating. Blushing, Jae-kyung insists it's not like that. But Solji teases, saying she's seen Jae-kyung on top of him and even watching a dirty movie together. Jae-kyung quickly exclaims that they're just friends and are not dating. She pats Solji on the head and reassures her with a smile that they are only friends. For now. Later that day, Solji arrives home, contemplating what Jae-kyung had said. She realizes that she should tell Kiriyoung the truth. After all, it's her birthday, and it's normal to want some attention. At that moment, Kiriyoung opens the door and asks what she's doing outside. Isn't she going to come in? She retorts, calling him a freak and asking how he knew she was already there. He reveals that he heard her footsteps. Seizing the opportunity, Solji tells him that today is her birthday, and she thought it would be nice if he congratulated her. She also apologizes for doing bad things to him earlier, admitting she thought he was going to play with Jaekyung instead of her, which made her angry. Kiriyoung, a bit nervous but smiling, says he knows it's her birthday and invites her inside, saying he has something prepared. Surprised and confused, Solji enters and sees pizza, Coca-Cola, chicken nuggets, sushi, pancakes, and more. She questions what all this is, and Kiriyoung proudly asks if it isn't amazing. He even bought the pizza she likes. He admits that he doesn't like ordinary things, so they should put the candles on the pizza. This reminds Solji of when she was younger. On her birthday, Kiriyoung had given her a choco pie instead of a cake. She was delighted when he placed a candle on the choco pie and apologized for not being able to get something better, promising to buy her something nicer next time. But still, he had said, "Happy birthday to my little sister." This memory made her overjoyed her. She told him her portion was 5 pieces, and he had told her she could have as much as she wanted. The next day at Sion's home, she sat on her couch in pajamas and was greeted by her chauffeur. He asked if something important was going to happen. She told him, of course. Summer holidays were starting soon, and she was very happy, especially excited to go to the beach with her friends. The chauffeur commented that he didn't know she liked playing in the water. Sion replied that she really liked it and was excited to play with her cute friends during the holidays, mainly because she wanted to see them in their swimsuits. In class, Jaekyung approached Kiriyoung and told him that summer holidays were approaching, asking if he had any plans. He pondered and replied that since it was almost the holidays, he wasn't sure where to go. Jaekyung grew curious about his plans, and suddenly, Sion suggested they go to the beach together. She was sure it would be fun, and Kiriyoung asked if it would just be the 3 of them. She explained that she was going to invite more people. He then asked what Jaekyung thought of it, and she said she'd think about it. Sion, however, had a strategy in mind. She wanted to see the hottest girls in class in bikinis and had thought of several strategies to make it happen, in case anyone rejected the invitation. She figured that if Kiriyoung went, there was a big chance Jaekyung would come along too. Her first plan was to get Kiriyoung to go by privately asking him if he wanted to see Jaekyung in a bikini. Caught off guard, Kiriyoung nervously replied that he didn't think about things like that. But seeing he was going soft, Sion pressured him, saying, "Hurry up and say yes." Trembling, he gave in and said, "Yes, I want to go." Sion was thrilled and told him to convince Jaekyung to join them. Terrified but determined, Kiriyoung approached Jaekyung and suggested they go to the beach. Jaekyung asked if he was really going, and he enthusiastically replied, "Of course, the beach is a great place." Jaekyung quickly agreed, making Sion ecstatic. At that moment, Minsik informed Kiriyoung that he had special training with him during the holidays, meaning he wouldn't be able to go to the beach. This shattered Sion's plans, and she cursed, calling Minsik a disgusting orc for ruining everything. She asked Minsik to tell her the truth. He wants to go with them, right? If he really wanted to go, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded yes. Sion believed she had succeeded, but the summer holidays were just beginning, and she was determined to make the beach trip happen. Meanwhile, next to the dumpster, Jaiwon and her friend discuss the holiday. It feels good not having to come to school in the summer. Jaiwon questions what her friend was going to do for her holidays. Her friend informed her that she has a part-time job, so she won't have any free time. Jaiwon becomes a bit sad as she lowered her head. At that moment, Sion arrived and questions if she was busy. She introduced herself to Jaiwon. The second part of her plan was to recruit Jaiwon, which would be difficult, but Sion thought she might agree. Also, her melons were quite large. Sion informed Jaiwon that she was planning to go to the beach with her friends during the holidays and asked if she wanted to join. Jaiwon looked away, unsure, and said she didn't know. Upon seeing this, Sung encouraged her to go and told Sion she'd be happy to take Jaiwon along. Sion then asked her if she would also like to come to the beach, but her friend had to decline. Sion quickly excused herself and went off to handle something else. After she left, Jaiwon questioned what Sion had just done, but Sung remarked that it was great, especially since Jaiwon had been wanting to go somewhere. Jaiwon shyly admitted she did want to go to the beach, but Sungai teased her, suggesting she should go seduce a man. Embarrassed, Jaiwon told her to shut up and Sungai only teased her further, saying she was cute. According to her plan, Sian had managed to recruit a total of 4 people to join her, and so the summer holidays began. Later, she informed her chauffeur that she was ready and was heading to the main entrance. They had finally arrived, and she couldn't wait to see the swimsuits on the cute girls waiting for her. She was ready for a beautiful summer vacation. Unfortunately, it was raining, completely ruining her plan. Frustrated, she questioned why it had to rain today of all days, wondering if it was some sort of cruel joke. The chauffeur asked her what she wanted him to do, but Sian already had a plan B in mind. She quickly took out her phone. Meanwhile, Jaiwon was at the bus stop, also wondering why it had to rain today. They wouldn't be able to go to the beach in this weather. Luckily, she bumped into Kiryung, Jaekyung, and Minsik. Kiryung asked where she was going and, upon noticing her suitcase, questioned if she was heading somewhere. Jaiwon informed him that she was going to the beach but told him it was none of his business. He then revealed that they, too, were planning to go to the beach, although he wasn't sure if it was possible due to the weather. Kiryung wondered if he should call Sian. This confused Jaiwon, and she questioned who Sian was. Kiryung, now on the phone with Sian, had a very brief conversation with her. Jaekyung asked what Sian had said, and Kiryung revealed that Sian told them to take a taxi to her house. She was going to pay for it. Upon arriving at Sian's mansion, Jaiwon felt a bit nervous, while Minsik remained calm and collected. Sian welcomed them to her house, and Kiryung, still in awe, commented that it was incredible and that Sian's family must be rich. Kiryung then asked about the man standing behind Sian, assuming he was her father. Sian corrected her, explaining that the man was actually her family's servant, and his name was Gentleman Choi. He greeted them politely, but his stern demeanor frightened everyone, especially Jaiwon, who was trembling and wanted to be saved from the awkward situation. Sian, ignoring the tension, announced that since it was raining, they had no choice but to have fun at her house instead. She explained that they could still swim, as her house had an indoor pool. She excitedly told the girls that they should change into their swimsuits. She even mentioned to Kiryung that they should show off their bikinis since bikinis are the best, and Kiryung agreed with a nod. Unfortunately, none of the girls had any intention of changing into bikinis. They hadn't brought any and said it felt strange to wear bikinis indoors. But Sian was prepared. She had anticipated this and smugly told them to be quiet and put the bikinis on. She had extras just in case. Holding up the bikinis, she demanded they put them on. However, Jaekyung quickly ran away, saying she couldn't do it. Sian declared that even if Jaekyung tried to escape, she couldn't. After all, they were in her house, so there was no way out. Meanwhile, the Jaiwon wondered what the big deal was. After all, they were just high school students and bikinis seemed a bit much. But as Jaekyung stared at the bikini in her hands, she suddenly remembered Kiryung saying that bikinis were the best. Blushing, this thought seemed to help her change her mind. Jaekyung then changed into a beautiful white bikini. She felt a bit uncomfortable, as it was a bit hard to walk in, and she wondered if she should take a picture before anyone could see her. But as if it were fate, Kiryung saw everything. Jaiwon's face turns as red as a tomato, and she quickly runs away in embarrassment, but not before calling him a perv. He exclaims that she was the one who showed it first, so why is she calling him a perv? She tells him to shut up and that he's an idiot. Suddenly, she slips and falls on her back. He rushes to her side, asking if she's okay, but she says she's hurting a bit. He tells her to be more careful and offers her a drink to calm down. She accepts the drink and takes a sip, but she quickly spits it out, realizing it's alcoholic. She questions whether he's been drinking alcohol the entire time. He comments that it tasted sweet, and she questions what kind of sweet taste that is. He then realized that he's a bit dizzy. Earlier that day, Jaiwon was in her room, pondering what else she should take. She felt like she was bringing too much. At that moment, her mother barged in and asked what her sweet daughter was doing. She inquired if Jaiwon was cleaning her room. However, Jaiwon explained that she was going to the beach tomorrow, so she was preparing her suitcase. Her mother was surprised and asked if she was going with friends, but Jaiwon replied that they weren't her friends, just people she knew. Her mother was ecstatic and glad to help, advising her to take sunscreen, a swimsuit, and emergency medicine. With that, her suitcase was finished, but Jaiwon still felt uneasy. She was only going away for a day, but it seemed like she was taking too much. Her mother, excited at the thought of her daughter going to play with others, quickly ran off to tell Jaiwon's father the great news. They laughed and said it was a miracle. They even decided to give her some money for the trip. Jaiwon knew why they were acting like this. The reason her parents were so excited was that, after suffering from the accusations in middle school, she had come home unhappy. Things only got worse when her mother asked her why she didn't go out with her friends. Jaiwon had screamed that she didn't have friends, and the whole world hated her. Since that day, her mother never asked her about her school life again. In other words, this was her first time going on a trip with people from school, and she wondered if the trip would be fun. Back in the present, Kir-young was in the pool enjoying himself. Jaiwon commented that he seemed to be having fun, but no one had ever told him not to drink and play in the water. He asked if she wasn't going to get in, and she questioned why she should. He pointed out that if she wasn't going to play in the water, why did she bring a swimsuit? She exclaimed that it was none of his business. However, Jaiwon began to feel uncomfortable. She shouldn't have come here with these guys. She didn't feel close to them, and they had never played together before. Especially Jae-kyung. It feels like she's hostile towards her. And now Kir-young, whenever they saw each other, she would swear and yell at Kir-young, telling him not to talk to her. Jaiwon thought it was obvious that Kir-young didn't like her. She questioned whether she should go home but worried about what her mother would think. Suddenly, Kir-young emerged from the water and asked if she could give him a towel. Startled, she asked where he had come from and called him a perv for showing his bare chest. He remarked that there wasn't a man more pure than him and drank more alcohol as he said this. She told him he was a bit stupid and realized that, once again, she was saying hurtful things. She couldn't even remember when it had started. Kir-young, a bit sad, wished they could play together now that they were here. She was even wearing a swimsuit. But if she didn't like playing in the water, they could play a tabletop game with everyone later. He had brought one for them to play. Or they could play hide and seek inside Seon's mansion, which was very big. With a curious expression, Jaiwon asked if he didn't feel uncomfortable around her, and he inquired why she thought that. She explained that she assumed so because of her personality. Because she insulted him all the time, things might be awkward between them. She lowered her head and commented they weren't that close, and he didn't need to force himself to treat her like a friend. She wondered why she was telling him all this. Maybe it was because she had drunk a little earlier. Kir-young told her she was worrying about things for no reason and suddenly grabbed her hand, dragging her away. He said he thought she was staying away from the pool because she didn't like playing in the water. Then, without warning, he threw her into the water. She shrieked, asking why he had done that. He laughed and asked how the water was. She informed him that she had gotten water in her nose. He smiled and told her he thought they were close. They had been through a lot together after all, so she shouldn't feel uncomfortable around him. His sweet words made her blush. As he dived back into the water, passing her in the process, he remarked that she looked like a chihuahua when she touched the water. Later, Jaiwon began to feel tired and hungry. She wondered when they were going to eat. Playing in the water had been fun, and she suspected that was all thanks to Kir-young. Abruptly, Kir-young got up, and she asked where he was going. He replied that he had something very important to do. He had to go to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Seon was searching for Jae-kyung. What was she going to do when she found her? She might try to make her show off her swimsuit. Jae-kyung, however, was hiding, thinking she was safe. But as she turned a corner, believing she had escaped, Seon appeared. She tried to drag Jae-kyung to put on a swimsuit, but Jae-kyung refused. Seon told her to be quiet. Suddenly, Kir-young intervened, telling them both to stop. He struck a dramatic pose and questioned whether they wanted to die. Seon asked who he was, an intruder, a robber, or a violator. Jae-kyung tried to inform her who Kir-young was, but he simply said it was disappointing she had forgotten. He declared that he was the super sweet sexy boy and asked if she had forgotten this body. Seon pondered his words for a moment before calmly calling for her bodyguard, Driver Choi. Driver Choi rushed to her and asked what the problem was. She informed him that a sexy guy had broken in, and she wanted him taken care of. Driver Choi questioned how he had entered the house, but Kir-young told him to be quiet and get out of the way. He needed to go to the bathroom. However, Driver Choi ripped off his shirt, declaring that it had been too long since he was last provoked. Kir-young commented that it looked like the driver had been exercising, given the form of his muscles. Taking the opportunity, Jae-kyung grabbed Kir-young's hand, and they ran. The driver announced that they could run all they wanted, but the only place they would reach was hell. He chased after them, relentless in his pursuit. Through all of this, Kir-young remained calm. He lifted Jae-kyung into his arms, carrying her like a princess, and told her not to run. What would she do if she injured herself while running? This action brought back a memory in Jae-kyung's mind of a blonde girl and a boy. She blushed and laughed hysterically. Meanwhile, Driver Choi was unyielding in his chase. Kir-young, still calm, commented on how difficult it was to simply use the bathroom in this place. Later, in a room, he asked if they had finally escaped. He told Jae-kyung not to worry about him now, but Jae-kyung nervously commented that they were in a bedroom. Kir-young assured her that nothing was going to happen. She then remarked that he could be strange sometimes. When he asked how, she said she wasn't sure, but even now, carrying her like a princess and bringing her to a bedroom, it made her unsure of what to think. Kir-young was confused, but Jae-kyung wanted to know the reason for his actions. Was it simply because it was her? This hit a soft spot, and she confessed that she had overheard him talking with Seon about the swimsuit. That's why she had believed he came early, to see her in it. But if it were Kir-young, she wouldn't mind showing him. She then showed off a beautiful black bikini, made from high-quality fabric that looked good on her body. Kir-young's eyes widened in surprise, and he blushed slightly. She smirked and asked if there was something wrong. If something impactful happens in your life, you never forget it. That day, she had been standing against the rooftop railing, seriously thinking about ending it all, wondering if things would get better if she fell. She was having stupid thoughts. But then a young boy shouted, "No!" and told her not to think such foolish things. Out of nowhere, this boy appeared, carrying her like a princess and slightly hurting his back in the process, telling her not to die. That's how she first met him, and she would never forget it. The first time she saw him, she inquired what he thought of her bikini, laughingly suggesting they take a picture, since she hadn't worn one in so long. They took a photo, but both had their eyes closed. Though she saved it, he wanted to retake it, and when she didn't, he took her phone, surprising her with his closeness. She blushed as he complimented the picture. Embarrassed, she admitted that she was self-conscious about showing her skin and confided that he was the only one she felt comfortable showing her swimsuit to, leaving him wondering what she meant. He assumed it was due to her tattoo and assures her he had promised to keep it secret. She appreciated the sentiment and said it was enough of the bikini for now, suggesting they return to the others. When he asked if she was sure, citing concerns about being spotted by the crazy driver, she reassured him that they could explain things. As he confidently walked away, she suddenly hugged him from behind, expressing how she had always wanted to do that since he had done something similar earlier. She cherished the warmth of his back and confessed that she only felt comfortable wearing the bikini because it was for him. She confessed that she knows he won't remember everything, so she'll give him something to remember. She also revealed that what she said before, she meant something else. He's the only one she would show her swimsuit. Meanwhile, Jae-won, frustrated and hungry, searched for him, wondering why he was taking so long. As Kir-young said, he was going to the bathroom, but he took a long time, and she couldn't find anyone else. Worse, she was hungry. She then heard Seon discussing the sexy boy and thought maybe they should search elsewhere. But soon they noticed Jae-won and asked where she had been. She said she had been by the pool. Seon deduced that she had a bikini underneath and wanted to see it, leading her to do something unethical. Jae-won turned away, confused, but Seon was really happy by the sight. At that moment, they suggested checking the upper bedroom one more time. Meanwhile, Kir-young was sleeping on Jae-kyung's lap, and Jae-kyung, remembering everything she did, felt embarrassed. She thought about how cute Kir-young looked while sleeping and wanted to take a picture, But suddenly, Jae-kyung heard unfamiliar voices. She wondered who was approaching with a saddened expression. When the bodyguard barged in, mistaking Kir-young for the sexy boy, Jae-kyung immediately throwed him on the floor without a second thought. Later, Seon and Jaewon arrived, but Jaewon was breathless. Seon saw Kir-young lying on the floor while Jae-kyung sat on the sofa. Seon asked if Kir-young was dead and questioned if Jae-kyung had taken care of the sexy boy. Jaewon, confused, asked what sexy boy they were talking about. She only saw Kir-young. Moments later, they tied Kir-young up so he couldn't move, and Seon wanted to play with Jae-kyung. They played cards and even had pillow fights. The bodyguard and Minsik tested their strength by balancing the girls on their heads. Everyone had fun, except for Kir-young, who was tied up. The next day, Jae-kyung and Jaewon told Seon that they had a lot of fun but they needed to leave. Seon asked Jaewon if she enjoyed herself, and Jaewon nervously said yes. Meanwhile, Kir-young was confused, not knowing what happened. Jae-kyung told him not to drink again, explaining how hard it was to untie him secretly, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. Seon then realized she never saw Jae-kyung in a bikini and planned to invite her to bathe together next time. At that moment, Seon's bodyguard informed her that he would be on vacation until tomorrow. He didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone, knowing it was an important day for her, but Seon reassured him. However, he told her that he arranged for someone else to take care of her while he was away. Surprised, Seon asked who it was, and the driver lowered his head, assuring her that this person was talented and trustworthy. Seon couldn't believe the driver was being replaced, but she decided to trust his judgment. Later, in the pool, Seon put on a swimsuit, declaring how perfect swimsuits are in summer. She hadn't had time to use it the day before, so she decided to take pictures and enjoy her morning. Suddenly, Minsik appeared, asking if she needed anything. She screamed, questioning why he wasn't home and accusing him of treating her like an orc treats an elf. Calmly, Minsik explained that he worked there under contract until tomorrow and was responsible for taking care of her. Later, Kir-young noticed bruises on his wrists, which made him feel uneasy. Seon asked Minsik if he was serving her, feeling disturbed by this news. She couldn't believe that the person driver Choi had spoken about was him. Why him? She thought Minsik must have threatened the driver to take advantage of her, the little elf, and worried he would see everything. However, Minsik reassured her that he was just there to protect her and do his job. Seon exclaimed in frustration, questioning why Minsik was speaking formally since they were the same age. She didn't want him to call her Miss anymore. Irritated, Minsik commented that he understood her crazy twin tails. She did something indescribable, questioning if these looked like twin tails. He asked if she wanted a massage, but she ordered him to bring driver Choi back. Later, Minsik gave Seon a massage, asking if it felt good. She replied yes, and he was happy to hear it. She then requested he focus on her waist, and when he skillfully massaged her back, Seon screamed in ecstasy, accusing him of touching a sensitive spot on purpose. He reminded her that she asked for it, but she told him to forget about it, declaring that it was time for lunch and ordering him to cook. Seon doubted Minsik's ability to cook, but moments later, a variety of dishes appeared before her: seaweed soup, geranium mari, and more. Minsik told her to enjoy the meal, leaving Seon flabbergasted. She marveled at how well he cooked and asked how he learned to make such delicious food. Minsik informed her that he learned from his mother, impressing her further. He even prepared a chocolate parfait for dessert. While Seon worked on her computer, Minsik offered her a cup of coffee. The house was spotless, and Seon was amazed at how clean it was. Her bath was prepared on time, and she was pleased with it. As she relaxed, Seon wondered what was wrong with Minsik, but she liked the attention. Though he wasn't driver Choi, he was acting just like a husband, and it made her reconsider her perception of orcs versus elves. When it was time to sleep, Minsik prepared her bed, asking if she needed anything else. She told him it was fine and that he should get some rest. She even told him he could sleep in any of the bedrooms since there were plenty available. However, before he left, she informed him that they would be going out the next day for an important appointment, and he should keep that in mind. Minsik asked if the appointment was with her father. Irritated, Cian turned around and questioned how he knew about that. Had he researched her? Minsik explained that driver Choi had mentioned it. Cian confirmed that she was meeting her father the next day. Though she was a high schooler, she was looking forward to it. However, feeling tired, she decided to go to bed early. Minsik reflected on her words. Driver Choi had told him that the job wouldn't be difficult. All he needed to do was memorize her schedule, prepare in advance, assist her when needed, and be kind to her, especially for the important dinner with her father the next day. She's meeting up with her father after 7 years. And what about her mother, you ask? Her mother died when she was a kid, so she's probably excited for tomorrow. He wants to make sure she's taken good care of. Minsik comments that he doesn't think she's childish, and he's coming tomorrow as well. He believes her father feels the same way, so she shouldn't worry and should have a good sleep. After that, he leaves. She blushes and laughs, wishing him a good night as well. Before going to bed, she wonders what she'll eat with her father tomorrow and what she should wear. The next day, early in the morning, she called Minsik to look at her. She was wearing something quite simple, yet she looked very beautiful. She inquired if it was too ordinary or if she should change into something more adult-like, but he told her that it was fine. Unfortunately, she didn't like his answer because he only said, "It's fine." She wanted him to say it was either pretty or cute. He tried to tell her she was cute, but he stuttered. She interrupted him and handed him something to read. A schedule she had written starting from the evening. It was a to-do list of things to do with her father. Have dinner together, drink coffee, travel together, go to a fashion show, watch a movie, unbox Cian's gift, go jogging together and have breakfast. He commented that her schedule was packed. She questioned if it was too much and asked if she should remove 1 or 2 things. He told her no, reminding her that she'd been waiting for this day for a long time and they had to do everything. This made her excited, and she began laughing. She then asked if he had a driver's license or if they should take a taxi. He confirmed that he had a license. In the next scene, she was excited as it was the first time she was riding a bike. She told him to go full speed, but he cursed and told her to stop messing around. She asked him to go faster, but he reminded her that they needed to follow the law at the cafe and restaurant. A worker inquired whose name the reservation was under, and she told them it was under Cian. Minsik informed her that he would wait nearby, but she wondered if they weren't eating together. He said he wasn't hungry right now. She told him that they still had time, so he should sit down and stay a bit longer. In a more serious tone, Minsik asked if she didn't live with her father and if she had been living alone this whole time. She explained that, technically, she hadn't been alone. Gentleman Choi was always with her. Originally, she lived with her mom and dad, but after her mother passed away, her father left her with Gentleman Choi to earn more money. She believed he probably felt a heavy responsibility. He commented that he understood, though she noticed a mild change in his tone and wondered what was wrong. He told her it was nothing and got up to leave, as it was time to go. She felt nervous and asked what she should do. The last time her dad saw her, she was a kid. She worried he wouldn't recognize her, now that she had grown into such a beautiful elf. Minsik, slightly irritated, told her she was overreacting. He walked away, telling her he'd be outside and that she should call him when she was done. However, her words echoed in his mind, as something about the situation felt suspicious. Later in the day, she was still waiting. An attendant asked if she wanted to order anything, and she requested a coffee. She assumed her father was late due to traffic. But as time passed, people came and went, and she kept lowering her head, waiting. Eventually, the attendant asked where the other person was. She apologized and said she would call him. She then called Gentleman Choi, apologizing for interrupting his vacation. She explained that the agreed-upon time had passed, and her father still wasn't there. Gentleman Choi assured her that he would call him, giving her a small sense of hope. She thought to herself that perhaps half of her plans for the day were too much, as her father was running late, but she was still confident that he would be impressed by how she had changed into an elf. But as hours passed, there was still no sign of him. Eventually, she called Gentleman Choi again. Whatever he told her seemed to drain her spirit. She informed the attendant that something had come up and that she would return another time. Later, she exited the cafe, where Minsik was still sitting alone, waiting for her. She apologized for being late, but he told her it was okay. He asked if she had a good time, and she forced a smile, commenting that the coffee was good, but she just wanted to go home. He asked if they had any other stops on the way, and she told him no. He handed her a helmet to wear. Suddenly, she tried to thank him, but she was stuttering, trying to hold back her tears. It was futile. She crouched down and began crying, covering her face with her hands as the tears fell like rain. Minsik remembered how she had cheered him up during his lowest moments, so he took out his handkerchief and told her not to cry. Later, they sat together on a bench in silence. After a while, he asked if she was done crying. She told him she wasn't crying, but he knew she wasn't being honest. He asked if her father had arrived, and she admitted that he hadn't. He was too busy with work. She revealed that she no longer trusted him. Every time they made plans together, he broke his promises and made excuses. This wasn't the first time. Last year, around New Year's, her father even changed his phone number, so she couldn't call him directly anymore. She could only reach him through driver Choi. But for some reason, she had really believed they would meet today. Now she knew that her father was just avoiding her. Minsik, trying to change the topic, asked if she had eaten anything. She said no. So he stood up and suggested they get something to eat, telling her there was still plenty of time and that she shouldn't feel so down. But Sian told him that she wasn't in the mood. She asked him to look at the title of her to-do list, Things to Do with My Father. Since her father never appeared, Minsik decided to make a few changes, renaming it Orc and Elf Activities To-Do List. She laughed and said, "Oh really? They planned to go out for dinner?" And Minsik wanted cheesy pork chops. She noticed that he had written down Orc instead of his name, so he seemed fine with his nickname. He told her he did it for her. They had a nice dinner, ordering a strawberry smoothie, a chocolate, and a mint latte. They even did a bit of cosplaying, where Sian showed off her expert cosplay skills. While riding on his bike, she told him to go faster, but he told her to calm down. Later, they watched a movie together, but Minsik kept glancing at her, trying to hide his expression. She noticed and asked why he was looking at her. He quickly looked away, denying that he had been. She teased him, asking if he thought she was a perv. He responded that he couldn't believe she would say something so weird. She then ran off to get something, revealing a stuffed toy of an orc. She told him it looked a bit like him and that she bought it to tease him. However, now she wanted him to keep it, which he gladly accepted. As they watched the movie, he kept the toy close to his heart. Later, as they sat in silence, she thanked him for caring about her. He told her not to worry about it. He was just doing his job. But she insisted, telling him that if it weren't for him, she would have collapsed many times. Even so, he had made her laugh a lot. Later, when driver Choi arrived, he praised Minsik for a job well done, informing him that he would receive a deposit corresponding to his work over the past 2 days. He asked Minsik if anything unusual had happened during the day, and Minsik replied that nothing had. However, Minsik had a question. He wanted to know the real reason why her father couldn't meet up with her. He suspected that the job excuse was just a cover. Driver Choi began to say that the truth was, but at that moment, Sian interrupted them, calling for Minsik. She reminded him to take good care of the plushie she had given him. Driver Choi suggested they continue the conversation later. At that moment, Minsik left with the plushie in hand, looking back at Sian, who was waving at him happily, telling him to come by again next time. To her surprise, he approached her and patted her on the head, smiling as he told her he would visit again. Driver Choi commented that Minsik was an exceptional and wonderful young man. He then informed Sian that her violin teacher would be arriving soon, so she should get ready. When he glanced at her again, he noticed her face was blushing red, and she exclaimed that the orc had taken her purity. The next day, Kiryung was at home looking in the mirror, examining himself. It had been 3 months since he started exercising with Minsik, but he hadn't noticed any changes in his body. Suddenly, his sister barged in, questioning what he was doing. He asked if he looked better, trying to muscle up and showing off. She commented that he was still as thin as an anchovy. He argued that he had lost a little weight and, if he kept it up, he would get in shape. His sister then declared that she had lied. He hadn't changed at all, and she believed Jae-kyung would say the same. Laughing, she ran away at full speed. Kir-young questioned what Jae-kyung had to do with this. As he walked down the street, he was still mad at his sister. Why did she have to bring up Jae-kyung? No way was he buying her pizza anytime soon. Now that he thought about it, the reason he started working out in the first place was because of Jae-kyung. He didn't want to be weaker than her, but now that he had been exercising with Minsik, his stamina had improved, and he shouldn't be weaker anymore. If he were, it would be embarrassing. Suddenly, Kir-young bumped into a guy. The guy asked if Kir-young did that on purpose and if he wanted to fight. The group of guys looked like a bunch of weird creatures. The guy told Kir-young that if he didn't apologize, they'd have to beat him up. Kir-young quickly bowed and apologized, walking away as the guy commented that he'd forgive him this time. Kir-young wondered what was wrong with them. Suddenly, it dawned on him. What if he found himself in the same situation with Jae-kyung? Would he be able to tell her to step aside and deal with it himself? He should act that way, but why was he even thinking about this? He needed to get to the gym already. Just then, Jae-kyung called his name and patted him on the back. Startled, he greeted her as she asked what he was doing there. He informed her he was heading to the gym. She told him it was great that he was going at it every day and mentioned that she was going to work out too. He asked if she was really going dressed like that. She told him no, the gym provided clothes. Kir-young wondered why he was feeling this way. Was it because it had been a while since he had seen her? Why was he so nervous? Felt like he couldn't even speak properly. Now that he thought about it, they hadn't seen each other since the sleepover at Sian's house. With those thoughts in his mind, she told him to give it his all before leaving. Kir-young clenched his fist and called her name, asking if she was free right now. Jae-kyung blushed nervously as she turned to face him. He asked if she would like to grab a coffee with him, and she smiled and said yes. At the cafe, they talked about her smoking habits, and she informed him that she had quit smoking since the day they went to the movies together. He was happy and told her it was good that she stopped for the sake of her health. He encouraged her, though she seemed a bit tired. Suddenly, Kir-young remembered that on the rooftop, he had told her to stop smoking. Seeing her smoking for the first time had been a shock. He couldn't even imagine her doing that. He pondered if she had stopped because she was being considerate of him. He laughed and exclaimed how sweet that would be. Seeing him smile, Jae-kyung wondered if he was thinking something pervy, but he quickly denied it. She teased him, saying it didn't matter. He had an imaginative face. She asked what he had been doing over the break, and he told her he had been thinking about inviting her over to watch a movie. Suddenly, they overheard a girl's voice, pleading to be left alone. A group of guys was harassing her. Jae-kyung rushed in, declaring that they had to help, but Kir-young told her to hold on, saying he would handle it. Normally, he would report it to the authorities, but he remembered his sister's words, that he hadn't changed at all. He was sure that his stamina had improved, and he wanted to prove himself. He approached the group and told them to back off. The guys recognized him as the one who bumped into them earlier. Laughing, they asked if he was acting tough because there were girls around. The leader of the bullies sarcastically asked how old Kir-young was, before Kir-young told them they were the same age. He insisted they stop threatening the girl, saying it was obvious from the way she was trembling in fear. The bully mocked him, saying maybe she was just cold. Kir-young declared he would be leaving with the girl, so they should stop harassing her. The bullies taunted him as he tried to escort the girl away. Jae-kyung praised Kir-young, saying he looked like a hero, which caught the bullies' attention. The situation escalated when one of the bullies threw a stone that hit Jae-kyung in the head. The leader claimed he hadn't meant to hit her. It was a mistake. Kir-young's anger boiled over, and he confronted the bully, demanding to know what he had just done. Just as Kir-young was about to punch him, Jae-kyung intervened, calming him down. However, the guy called her something he shouldn't have. The bully rushed at them, yelling for them to stop right there, declaring that Kir-young was just about to punch him. He demanded that they apologize immediately, but then he was hit in the head with a stone. Grabbing his forehead, his lackeys exclaimed, "Boss!" Jae-kyung, with a smirk, said that she was aiming to throw the rock back but missed. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she mockingly told him, "Sorry." Realizing they were outmatched, Jae-kyung decided to run away. The bully soon gave chase, and the bully thought to himself that when Kir-young and the girls were caught, he would make them apologize for what they did. Kir-young felt a bit upset that he hadn't been able to protect Jae-kyung, but he decided that running away was the best thing to do. Later in the night, after they had escaped the strange bullies, Jae-kyung commented on how many weird people there were in the world. Kir-young reflected on the fact that he almost made a mistake. If he had followed through with that punch, things would have surely escalated. They had 3 people, and if they had gotten mad and attacked all at once, he would have surely been hurt, and even Jae-kyung would have been in danger. When Jae-kyung was hit by the rock, what could he have done? Maybe if he was built like Minsik, she would have been treated differently. Jae-kyung inquires if he was planning on punching the bald guy, and he admits that it's true. He explains that he was just really angry, and it wasn't the right thing to do. She smiles and asks if he did it for her because they threw a rock at her head. She tells him he's sweet, and she's correct. She starts laughing and thanks him, saying that he's very cool for what he did to help her. Like a real hero at the gym, he informs Minsik that he wants to increase his exercise routine threefold. Minsik encourages him but asks if there's a reason. Of course, there is. He wants to get crazy strong. When Minsik asks for who, Kir-young smiles and says it's for Jae-kyung. Meanwhile, in the park, a girl sits on a bench and realizes the girl she met earlier looks different. But there's no doubt it's Jae-kyung. The next day, Jae-won is sitting alone on a park bench, feeling like she's going crazy because her best friend is nowhere to be found. She calls her and asks why she hasn't arrived yet. Sung-hae says she'll leave in 5 minutes, but Jae-won knows she's still in her house, lying on her bed. Sung-hae hangs up. Jae-won wonders what's wrong with her friend and grows furious. Suddenly, Kir-young greets her. As usual, she asks who he is, and he tells her that he's Kir-young. She asks if that's really him, as it's been some time since they've seen each other. He asks how she's been, what she's done over the summer break, and why she's sitting alone. She tells him that she's waiting for a friend, and he asks if she's gained weight, but she quickly explains it's just the color of her shirt. Jae-won is surprised to see him, but since they live in the same neighborhood, it's not strange that they meet. However, she wonders why now. If she knew this would happen, she would have worn something different, something cuter. Then, she wonders what she's thinking. Who does he think he is? Her boyfriend. She just wants it all to end. Kir-young asks why she would want that and invites her to go running with him around the neighborhood. She declines, saying she doesn't like to move or sweat. He comments that she must be really weak, which enrages her and sparks her competitive side. She declares that if he can do it, she can too, and tells him not to lag behind. He suggests they take it slow so they don't push themselves too hard, while later, Jae-won is out of breath and exhausted, needing to sit on a bench to regain some energy. Kir-young asks what's wrong. They've only been running for a minute, but she's as red as kimchi. She glares at him, wondering why he's doing this to her. He apologizes, telling her to just sit while he continues his run. However, as he looks at her, he becomes nervous, noticing her giant melons are showing, and it's quite distracting. She asks why he's staring at her, asking if he has an issue. Flustered, he waves it off, saying it's nothing, and that he'll be back after his run. Before leaving, he hands her his sweater, commenting that it's too hot to run with it on, so she should wear it. She asks who would put on such a stinky jacket, but after looking down, she quickly realizes why he offered it. Embarrassed, she puts it on and calls him a creep. When Kir-young returns after his run, Jae-won asks what he wants to do now, telling him to go away because he reeks of sweat. He asks if she can get him some water, but she doesn't have any. He then suggests she go to the convenience store and buy some. She snaps, asking who he thinks she is, his servant? But not long after, she returns with water, and he drinks it all, leaving her shocked. She thought he was just a loser, but it turns out he works out, so he must be taking care of his shape. He asks if he really seems like a loser, and she explains that she didn't mean it like that. He jokingly agrees, acknowledging that he's a bit nerdy, but she doesn't have to worry about it. She recalls how last time she said the same thing to him. He reminds her of the harsh things she said. That he has no style, his fashion sense sucks, he's antisocial, out of shape, a little otaku, and annoying. She asks if she hurt him, but he smiles and says not at all. He admits that he's weaker than other guys and a little clumsy too. But you know what? Sometimes you just have to move forward. After saying his goodbyes, Kir-young leaves, and Jaewon reflects on how cool it is that he started working out. Suddenly, Sung-hae arrives and asks who she was talking about. Jaewon asks when she got there, and Sung-hae replies just now, but inquires who she was calling cool. Jaewon quickly denies it, saying it's nothing, but Sung-hae suspects she saw some guy while she was waiting. At home, Kir-young realizes he forgot his jacket. The next day, Kir-young and his sister walk together, and she suggests they buy some pizza on their way home. Kir-young thinks it's not a good idea, as they had pizza just 2 days ago, but she insists she never gets tired of eating it every day. He points out that he bought the clothes she's wearing, making her comment that he has a sister who wants to blackmail her brother. He asks if she shouldn't be the one buying pizza today, and she begrudgingly agrees, asking what kind of pizza he wants. He says he likes bulgogi pizza, but she prefers pepperoni, so they decide to go half and half. At that moment, a girl approaches them, asking Kir-young to hold on as she wants to talk to him. They continue walking, discussing pizza, ignoring her. The girl is left flabbergasted, standing frozen for a moment. She then turns around and calls out to him again, but suddenly trips over her own shoes and falls flat on her face. Hearing the noise, Kir-young and his sister turn around and see her lying on the ground. Sulji asks if she's okay, but Kir-young has no idea what's happening. The girl gets up and asks if he knows Jae-kyung. He responds that he does while wondering who she is. Maybe she knows Jae-kyung? Observing her closer, he realizes she fell pretty hard, and it must hurt, though she doesn't show it much. Kir-young tells Sulji to go home. He hands her his bags and she walks away, commenting that her playboy brother has seduced another one. The girl introduces herself as Kang Hye-sung and says she's 18 years old. She describes herself as confident and sexy, but Kir-young is confused, asking what she's talking about. She brushes it off, her voice too low to hear properly. Kir-young introduces himself, and she calls him the dumb guy. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes her as the girl who was getting picked on last time, the one being intimidated by those 3 sleeveless idiots. He asks if she's that girl, and she confirms it. She comments that he was with Jae-kyung back then and asks what he wants to talk about with her. He tells her to take a seat so they can talk. However, she accidentally hits her leg on the bench and is now in a lot of pain again. She's a bit clumsy. She explains that all he had to do was simply call her because she doesn't have Jae-kyung's number. He then questions how she knows her. She explains that they met back in middle school. He asks a barrage of questions: were they close, how was she back in middle school, etc. She questions if he's curious and tells him she'll explain. It was 2 years ago in the spring. Jae-kyung and her didn't know each other at all, and were never together because they were so different. One day she was walking down the hallway, and, no surprise, she slipped and landed face first on the ground. She was very clumsy back then as well. Someone standing over her talked to her. Kir-young interrupted, asking if it was Jae-kyung and if she was polite. She continued, stating that at that moment, Jae-kyung said, "Get out of my way," while looking at her with arrogance. She commented that Jae-kyung had been annoyed since the morning. Kir-young quietly smiled, questioning if Jae-kyung really said that when she fell. The girl explained that the reason she's looking for Jae-kyung is that she wants her to apologize. Her last memory of Jae-kyung is that she was a bad girl. Upon hearing this, Kir-young reflected on the events that occurred earlier and the secret that was revealed to him. Kang Hye-sung inquired if Kir-young wanted to hear more about what kind of girl Jae-kyung was in middle school. She continued, revealing that after listening to what Jae-kyung said, she looked her in the eyes, and Jae-kyung seemed a bit confused. Suddenly, Kang Hye-sung began crying, commenting that it was too much. Back then she was very sensitive. Suddenly, Jae-kyung ordered her to stop before she got angry. This made Kang Hye-sung cry even more, and she screamed. Her scream attracted the attention of a group of students who wondered what was happening. They noticed her and questioned what was wrong. They asked if it was Jae-kyung who made her cry. Suddenly, Jae-kyung grabbed her hand and told her to come with her. That's how her first interaction with Jae-kyung went. After dragging her away, she felt overwhelmed by the power of Jae-kyung's body. She was trembling, preparing to be hit. Jae-kyung, in a concerned tone, asked why she was crying. But Kang Hyesung looked away and insisted she wasn't crying. She was yawning, and it was just an impulse. Jae-kyung quickly believed her and told her she was leaving if that was the case. Kang Hyesung questioned whether Jae-kyung wasn't going to hit her, and Jae-kyung replied, "Why would I do that?" She walked away, commenting that Kang Hyesung was a strange girl. Contrary to what she expected, Jae-kyung didn't hit her. This caused Kang Hyesung to wonder if Jae-kyung was actually a good person. That's what she thought. After that, she encountered Jae-kyung in the hallway, and she greeted her unexpectedly. She thought Jae-kyung would say something like, "Who are you saying hi to?" or, "Don't pretend to be close to me because you offended me." However, to her surprise, Jae-kyung said hello back. There's that strange feeling people get. The one where, after saying hello once, you feel like you have to keep greeting them. So after that, every time she saw Jae-kyung, she would greet her no matter where they were. Whether passing by the bathroom or even when Jae-kyung was smoking, one day it was raining and Kang Hyesung needed to go home quickly. However, when she saw Jae-kyung, she noticed Jae-kyung didn't bring an umbrella. She greeted Jae-kyung as usual, and they both went back to what they were doing. But Kang Hyesung questioned if Jae-kyung didn't bring an umbrella. Jae-kyung told her no, and when asked if she wanted to share, Jae-kyung told her to forget it, commenting that she would get soaked. Kang Hyesung insisted she use the umbrella and told her she had a smaller one in her locker. She gave Jae-kyung her umbrella and walked away. As she was leaving, Jae-kyung asked what her name was, and she introduced herself as Kang Hyesung. Jae-kyung took the umbrella and walked away, telling her she'd return it tomorrow. That's how they started communicating. Kyoung mused that Jae-kyung was very aggressive back then. Then something happened while Kang Hyesung was walking down the hallway. A group of students was laughing and telling a story. However, Kang Hyesung accidentally bumped into one of the girl's shoulders. She quickly turned around and apologized, but the girl, like a typical bully, taunted her, calling her a shoulder bumper. Kang Hyesung apologized again, admitting it was her fault. However, the girl slapped her across the face, stating that if someone hits, they should also get hit. Because of the force, Kang Hyesung fell to the ground. One of the boys commented on how strong the girl was, while the bully commented that she was weak and fragile. Another boy made fun of her eyes, questioning why they looked the way they did. Kang Hyesung defended herself, saying her eyes were normal, but the bully kicked her in the face, calling her ugly. One of the boys told her to stop, warning what might happen if Kang Hyesung retaliated. The girl, dismissing the idea, said she was only defending herself since Kang Hyesung hit her shoulder first. Another student apologized to Kang Hyesung, saying she should just stay out of it. Suddenly, Jae-kyung arrived. The bully questioned who she was. Jae-kyung inquired who the hell the girl thought she was. The girl, laughing, inquired if they heard what she called her. Her friends, overhearing this, commented that she must be crazy. Jae-kyung didn't care, commenting that she was worse than a dog in reality. This caused Kang Hyesung to laugh, which angered the bullies. They believed Jae-kyung thought she was better than them. The girl ordered Jae-kyung to stop before she ends her. Jae-kyung told her to try it. Suddenly, one of the girl's friends recognized Jae-kyung, commenting that she's known for being very mean and has no friends because of her bad personality. It's like she's always smoking a cigarette. There's also a rumor that she's dyke. The girl commented that she didn't like Jae-kyung's appearance, but supposed it was normal for her to look that bad. She then told Jae-kyung she was sorry and wouldn't do anything to her, asking her to leave them alone. However, in an instant, her face contorted, resembling an old, wrinkled pig. Jae-kyung punched her in the face and commented that she didn't understand why they believed they were in the right. The boys stared at her in shock, and the girl fell to the ground with a bloodied nose. This caused more students to gather, wondering what was happening. Seeing the crowd, One of the boys suggested they leave as everyone was getting closer. Another commented that Jae-kyung had messed up, asking if she thought nothing would happen to her. However, Jae-kyung calmly stated that she was sorry but had nothing left to lose. She then ordered them to move out of her way. The girl, bruised and injured on the ground, was unable to move, but Jae-kyung remarked that she was trying to beat her up. This enraged one of the boys, who told her not to mess with him. He tried to punch her, but Jae-kyung swiftly poked both of his eyes in an instant. She calmly walked towards the other boy as he screamed in pain, his face drenched in sweat. She told him to get out of the way, and he immediately moved to the other side. Jae-kyung grabbed the girl's shirt and began picking her up. Fear was evident in the girl's eyes, but Jae-kyung decided to sit on top of her and told her to grit her teeth. Just like that, the bad people who had hit Hye-sung for no reason were all beaten up by Jae-kyung. Kang Hye-sung was saved by Jae-kyung in that moment. Kir-young was surprised to know that Jae-kyung was such a good fighter. She commented that the whole thing was crazy. If it were him, he probably would have lost. He was amazed. He had known Jae-kyung was strong, but he couldn't believe how well she fought. She was incredible. As a result of the fight, a professor eventually arrived. Kang Hye-sung wasn't sure if it was because she didn't want the situation to escalate further or because she was embarrassed, but she simply told the professor they had a fight. As a result, they only got detention for a bit and the whole thing was over. However, now that she thinks about it, she was the only one who took a beating. It felt quite unjust. After that, the teacher told them not to fight and to get along. The teacher also told Jae-kyung that she had been to the director's office more than once for the same issue, asking why she wasn't being more careful and if she could calm down. When the teacher spoke, he said she needed to keep her eyes open. But as she listened, she merely stared back with a blank look. Unfortunately, he couldn't see her in a positive light, so he told her to just go back to class. On their way back to class, someone called her name from afar. It was Kang Hye-sung, apologizing for getting her in trouble, as Jae-kyung had only been trying to help her. Because of that, bad things were said even by the professor. Jae-kyung asked her what she was saying, as she couldn't hear her clearly. Jae-kyung exclaimed, saying that they were even. Then she commented that she ripped Kang Hye-sung's umbrella and ate it. As she walked away, she told her to just leave it for the day. But that was when Kang Hye-sung knew she wanted to get closer to Jae-kyung. So, she approached her and suggested they go to karaoke after class. Jae-kyung was unsure why all of a sudden, but Kang Hye-sung simply wanted to hang out with her. They went through songs really fast, singing horribly and dancing to the bad music. During breaks, they would walk together hand in hand, like other girls. They even became close friends. One day, Kang Hye-sung told Jae-kyung that when she first saw her, she thought she was very abusive. But now she was so happy to be her friend, and even I, the narrator, wished I could be her man. Jae-kyung revealed that she felt the same way, and this made Kang Hye-sung really happy. Felt like she would have a friend for life. But after that day, Jae-kyung stopped coming to school. Kang Hye-sung talked to a student about Jae-kyung's absence, and he suggested she send her a message. Unfortunately, Kang Hye-sung didn't know her phone number. She asked the student if he had it, but he apologized, saying he didn't. This left Kang Hye-sung confused. They had so much fun together, but now Jae-kyung had vanished without saying a word. She wished she knew what had happened to her. A few days later, Kang Hye-sung saw Jae-kyung again, walking down the corridor alone. She rushed to her, declaring how long it had been and asking why she hadn't been at school. However, she was shocked when she saw Jae-kyung. Her eye was purple and swollen, and her face was bruised and scarred. What kind of monster could do that to such a pretty face? She asked Jae-kyung if she had gotten into a fight, but Jae-kyung only said that she had fallen. Something felt off, but Kang Hye-sung decided not to press further and instead asked if she wanted to get tteokbokki after school. However, Jae-kyung told her that she was going to drop out of school. Kang Hye-sung was surprised and questioned why, but Jae-kyung only said she felt like it. She began walking away, telling Kang Hye-sung that she had come to say goodbye. Kang Hye-sung was left questioning what was going on, offering her help if she needed it. But Jae-kyung said there was nothing to say and that she didn't need her help. Kang Hye-sung was speechless. She wondered what Jae-kyung meant by saying there was nothing she could help with. She knew something had happened, but Jae-kyung wouldn't tell her. Overcome with emotion, Kang Hyesung began to cry, asking if they weren't supposed to be friends. After that, she never saw Jae-kyung again, so she decided to talk to Kiryung because they had met around this area. Kang Hyesung explained that she wanted an apology from Jae-kyung for disappearing without saying anything to her friend. As a result of this story, Kiryung sent Jae-kyung a message, but she didn't even read it. Surprisingly, she stood him up. Kiryung asked Kang Hyesung what she would do once she finally met Jae-kyung again. Kang Hyesung declared that she would mess her up until she begged for help. She would make Jae-kyung apologize for leaving without an explanation, even slap her if necessary. Kiryung thought this might be going too far and suggested calling Jae-kyung first. At that moment, Jae-kyung arrived, greeting Kang Hyesung and saying it had been a while. She asked how Kang Hyesung had been. Kang Hyesung looked her straight in the eye, calling her an idiot and asking why she was acting so polite. Did she want to die? She demanded to know what Jae-kyung had been up to and why she hadn't said anything. Did she even know how lonely she had been without her? Kang Hyesung accused Jae-kyung of being a bad friend, but then Jae-kyung said she never called her, which left her flabbergasted. Suddenly Jae-kyung apologized. She explained that she had been going through a really rough time back then and hadn't even thought about her. Kang Hyesung asked if Jae-kyung was at least okay now. Jae-kyung said that she was doing better. Kang Hyesung, however, walked away, telling her that she was glad to hear that. She then revealed that she was planning to mess Jae-kyung up, which surprised her. But even so, it was good to see her again. Jae-kyung thanked her for finding her and said she was happy to have been her friend. Hearing these words brought back memories of all the good times they had shared. Kang Hyesung smiled and agreed, saying, "Likewise." Later in the day, after Kang Hyesung had left, Kiryung and Jae-kyung walked together. Kiryung was happy to have gotten Jae-kyung's number. She was a great friend, and he was glad to see her reconnecting with Kang Hyesung. However, after hearing Kang Hyesung's story, Kiryung still had doubts. What had really happened to Jae-kyung? Why had she dropped out and who had beaten her so badly back then? Jae-kyung seemed like a completely different person now. He was curious, but it felt rude to pry into her past. It was better to stay silent for now. At that moment, Jae-kyung asked if he was free. He told her yes, and she revealed that she was thinking of going for a walk. She asked if he would like to join her. He smiled and said he would love to. Then she asked if they should get coffee too, which he happily agreed to. Jae-kyung walks along the street, smiling happily. All she can think about is Kiryung and all the fun times they had together. She wonders what they should do today. Maybe she should ask him to go to the net cafe after school. Suddenly, she notices two girls discussing a cute guy from their class. One girl starts by saying the class president is cool, but there's another guy she's interested in, Kiryung. Hearing his name surprises Jae-kyung. The girl next to her comments that she's been thinking the same thing. They think Kiryung has gotten a bit cuter over the summer break. They believe he's really polite, and his face is adorable. This is the most horrific news Jae-kyung has ever heard. Competition. Later in class, Seon stares at Kiryung, intrigued by his handsome appearance. She comments that he's changed a little bit. His shoulders have gotten broader and he's a little taller. Kiryung suggests that maybe he has finally hit puberty. Seon inquires what Jae-kyung thinks about it, and Jae-kyung sweats nervously, stuttering. Seon asks if she's embarrassed, then gets close and whispers in her ear, asking if she's scared that another girl will claim her man. But Jae-kyung tells her it's not like that. However, since that's the case, Seon questions if Kiryung would like to go out with her. Jae-kyung comments that she would get in trouble if she did that out of nowhere. So Seon backs down, but not before informing Kiryung that he's got a reputation with girls these days. They say he's gotten a lot cuter, and if he keeps it up, he'll start hearing people say he's handsome. Jaewon is eavesdropping and thinks they're being too loud, but even she has to admit that Kiryung has gotten even more handsome. Seon comments that she wishes her chest was a little bigger as well, feeling a bit envious. Suddenly, Minsik appears behind Seon and informs her that she's being too loud. Didn't she hear the teacher tell her to be quiet in the classroom? To make matters worse, she's disturbing his sweet nap. Kiryung believes Seon will make Minsik mad again, and he'll start chasing her. However, Sien's face turns red, and she nervously tells Minsik not to stand behind her like that. She runs away, declaring that she feels dirty, and heads to the bathroom. Not too long after, Jae-kyung follows behind her. Minsik inquires if he did something wrong. Kir-young assures him that a woman's heart is hard to understand. Meanwhile, in the girls' bathroom, Sien reflects, wondering if she's been hypnotized, as everything seems to have been caused by Minsik. She decides to stay away from him for a while. At that moment, Jae-kyung appears, looking at her nervously. Sien asks if Jae-kyung also needs to use the bathroom, but Jae-kyung explains that she needs to ask her something. Sien questions if Jae-kyung is worried that Kir-young, with his new reputation, may be stolen by another girl. With a sudden expression, Jae-kyung asks how Sien knew. Sien responds that it was obvious. Sien explains that over the summer break, Kir-young's reputation has gotten much better among the girls. Even she's realized that he's gotten taller and cuter. From Jae-kyung's perspective, it must be bothering her. Jae-kyung hesitates for a few moments but admits that Sien is right. She doesn't want to care about it, but she can't stop thinking about it. Sien explains that the more she lets it happen, the worse it will feel. She reminds Jae-kyung that last time, she told her to be aggressive, or Kir-young will be taken away by another woman. This revelation disturbs Jae-kyung to the core. Meanwhile, back in class, two girls approach Kir-young, curious about what he's doing. Kir-young nonchalantly tells them, and they ask if he's been working out during the break. He explains that he went to the gym with Minsik. However, Jae-won, who's had a bad feeling for a while, notices these girls going crazy over Kir-young. At that moment, Jae-kyung enters, staring at them, not liking what she's seeing. The girls reveal that they're on a diet and inquire if Kir-young knows any good exercise routines. He tells them to look it up on the internet. They ask if he wants them to look him up online. Suddenly, Jae-kyung's face turns red, and she pouts. Later in PE class, the coach suggests that they play dodgeball. The students, eager for free time, agree. The thoughts of dodgeball make Jae-won remember when she and Kir-young held hands. She ponders if they will ever play couples dodgeball again. However, the coach explains that today's game will be divided between men's and women's teams, which makes her sad. Jae-kyung is a bit excited but nervous at the same time. However, her mood is ruined by girls inquiring if Kir-young is good at dodgeball. They're eager to see how he'll perform, believing he'll do very well. However, Kir-young only has one girl in mind and questions why the others are eager to see him play. Their praise makes Jae-kyung very sad, as she lowers her head, thinking her man is going to be taken away. Later, a blonde guy finally catches the ball, intimidating his opponents. He plans to reduce the number of players on the opposite team and believes that Kir-young is the weakest one. Apologizing to Kir-young, he declares that he'll eliminate him first and get closer to victory. As he throws the ball, he yells for Kir-young to die because he's weak. All the other boys run away, but Minsik, having already seen the blonde guy's strategy, explains to Sien that he's aiming at Kir-young, who seems to be the weakest. It's not a bad choice, he admits. Sien questions what Minsik is talking about and wonders why he's not playing. Minsik explains that he was the odd one out. However, there's one thing the blonde guy is missing: Kir-young has received special training. The way Kir-young catches the ball with two hands shocks the blonde kid, the girls, and Jae-won, who was originally seen as proud. Kir-young declares that he also knows how to throw and challenges the blonde guy to catch his shot. Surprisingly, Kir-young's throw hits the blonde guy on the shoulder, knocking him out of the game. This is Kir-young's first victory in dodgeball, and all the girls are super impressed. Sien approaches Jae-kyung, inquiring if this bothers her, as she looks like she's about to cry. She reminds Jae-kyung that Kir-young is popular now, and Jae-kyung sees that it's true. If she doesn't want him to be taken away by another woman, she'll have to work harder. However, Jae-kyung is too nervous to approach Kir-young, who has gotten more handsome and manly than before. Sien comments that Jae-kyung is merely jealous. Jae-kyung admits that she's a fool for thinking that way, and wonders what she should do. Sien suggests she accept her feelings and use one of the methods she recommended. Later, after the game, Kiryung is approached by some girls who praise his dodgeball skills. However, he notices Jae-kyung standing alone in the corner, looking sad. He excuses himself from the girls and walks over to Jae-kyung. He tells her good luck and that he'll be cheering her on. Suddenly, Jae-kyung grabs him by the shirt and declares that he better be watching, blushing slightly. This makes Kiryung nervous, and his heart races as he watches her run off. As Jae-kyung plays dodgeball, she wins with 8 victories and 0 loses. Later, on the rooftop, a boy confesses to a girl, telling her he likes her and asking her to go out with him. However, with seductive confidence, the girl tells him not to stutter when confessing. It doesn't look good. She explains that she doesn't even know who he is, and it wouldn't be fair to say yes. As the boy nervously sweats, he inquires what her response is. But she tells him it's a no. Sung-gi, standing nearby, inquires if she knows the boy. However, Jaewon doesn't know who he is either and wonders why guys confess to her when she doesn't even know them. Sung-gi remarks that it's like her own feelings, wondering about a guy she doesn't really know yet. Sung holds her close and comments that Jaewon is really cute and would probably not like any of the boys unless they were handsome, just like the handsome guy she mentioned. However, Jaewon doesn't remember, so Sung reminds her about the guy she mentioned before summer vacation, the guy she bumped into on the street. Jaewon declares that she doesn't even remember him. Later, she runs down the street because she's late for something, wearing glasses and looking very different from usual. She wishes that stranger hadn't confessed to her out of nowhere. The number of confessions she has received is too high to count. But the problem is, she doesn't like any of them at all. If an unattractive guy confesses to someone he doesn't know, it feels much worse than flattering. And that's how every confession she's received has felt up to this point. She believes that if someone is going to confess, they need to get close to the person first and confess later, like the handsome boy she's thinking about. They've even gone out together, although she's not sure when it happened, but she believes they've gotten closer. If he confesses, she would be willing to accept. Suddenly, she questions what's wrong with herself. At that moment, Kiryung appears and asks what's happening. She is taken aback, sweat running down her face, as she nervously asks who he is. He explains that he's Kiryung, and he compliments her glasses. She tells him not to appear out of nowhere and asks if he's following her. He explains that he's just back from running an errand and went to buy drinks for his father. She walks away, telling him to go where he needs to go because she's busy. Suddenly, her foot slips, and she begins to fall backward, everything feeling like it's in slow motion. Kiryung quickly catches her in his arms and tells her to be more careful. He asks if she's okay, saying she was in such a hurry that she almost fell. She quickly pulls away from him and tells him to let her go. She walks off, saying that she's leaving now. But before she leaves, he tells her she should thank him for saving her. Blushing, she tells him, "Thanks." Later that night, Jaewon reveals everything that happened earlier. Sung teases her, saying she got excited. But to my surprise, this beauty has delinquent friends and looks fine as hell. It's a crime against the world. Sung suggests maybe she thought Kiryung was cute. Jaewon explains that he just grabbed her out of nowhere, and maybe she was just surprised. But Sung asks if it really wasn't to her liking, which reminds Jaewon of the handsome guy she saw on the street. Sung suggests that maybe that's the reason her heart was beating so fast. Jaewon hangs up the phone, and moments later, a guy asks if she was talking to Jaewon. He inquires if she still hangs out with her. He explains that he talked to Jaewon out of curiosity last time, but she was very rude. He questions if it would be better for Sung to stop talking to Jaewon too, as there are bad rumors when they go out together. Sung tells him to shut up because nothing but nonsense comes out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Jaewon reflects on what Sung said. She must be right. It was just excitement because Kiryung and the handsome guy look alike. However, this is a problem with no answer. She can't confirm it until she encounters that handsome guy again. Suddenly, the handsome guy appears, seducing everyone around him. He questions why a cute girl like her is walking alone on a dangerous street at night. She blushes and realizes that this is him. Boys from the dance department, the basketball department, and even just handsome guys in general all confess their love to her, which Sung thought was awesome. When she was 17, None of these boys were her type, and Sung thought she was being annoying. She was surprised that Jaiwon didn't like any of them and questioned what her type was. They reflect on the fact that if Jaiwon weren't pretty, the boys wouldn't even talk to her. The idea sends chills down her spine. They advise her not to treat someone who's been kind to her that way. She suggests that a handsome guy is okay. The handsome guy questions if she knows better, and she wonders if she'll ever run into him again. He asks why she isn't answering, then asks, "Do you want to die?" She asks how he knows her name and if he knows her. He replies, "Of course." She comments that it's normal, as she's famous for being cute. He tells her not to walk home alone in the dark, asking what she would do if someone tried to rob her. She explains that she doesn't know. He asks if she's listening, but she's only reflecting on how handsome he is. Suddenly, her heart starts beating loudly again. This time for real. She knows it wasn't Kiryung who made her heart race. Sung was right. It happened because Kiryung looks like the handsome guy. Maybe she should ask for his number. However, the handsome guy walks away, saying he has to go. If she's not going to answer, she should take care on her way home. She asks where he's going, but he tells her it's none of her business. She can't miss this chance. How will she find him again? So, she calls out, "Appa," and grabs his wrist. She suggests they get coffee together. She can't believe he ordered an espresso, as espressos are very strong, which is why she's surprised. He questions if this is coffee, saying it tastes horrible, but he assumes it just came out badly. She explains that's how espresso is. She can't believe it's real. She's really on a date with this handsome guy. Her heart is beating so loudly. What should she do? Now that she thinks about it, it's been a while since she's been alone with a guy like this. The last time was with the class president in middle school, but she spent a lot of time with Kiryung too. He even saw her in a swimsuit. But why is she thinking about Kiryung when she's with such a handsome man? The handsome guy comments that she seems to be enjoying something. She explains she was just thinking about something else, and he asks what it is. She mentions there's this weird guy in her class, and she was thinking about him for a moment. He asks who this guy is, and then comments that she's probably thinking of him because she likes him. Jaiwon denies it, saying the guy is just a bit annoying. However, the handsome guy tells her to trust him, explaining that based on his experience, when you think of someone out of nowhere like that, there's a 99% chance that person has your heart. She insists it's impossible, but how can she be sure? She declares that the person making her heart race is the guy sitting right in front of her. Just then, Kiryung appears, looking every bit as handsome. Jaiwon starts blushing and wonders what's going on. The handsome guy stands up, saying he's late and has to go. He offers to take her home, but she quickly says she'll be fine. He walks away, telling her goodbye. She then realized until then that she hadn't asked for his number. In a panic, she runs outside, chasing after him. She was too preoccupied thinking about something else and lost sight of him. How could she lose her ideal guy? She finally spots him and knows she has to get his number. Along the way, though, she wonders, has she already found her ideal guy? It was nice having coffee with the handsome man, but why has she been thinking about Kiryung so much? Is it because he saved her from that shady idiot, or because they became friends at Sung's house? She calls out to the handsome guy, who turns around to look at her. She tells him to wait for a moment, but what is she going to say? Then she remembers the time she cried because of those mean boys. Suddenly, she begins to fall, but before she hits the ground, Kiryung catches her again and asks if she's okay. He tells her to be careful, saying that running so fast could get her hurt. She looks away and admits that he's right. Later, Sung asks if she found the handsome guy she was looking for yesterday. Jaiwon tells her she did. Sung asks if she got his number, and Jaiwon says no. Sung doesn't understand, but Jaiwon asks if she remembers what she said yesterday, what she told her over the phone, that when she was about to fall, Kiryung caught her, and her heart was racing without her knowing why. At the time, Sung said it was because Kiryung looked like the handsome guy, but it wasn't like that. It was exactly the opposite. Sung stares at her in disbelief for a few moments before laughing hysterically. "So it's true," Sung says. "You got excited because it was Kiryung." Sung admits she saw it coming. It was pretty obvious. Sung reminds her of the first time they met. Jaewon was sitting alone, looking depressed, and Sung approached her with a solemn expression. Then she knows when she's lying because it shows on her face. Her face turns red, and she tells Sung not to make her laugh. Suddenly, Sung brings attention to her future boyfriend, who is running. She questions why he keeps popping up out of nowhere and believes he's so annoying. Sung, however, asks what she thinks. Does she want to go talk to him? Immediately, she gets up and asks, "How do I look? Do I look weird?" I have to say, she looks like $1,000,000. Meanwhile, Kiryung, who has just started working out, finds it fun. Jaewon, at that moment, approaches him, not meeting his gaze, but she tries to talk to him. Kiryung inquires, "What's up?" She asks if he's busy, but he says he's free. She then asks if he would like to grab coffee with her. Meanwhile, Sung wonders what she will do next. The next day, Jae-kyung happily asks Kiryung if he knows what would happen when a king lights up a cigarette. Kiryung jokingly exclaims, "He would be smoking." This makes Jae-kyung sad, and she mutters that she hates him. However, this confuses Kiryung, and he questions, "What's with that all of a sudden?" She doesn't know, but she exclaims he's very mean with an upset expression. At that moment, someone calls out to them. Right in front of them is a blonde girl inside a trash can. She requests help to get out of the trash can, and Kiryung questions why she's in there. Kiryung takes one side of the trash can, pulling it back, while Jae-kyung grabs her hand to pull her out. It's quite an awkward situation for her. Finally, she is freed, and she thanks Jae-kyung for her assistance. Jae-kyung then asks how she ended up in the trash can, and she exclaims, "Taekwondo!" She explains that she was coming back from the Taekwondo Academy, but when she kicked, her legs didn't even get as high as her thighs. She got mad and started practicing while walking, which led to her tripping and falling into the trash can. It's frightening how clumsy she is. Jae-kyung declares that the reason for this is because she lacks flexibility, but since they're there, they should do some yoga. However, the girl comments that she doesn't have an appropriate apartment, but Jae-kyung suggests they do it at Kiryung's place, which takes him by surprise. When Kiryung arrives home and lets them inside, his sister quickly arrives to greet him, asking for food, but she freezes upon seeing the two beautiful girls with him. Jae-kyung explains that she brought a friend along. Kiryung's sister begins stuttering, clearly nervous, but she greets them nonetheless. Kiryung apologizes on behalf of his sister, believing she is just embarrassed since she's a bit shy around strangers. Kiryung asks his sister to lend them some clothes, as they will be exercising in the living room. She requests a moment, and not long after, everyone is dressed in outfits that perfectly show off their model-like figures. Jae-kyung's friend comments that her stomach and clavicles are exposed, which is quite embarrassing. Jae-kyung assures her that it suits her well, and Sung asks if she looks cute and seductive. Jae-kyung tells her, "Of course, and if you train hard, you'll get an even better body." Unfortunately, Kiryung has a huge challenge ahead of him. He desperately needs to look anywhere but at them. At that moment, Jae-kyung declares that she's going to the bathroom, so they can warm up in the meantime. They stare at each other in silence for a few moments before Jae-kyung's friend questions if he's dating Jae-kyung. What's more curious is why she makes a seductive pose while asking that. Kiryung responds that Jae-kyung said it was hot. He strikes a pose as well, commenting that they aren't dating yet. Jae-kyung's friend laughs, saying it's funny because it's been some time since she last saw her. But Jae-kyung's personality has done a full 180. However, it isn't common for people to change like that, so there must have been a trigger. Hearing this, for a brief moment, Kiryung wonders if the reason Jae-kyung changed was because of him, but that can't be true since they met in the 2nd grade of high school, and her smile was already that bright back then. At that moment, Jae-kyung arrives and tells them to start exercising. They begin with some basic stretches. They all sit down and open their legs. However, upon looking at Sung, Jae-kyung questions if that's all she can do. Sung asks how she can be more flexible, but Jae-kyung tells her not to worry and to keep going. She then leans forward right away. However, Kiryung can see the jackpot and he's liking what he sees, but he knows he needs to concentrate, so he shakes it off. Unfortunately or fortunately, Jaekyung's friend cannot lean forward properly, so Jaekyung asks Kiriyoung to help her. He places his hands on her shoulders and comments that he's going to push her. Suddenly, she screams that it hurts and makes strange noises when he touches her shoulders. Jaekyung comments that she seems happy and tells Kiriyoung to push her more. Doing this while Jaekyung instructs him is difficult for him to handle. It's like he's on a mission impossible. Later, Jaekyung takes off her jacket, further seducing Kiriyoung. Suddenly, Kiriyoung exclaims, "My heart," but now he can see her tattoo. Sung is also watching, so he wonders if Jaekyung doesn't care or if Sung already knows. Sung comments that she's never seen Jaekyung's shoulder tattoo before and thinks it suits her. Jaekyung thanks her. Seems they don't mind, so it's okay. However, it was supposed to be a secret. Now, Jaekyung's friend questions if this is how yoga is done. Suddenly, Kiriyoung exclaims that she shouldn't show him her épée, but Jaekyung's friend comments that she'd be more embarrassed to show him her cheeks, and Kiriyoung can't argue with that logic. However, Jaekyung doesn't seem embarrassed at all. She tells them to straighten their backs like this. Kiriyoung tries to stay composed, reminding himself to breathe and calm down. Suddenly, Jaekyung's friend declares that she needs to go to the bathroom. Before leaving, she informs Jaekyung that Kiriyoung has been checking out her chest and cheeks for a while, as well as hers, so he must be a giant perv. As she walks away, she tells Kiriyoung she's just joking, but it didn't seem like a joke. At that moment, Jaekyung playfully comments that she can't believe he was looking at her chest. She calls him a perv, but he tries to explain that Song was just joking. There's no need for excuses, though, because she confesses that she asked his sister for those clothes on purpose, knowing Kiriyoung would watch. It's just Jaekyung's way of teasing him when he acts shy. He already knows her patterns. He laughs nervously, telling her that he wasn't looking. Besides, she dressed up deliberately like that so he would watch. She must be joking. However, she questions whether it looks like a joke. This makes his heart race, and he stares at her blankly. She then tells him that she knew he was clueless. After all, it's him, Kiriyoung. She then questions what kind of girl goes to a boy's house dressed like this. Kiriyoung tries to convince himself that this must be a prank to embarrass him. Surely, Jaekyung will go back to being her usual smiling self soon. But then, she whispers in his ear that she'll stop now, but only because Song is here. Suddenly, Jaekyung's friend returns and declares that happy hour is over. She has to go home now as it's already late. They walk away, and Jaekyung tells her that they should change. But today has been a hectic day full of surprises. On their way home, Jaekyung's friend comments that it's been fun, and she couldn't believe Jaekyung had a shoulder tattoo. It was very surprising. But Jaekyung reveals that the tattoo was supposed to be a secret. She just didn't want to hide anything from her anymore. Jaekyung's friend comments that she's changed a lot compared to back in middle school. Jaekyung smiles more, and her voice has become kinder. She wants to know what caused this. As Jaekyung is about to reveal it, she interrupts and declares that she is glad Jaekyung is happier. As a result, Jaekyung holds her hand and suggests that they go to karaoke. Jaekyung's friend would love that, but she questions if Jaekyung has feelings for Kiriyoung. Jaekyung declares that she'll tell her slowly on the way there. Later, it's time for Kiriyoung to go exercise, but his sister calls out to him. She runs toward him and excitedly announces, "Pit-a-Pat Fighters." It's a new action game where there's a fight with pretty girls, and she wants them to go play together. However, he explains that he has to go exercise now, and she encourages him to do it another day. However, he inquires who will be responsible for the muscles he loses. She explains, "Don't worry about losing muscle, just play with me." However, he runs through the door and declares that it's time to run and says he'll see her later. She is furious, thinking that he's an idiot for rejecting her kind request. He can keep his muscles gained from exercise. She doesn't need him anyway. She'll just find someone else who will listen to her. Someone who will play pit-a-pat fighters with her. She walks down the hallway alone, thinking she'll find someone to play the game with. Unfortunately, the truth is, she doesn't have any friends. When she was in her first year, she tried to talk to others and make friends, but she failed multiple times. After a while of thinking about how to do it, she noticed many of them were already very close with each other. But she can't stay like this forever. She has to be brave. This is all for the game she wants to play. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired boy and a red-haired boy, who are both muscular, talk about playing a game that they were playing after class. The redhead declares no, as he is bored of it, and the blonde boy questions what game he wants to play. The redhead guy announces pit-a-pat fighters. This catches the attention of Sulji. She wonders, what did he just say? Did I happen to hear that name? Who is this red-haired guy? She calls out to him, and the guy questions, what's up? However, she is frozen in place, unable to believe her boldness. What does she do now? What will she say? Her head goes completely blank. He questions if she is Sulji from his class, and with an upset expression, he asks why she called him Redhead. His name is Park Dong-cheol. However, because of his scary expression, she is terrified. She runs away with teary eyes and announces, I'm sorry. The redhead guy questions if he said something weird, and his friend comments that his face is the problem. Sulji believes he's too fierce. His face looks very mean. She finally found someone to play with, so she cannot give up now. She has to find another chance. She has to make sure to talk and make him her friend. However, she can never find the right opportunity. He's either talking or walking with others, as he seems to have many friends. It irritates her that there are so many people around him. How will she talk to him if it stays like this? She won't be able to play the game she wants with him. At that moment, someone questions why she's standing there all alone. It's Minsik, who comments that it's been a while. She hugs him and asks how he has been. He declares that he's healthy as always, but he questions what she's doing. She explains everything to him, and he inquires why she doesn't just talk to him. However, it's not easy for her. Unfortunately, this upsets Minsik, and he tells her not to worry over such stupid things and to act before she thinks. He tells her to repeat after him that she's going to try it, and she does, saying it so loudly that it catches Park Dong-cheol's attention. He wonders what Sulji is doing. She's been following him for a while. What is she planning? After a while, she contemplates that Minsik is right. She should act first and think later. First, she will talk to him. Suddenly, she sees him and requests a moment of his time. He's relieved that she's finally talking to him. Now he can figure out what she's planning. Is she looking for a fight? A petition? What does she want from him? She blushes and exclaims, Pit-a-pat! He is a bit nervous and wonders why she's saying that out of nowhere. He believes she is confessing her love for him. She repeats it again, and suddenly, everything makes sense. Her round eyes seem to light up. Her hair and slim hand are absolutely breathtaking. Suddenly, he questions if she likes Dongpal as a child's name. His friend wonders what the hell he's talking about, saying that name is terrible. Seeing that she's having a hard time speaking, Dong-cheol asks what's the matter. Nervously, she asks if he has time after school. He believes she's going to ask him out on a date, so he calmly inquires, what's your favorite food? She tells him pizza, and he declares that they're going to a pizzeria. Then he questions if she likes sports. She tells him no, and he comments that they'll be doing more indoor activities. He walks away, telling her he'll get ready by himself and will see her after school. When he finally leaves, she finishes her statement. He waits alone, in disbelief that she actually asked him out. He thought she was just a quiet kid, but looking at her closely, she's a total beauty. Just his type, he eagerly awaits their date. He imagines them eating pizza, with crumbs appearing on her face, and calmly wiping them off. She blushes, her face red like a tomato, as she nervously asks if they should get married. He decides that they'll have their honeymoon on a tropical island. Suddenly, she arrives, ready for something entirely different. She apologizes for being late, and he questions where she wants to go. He suggests going to the pizzeria first, or does she want to see the night view afterward? Maybe karaoke, a coffee shop, a movie, or is there somewhere else she wants to go? She tells him the internet cafe. He comments that a date at an internet cafe doesn't sound bad. But she is surprised when he said date, and questions what game she wants to play. She tells him pit-a-pat fighters. Suddenly, it hits him. She must have been talking about the game all along. She explains that she overheard him talking about it while walking down the corridor. He had said he played that game. She likes the game as well and doesn't have anyone to play with. He finally realizes everything was just a misunderstanding. Dongpal will never be born, and his pure love might have been misplaced. However, there may still be hope. Nervously, Solji asks if he wants to come play with her at the net cafe. He declares that he can do it all day, so they should go right now. He comments that it's a shame, but she thinks they should try again. He questions if she thinks she'll be able to defeat him if they try again, and when he comments that she's bad at the game, she gets a bit angry. They have a fun time together. In the end, Solji never confessed to him. It was all an illusion. But that's okay because he had a lot of fun today. He even thinks it's better to just stay friends and play video games together. She tells him thanks for today and for playing with her. He calmly declares that she's welcome, and he also had fun. She then tells him that they should do it again someday, with a beautiful smile plastered on her face. This makes his heart skip a beat. Apparently, the thought that she tried to confess was a mistake, but his heartbeat is speaking the truth. His name is Park Longcheol and his goal is now set. Solji is going to fall in love with him someday. Later, Solji informs Kiryung that she went to the net cafe with her friend. She proudly announces that she has a friend she can play games with now. She informs him that it's a boy called Dongcheol and that he's kind of weird with red hair. He's scary, but he seems like a great guy. Kiryung remembers that she used to be very nervous, but she's done a good job, so he pats her on the head. He questions if she wants to eat pizza today. She's a bit surprised and questions what happened to her weird brother today. He tells her, in exchange, he'll choose the type. Meanwhile, the redhead questions what things guys do that girls like. At Minsik's home, he has just finished a very important project. A doll of Sian. It looks like her but is very, very small. His father appears and questions if he's a girl now. He cannot believe that he's sewing all of a sudden. Minsik explains that he was given a stuffed little monster, so in exchange, he plans to give her a little doll. He then tells his father he'll be leaving for school now. His father tells him to wait and asks, "What about my hug?" They hug each other, and it's very family-friendly. Upon exiting his house, Minsik looks at the little doll, thinking, "This time I have something planned." Once upon a time, there was a very cute and pretty elf. One day, the elf was taking a stroll through the forest, when suddenly she stumbled upon a big ogre. The ogre commented that it seemed like he had found an elf with pigtails. The elf was scared of the ogre. She knew that if she stayed there, she would become his prey. It was obvious that both her body and her mind would be ruined completely, and her reasoning would be corrupted. Out of nowhere, the ogre pulled out his smartphone and showed something to the elf. It was a hypnosis app. The elf couldn't think straight and was ultimately controlled by the ogre, both body and mind. She became the monster's maid. The end? Sian comments that it's a good story and asks if Driver Choi thinks so as well. It was an unexpected development. However, Driver Choi seems uninterested and comments that it certainly is. She explains that it makes no sense. Something that should only happen in anime or manga is happening in real life. He questions if the story is about her and some random man. She asks, "What is he talking about?" Driver Choi tells her sometimes it's good to be honest. In this world, things such as a hypnosis app aren't real. He informs her that she has a special event today. Mr. Kim Yong-bae's birthday party is at 7 p.m. He is the son of Group Z's president. However, she doesn't want to go, but the daughter of the Bang family is also going to be there, and it would be a serious problem if she didn't attend that kind of event. But she doesn't care about getting into trouble. A few words from Driver Choi, and she folds immediately. He informs her that the invitation allows a guest to bring a companion. He asks if there's anyone she'd like to bring with her. She asks her friends, but one is busy with a family dinner, and another is busy with a sick dog that she has to take care of. Jaewon has to go to the academy, and it's one of those days for Jae-kyung who needs to go home and relax. It seems no one has time to go with her. Kiryung offers to take her since he's free, but she doesn't want to go with him. All the girls said they can't go, so the only option left is Minsik. He tells her that he heard what she was talking about. She tells him it's at 7 p.m., and he comments that it's a complicated time. She tells him to shut up and declares that he has no right to deny it, as he is the ogre. Can an insignificant ogre like him reject the orders of an elf? She needs that ogre to get ready. He explains that he's already used to her provocations, so it doesn't matter. With an irritated expression, he puts her in a princess carry hold, and she questions if he didn't say he got used to it. She declares that it's over and now she'll be the ogre's wife and give birth to a half-ogre baby. He declares that she is truly insane. Meanwhile, Kir-young and Jae-kyung are still together, enjoying every moment. They seem to be on good terms, as always. At the establishment, Sean informs Minsik that there are a lot of high-profile people there, so he better stay calm and take his hands out of his pockets. Also, he must protect her if there's any incident, which is why she brought him there. However, it's an unscheduled situation. Driver Choi declares that he'll wait in the car until she's ready. Suddenly, someone questions, "Who do we have here?" A blonde-haired girl and her +1 inquire if she is Seon. It's been a long time since we last saw her. This girl is Mayak Uni. They lower their heads and greet her. It's nice to meet her there. Seon introduces her to Minsik, saying she's the sheriff's daughter, 21 years old. Bang Mayak, and with her is her boyfriend, who is 26 years old, John Young. The blonde-haired girl questions, "What is that next to her?" The boyfriend declares that he was going to ask the same thing, as he was curious. Seon introduces him as Minsik and says he's her precious school friend, also noting that he's not a that. They seem uninterested as they look at them. Seon begins walking away and tells Minsik to come along. Suddenly, Mayak declares that she's a shameless witch. Luckily, Seon didn't hear this, or it would have been a world of hurt for her. Even more luckily, Minsik didn't hear this either. Moments later, she explains to Minsik that she got excited and said whatever first came to her mind, so he shouldn't worry about it and should go have some fun. However, he doesn't really mind, as in the past such events were not that great for him. This is just unusual for him. In the main hall, Kim Yong-bae returns, thanking everyone for coming to his fate anniversary party. They slightly bows his head and comments that it's been a while. Yong-bae questions, "Who is this muscular man?" Seon introduces Minsik to the man as the star of the party. He shakes Minsik's hand, and they have a manly talk for a few moments before Minsik walks away. The guy comments that Seon is getting more beautiful, and she retorts that his mustache is becoming brighter every time. Minsik searches in his pocket and looks at the doll he made of Seon. At that moment, Mayak tells him to move because she's trying to walk and he's taking up all the space. He lets them pass and apologizes, and she arrogantly comments that he's so big he takes up too much space. She wonders why Seon brought such a bulk. However, Seon quickly notices this and cuts the talk short. She runs toward Minsik and questions why he is standing so far away. He tells her it's nothing, and she ponders if he's telling the truth. She suggests that he goes and eats some delicious food, as she's sure he'll love the protein he'll get from it. As they're having their discussion, Mayak glances at them. Her boyfriend questions who the blue-haired girl is. Mayak explains that her father introduced her a while ago. She's always smiling, but she's a witch who loves to praise everyone all the time. Mayak also heard that Seon has been living without her parents since she was young, but whatever the case, she doesn't like her. Meanwhile, Seon enjoys a cookie that she finds tasty and tells Minsik to try it because it tastes really good. When he tells her no, she's surprised and asks why. He then explains that he doesn't have an appetite, but this makes no sense to her. She thinks it's impossible that someone his size and mass has no appetite. She realizes that what the two idiots said earlier must have affected him. Seon breaks down Minsik's walls, and he reveals the truth. He's scared she thinks he will hurt her. She is stunned and calls him an idiot. She asks what he means by thinking he'd hurt her. First and foremost, if that was the case, would she have brought him here? Confused, he tells her he thought she might. She explains of course she would, and asks if he'll eat the cookie or reject her again. He decides to eat it, but first he has to go to the bathroom. As he's walking, he contemplates what she said, and a small smile appears on his face. However, he bumps into Mayak and quickly apologizes. As he continues walking, she stares at him and calls out, referring to him as a pig. With a smirk on her face, She tells him to come here. He approaches her and questions who she's calling that. She tells him she was referring to him, saying he needs to apologize properly. How could he just keep going as if nothing happened? It's too rude. He quickly apologizes again, but she throws her wine on him, commenting that she can do the same. Her boyfriend, with a cat-like grin, laughs and questions if that wasn't too much, but Mayak doesn't care. She comments that it seems Minsik's gotten all dirty from eating like a child. She questions if he heard who she is and whether he really thinks what happened was fair. Minsik, still calm, tells her he's sorry. She exclaims that she really thought he was stupid, but he seems smarter than he looks. At that moment, Sian rushes towards them and questions what happened. She asks why Minsik is wet. Mayak mockingly comments that she accidentally bumped into Sian's precious friend and spilled her wine on him. Sian questions if that's the truth. Minsik tells her yes while lowering his head, explaining that he made a mistake, already apologized, and they should just go. Sian stares at him for a moment, looking deep into his soul, and then tells him he shouldn't lie to her. Sian approaches Mayak and comments that she knows Mayak loves to show off, but she must do it in moderation. Mayak questions who said Sian could talk to her like that. Isn't it rude? Didn't she learn to speak politely? She offers to teach Sian honorifics. Sian asks if Mayak wants her to treat her like a sister now, but Mayak responds that she brought such a plain, basic guy to a place like this and is speaking informally to her, even though Mayak is older. Mayak adds that Sian wouldn't know better because it's just a thing people without parents do. This hurts Sian deeply, enraging her. But Mayak smiles and questions if she went too far. Suddenly, Minsik makes Mayak lower her head and tells her to shut up. His grip is so strong that she becomes nervous. Minsik is aware that Sian has been through a lot, but she was kind to him. She made him smile, was a true friend, and he enjoyed seeing her happy. He also saw her at her most vulnerable and was there for her, so he won't allow anyone to talk to her like that. He explains that Mayak shouldn't speak to Sian that way, calling her a witch. Minsik recounts that in the past, there was a girl from his class who was very pretty, and he was in love with her, but he didn't fit with her, he was too big and ugly. However, she was friendly with everyone, so he knew her smile wasn't meant for him. Even then, he thought it was worth trying. So, he sewed a doll that looked just like her, and even if it was small and a little unpleasant, he thought she would happily accept it. He waited for her after class and gave her the doll as a gift. Upon seeing the doll, she stared for a few moments but then smiled happily. She thanked him and told him it was nice, and he was very happy. She didn't hate it and happily accepted it. At least his feelings reached her a little. But some days later, he found it discarded on the school grounds. He hid behind the wall and overheard her conversation. She told Sung that he made her a doll and gave it to her. The friend was curious and wanted to see it, but she apologized and commented that she threw it away because it was repulsive. It wasn't an unexpected result, and he supposed it could be offensive. Sometimes unwanted favors and gifts can hurt someone. It just startled him a bit, making him wonder who she was calling repulsive, him or the doll. But it was the same with Sian, a situation where people looked down on him and called him ugly, which made him feel insecure. So, maybe he told her to leave, but Sian was kind and didn't let him go. He always pondered why she didn't let him leave. Why doesn't she laugh at him like all the others? Why does she get close to him? The first gift he received looked like him, and he may not have shown it, but he was really happy. That's why he got angry. After hearing Mayak's words that touched the deepest parts of Sian's wounds, he knew he couldn't stand by. Mayak questions what Minsik's doing and why he won't let her go. He declares that she must beg for forgiveness from the person she just hurt. Mayak can't believe he would tell her that and thinks he's out of his mind. Sian is flabbergasted. Minsik declares that if Mayak doesn't ask for forgiveness from Sian, this will be the start of her education. Mayak tells him she was joking but looks to her boyfriend for help and questions why he's just standing there. Her boyfriend nonchalantly declares that it seems he can't avoid it. He calls Minsik a pig and asks if he's ever heard of kickboxing. He comments that with Minsik's balloon-like muscles, there's no way he could have done practical martial arts like this. He tells Minsik he'll make him regret touching his beautiful girlfriend. The guy thinks his kickboxing skills are going to hurt Minsik, but his low kick does no damage. It takes him a moment to realize that it had no effect. Puzzled, he tries a circular kick, then a high kick. It just becomes more and more embarrassing. So Minsik hits him on the head, and he immediately falls to the ground unconscious. This makes Mayak furious, and she questions if Minsik is crazy. Does he really think everything is going to be okay after this? She questions if he knows who her father is. Does he really want to be interrogated? Minsik, however, doesn't care who her father is. She hurt Cian, and that's why she's going to receive her education. If she doesn't ask for forgiveness now, she'll be punished. Hearing this, Cian smiles. Since Mayak says nothing, Minsik lifts her in the air. This is the start of her education. At that moment, the star of the party rushes over to see what the issue is, but Cian intervenes and states that he shouldn't worry. Mayak said she was bored, so they're playing with her for a while. Cian questions if Mayak doesn't seem happy, but she looks like she wants to cry. He declares that it's great she's enjoying the party. Mayak declares that she's dizzy and wants to be put down, so Minsik throws her next to her boyfriend. Her face becomes pale and she vomits. Cian questions if the education is finished, but Mayak defiantly declares that she's not apologizing. She can't believe she was embarrassed like this and asks if Minsik really thinks he's safe. She won't forgive him and is going to tell everyone. Minsik explains that Mayak still hasn't regained her senses. Cian comments that it's over and she'll take over now. She tells Mayak to listen. She seems mistaken. She explains that generally Mayak is always rude and hits people, and has also done a lot of bad things behind her father's back. If she tells her dad, he'll love it, right? She's bluffing, though the truth is, she doesn't know exactly what she's done. Mayak contemplates this for a moment but admits defeat. She quickly apologizes to Cian, and Cian, wondering if that was really enough, decides to move on. Later, they declare that today was a tiring day, and Cian tells Minsik he did a good job. She thanks him for everything that happened today. Even though they may have said awful things about her, he interfered, and she felt calm. To make it even better, Mayak made a rainbow and got dizzy, which was really fun for her. At this moment, Minsik gathers the courage to declare that he has something for her. Suddenly, he becomes silent and starts staring at her. But she simply asks why he's so quiet all of a sudden. He becomes really nervous. Giving her a gift is so complicated. He must have underestimated himself. It looks like he hasn't gotten over the trauma from the past. She inquires why he put his hand in his pocket, almost as if he's touching something. He exclaims that it's a misunderstanding, but she tells him not to lie to her. Did he really think she wouldn't notice? He's been fiddling with his pockets for quite some time now, so he must have something in there. She begins feeling his pocket on his huge muscles. He tells her to stop, but she tells him to shut up as she feels something inside his pocket. Suddenly, she pulls out something and sees a doll. She is excited and questions where he got it. Finally, facing his trauma, Minsik declares that he made it himself. She can't believe that he's so skilled with his hands. He explains that he was thinking about her. It wasn't just because of the gift she gave him the other day. The more he saw it, the more he thought about her, so he wanted to give her something in return. It may be a little disgusting, but he made it while thinking of her. She blushes and questions how long he's been thinking of her. He reveals that he thinks of her every day. She looks away and asks if he's serious, but he is. He comments that sometimes she seems a little crazy, but no matter how she dresses or how she styles her hair, she always looks good. It doesn't matter what she does, it always ends up being cute and pretty. He's had these thoughts for a long time now. She tells him to stop, embarrassed, her face growing redder. She questions why he has to praise everything she does. She announces that she's going to sleep now, and he tells her good night. As she walks away, she vows to treasure the doll forever. This puts him at ease, and he smiles and thanks her. Later, inside her room, she stares at the doll in the middle of the night. She reflects on the fact that he made it while thinking of her and questions why he said something so weird. She exits her bedroom and sees him sleeping on the couch. She wonders why he's sitting there all alone. He's a strange guy. He comforted her, was there when she needed him, and even told her she was cute and pretty. He's been thinking of her every day. What kind of ogre is so nice to an elf, she ponders. But since he gave her such a nice gift, she has to repay him somehow. She decides to give him something in return. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she knows it's an honor. She brushes back her hair and kisses him on the cheek. Do you remember the story of the elf that was hypnotized by an ogre and forced to become his wife? It seemed like a life she didn't want, but there was an unexpected plot twist. The hypnotic effect on the elf was dismissed halfway through the story. She awakened by accident and thought that even the trustworthy appearance of the ogre made her feel safe. Eventually, they got married, and their children lived happily ever after. But that's a story for another time. Cian questions what Driver Choi thought of it. Did he like the ending? He tells her he didn't like it at all. He knows it's just a setup to reinforce an NSFW scene that comes right after. But in this story, the result is the opposite. However, Cian likes it. The next day, her friends are surprised that Minsik went with her to the party. They didn't think it was going to happen and found it incredible. They ask if anything happened while she was with him. She initially thought she shouldn't say anything, but then remembers that she kissed him. She looks away and admits that she kissed him. Her friends can't believe she was so bold. They ask if they're officially a couple now, but she declares they're just friends, even after the kiss. So maybe she has left him in the friend zone. Unfortunately, she's not in a relationship with the ogre for now because a man should confess first. Later, on a rainy day, a stray dog was hungry. He couldn't find any food, and he was also too tired to escape the rain. That's when a strange human appeared in front of him, asking if he was cold. Kiryung couldn't tell if he was a dog or a wolf. The human was unknown, so the dog gathered the strength he didn't have to warn him away. However, the human assured him he didn't have to be on guard and gave him an umbrella. He even offered him some food before running away in the rain, all alone. The dog owed this human a favor. He was a kind and gentlemanly person, someone the dog would never forget. As a male who never forgets kindness, he hoped that one day he could repay this human. The moment finally arrived when he found the place the benefactor frequently visited, a place called school. He planned to repay the favor by helping the benefactor meet a female human. After all, even though the benefactor was human, he was still a male who would go crazy over women. This was a great opportunity because there were a female nearby. So, the dog jumped up and hit the female in the back, causing her to fall on Kiryung. Kiryung questions who she was, and they clarify that he didn't have any free hug posters on him. She declares that someone pushed her from behind. However, the dog believes that it was a great success, and he should go ahead and try to mate with the female. However, the female merely left, and it was so odd. The dog was confused as to why the benefactor didn't try to mate with the female. He pondered whether there were males that refused to reproduce. However, he quickly came to the conclusion that this male liked different females, and that seemed to be the answer. So, he decided to prepare another female for the benefactor. The dog found his second target, a crazy woman with light eyes and pigtails. It was very probable that the benefactor would like someone with an appearance like hers. So, from behind, he pounced, expecting the benefactor to hug her from behind. However, the female was taken aback. Cian declared that he was actually hugging her from behind when he should have done it to Jae-kyung instead. She accused him of wanting to take advantage of her and said he was going to get rid of her because he was greedy. Kiryung didn't understand what she was talking about. She declared that he was a playboy who only spent his time looking for women to play with and then discard. Even the dog found this strange, as the benefactor had the face of a male who didn't want to mate with anyone at all. Could it be that he had the wrong objective again? Since then, the dog attempted the same with many female humans, but the results stayed the same. He thought his benefactor had very demanding taste, and this was a very worrying case indeed. Suddenly, he found 2 more female humans. He didn't have much stamina left, so he had to risk it here. One moment, that's all the benefactor needed to wait. So, which one of these beauties would he choose? The dog was determined to ensure the benefactor met with one of these 2 females. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading about Kiryung, that he was getting with all the girls in their class. Every girl ended up hugging him. Some pondered if it was just him with a free hug sign on his back or something like that. However, one girl said she got pushed onto him from behind. But whatever the case, They knew they should be careful if they didn't want to be hugged by Kiryung. However, if it was Kiryung, they didn't mind. Later, at the dumpster, Sung with her dark eyes like the solar system questioned how everything was going with Kiryung. How far had she gotten? However, Jaiwon didn't understand what she meant. She declared that there was nothing between her and that idiot, and that they weren't in a relationship yet. Sung questioned if she was ahead of her, which agitated Jaiwon. Sung declared that she didn't think she could ever forget the hugs she had shared with him. Jaiwon wondered if she had really hugged him. Sung began laughing and told her to put in more effort. Jaiwon wanted to know what happened, but Sung didn't want to say anything more. Jaiwon wondered why she had hugged him. Suddenly, she noticed a dog still hiding behind a wall and quickly ran toward it, thinking it was cute. By the time she reached the other side, she bumped into Kiryung, who questioned if she wanted to go to the cafeteria with him. She was surprised to see him and questioned what had happened to the dog. But Kiryung kept to his original question, whether she wanted to go to the cafeteria or not. She told him she didn't have an appetite, but if he really wanted to go, she would go with him. However, he commented that he didn't really want to go either but needed to gain some weight. Suddenly, she questioned if he had seen the dog. At that moment, the dog appeared from behind and pounced, throwing her onto Kiryung, causing them to hug. Kiryung found it odd that he'd been getting hugged a lot that day. Someone had pushed her from behind. Maybe it was Sung. But that aside, Jaiwon noticed that Kiryung smelled really good, like he wore cologne. It was really comforting. She thought she'd get a good night's sleep if she could go to bed smelling this. Suddenly, she regained her senses and quickly pushed herself away from him, telling him to release her. But Kiryung declared that she was the one hugging him. Meanwhile, the dog watched their conversation from the gate. He decided that this was just another failure. It looked like the benefactor didn't like that female either, but there was something different this time. The dog came to the conclusion that this female actually liked the benefactor. Later, Jaekyung happily declared that they should go home together. This caught the attention of the dog, who realized that this girl was the last female. This was the moment. Now that a female was standing behind the benefactor, he would push her diagonally. He rushed at her, but she immediately dodged like a boss and caught the dog midair. The dog made crying noises and she commented that she had finally found the culprit. She declared that the dog was a bad dog in a cold tone. She explained to Kiryung that a series of unfortunate events had been happening to him, and this little doggy was behind all of these hugging incidents. However, Kiryung insisted the dog was a wolf, but Jaekyung clarified that a wolf couldn't be in the middle of the city. Kiryung thought the dog looked familiar. The dog was terrified of this female. He couldn't believe she had avoided his attack so easily. Do all humans have reflexes like this? Suddenly, Kiryung remembered the dog. He was the one who had given the dog an umbrella and some hot dogs when it was raining the other day. He shouted that this wasn't how favors were repaid. He'd done a bad job. Jaekyung contemplated what the dog had been doing. Was the objective hugging girls? The dog quickly realized that this female had many possibilities of defeating him. Would she turn him into soup? Take him to a circus? Whatever the case, someone needed to save this dog. He needed saving, so he howled for help. Seeing this, Kiryung was 100% sure that the dog was a wolf. After understanding the situation, Jaekyung suggested they go home. Kiryung questioned if they weren't going to scold him, but she told him that was enough. The dog was confused about what was happening. It was strange. He thought they were going to punish him, but everything went well. He would get away from that female as soon as he could. But he couldn't give up on Kiryung that easily. It wasn't as if nothing had happened. If it wasn't for the umbrella and the hot dogs from his benefactor, he would have died from the cold and hunger. He still owed his benefactor. He would give it one more try, so he pushed Jaekyung onto Kiryung again, and this time she didn't dodge. She hugged him and was enjoying every moment of it. The dog was 100% sure this was the face of a male that wanted to mate. The mission was a complete success. He had returned the favor, so he'll leave the rest to his benefactor. But it was weird. What kind of reflexes did this female have? She could have avoided that easily. He wondered if it was his doing or if she wanted him to push her. She told Kiryung not to get it wrong. It was the dog's fault. But whatever the case, that's the end of his story. Now, he was hungry and needed to get some food. And this is the end of the doggy lovemaker or doggy cupid. Late on a chilly evening, Kiryung and Minsik walked together. Kiryung had come to the realization that it's true. People do need to exercise. However, Minsik decided to confess something to him. He never expected Kiryung to turn out this way. Back in school, he hated doing exercise. He was the kind of guy whose manly side couldn't be seen. Back then, Kiryung didn't even know why anyone would put themselves through the pain of exercise. Other than watch anime, he had no real interest. But even if it's because of a girl, Minsik was happy to see him man up. Looking back, Minsik was the only one who understood everything. Then, Kiryung wanted to triple the amount of reps they would do from now on because of Jae-kung. After all that talk about not being interested in exercise, now he wants to bulk up because he wants to look good. Not just because of that, but because he doesn't want to look weak in front of Jae-kung. The only reason that comes to mind right now is that he wants to protect Jae-kung when she's in danger. That's what Kiryung told him. However, Kiryung started to sound a bit childish, but Minsik didn't think so. As Minsik says, women feel attracted to gentlemanly men. But what's most important is to set a goal and put in the effort to achieve it. Still, Kiryung believed he was far from his objective. He didn't know if his body had changed that much. Minsik knew he was different from his past self. There's something a man must always know. Perseverance does not betray. The next day in class, Kiryung's teacher was posing like a model, but Kiryung nervously approached Jae-kung. She questioned what had happened, smiling and laughing a bit. Kiryung was curious about what she was doing after class, but she told him nothing much. Her plans were free. He asked if she wanted to go watch a movie and get some food together. Later, in the hallway, he reflected on the fact that he did it. It had been a while since he went on a date with Jae-kung. As expected, he was excited. He then bumped into Seon, who commented that he really looked happy. Had something good happened to him, or what? He revealed that he was going to watch a movie with Jae-kung after school. Suddenly, Seon called him a bad boy. Last time he hugged her from behind, she thought he liked her. How dare he go looking for another woman? However, Kiryung tried to clarify that it wasn't his fault, and it was because of the wolf. Seon questioned if he wanted to die and threatened to get rid of him. As she said this, she got closer to his face, and Kiryung told her to back off. She then returned to normal and revealed that she was just joking. She felt nothing for him. But it must be cool going on a date. Will they go shopping and get some new clothes? Kiryung nonchalantly declared that he wasn't thinking of that and planned to wear what he had at home. This news was quite disturbing to Seon, who dramatically told him no. She grabbed him by the shirt and calmly told him that he was going with her when classes were over, unless he wanted her to beat him up. At a salon, the owner, known as Aaron, welcomed him. Seon ordered him to turn Sung into a man. Kiryung took a seat and thanked Aaron. Even though he hadn't started yet, Aaron asked how he would like it, but Seon told him to make Kiryung look the best he could. A little while later, it was all done, and Seon was impressed. She blushed, commenting that it was a nice haircut. Next up was clothing shopping. Unfortunately, Kiryung didn't have any money, but Seon offered to buy him something since she had lots of money. As they left, Aaron commented that they should get out. When the day ended, the night illuminated the sky. Seon had finished her duty and was impressed by her excellent work. She commented that people should dress up nicely for special moments. Kiryung questioned if the outfit suited him, as it felt a little weird. She told him not to worry about it, he would get used to it soon. She was sure Jae-kung would love it, or at least love a guy who came dressed up like that for a date. She took the bag that held his school uniform, as it wouldn't be good to have it on the date. She said she would keep it for him until tomorrow. Kiryung thanked her, revealing that he didn't really have to do any of this, as he didn't want to owe her anything, but he would pay her back for sure. Seon asked what he was talking about and told him to leave it be. It was really fun for her. As she left, Kiryung commented that she was out of this world. However, it was Kiryung's first time dressing up like this, and he really hoped Jae-kung liked it. Meanwhile, in Jae-kung's room, she sat on her couch, trembling at the thought of seeing Kiryung soon. She was sure she would look cute, but it was a little chilly. For the first time, her body felt strange. She really had to go see him. She walked the street alone as no one else was around. She walked slowly, having a hard time breathing. Suddenly, she fell to the ground, exhausted. She really didn't feel good. Her vision became blurry as she tried to get up. She needed to hurry. Suddenly, two boys approached her and inquired why she was sleeping there. They tried talking to her, telling her to wake up, but one of them started laughing, commenting that it was incredible. They probably thought she was drunk. They wondered what she looked like. As one of them lifted her head, they remarked that she was really pretty. They wondered what she was doing in the middle of the street. They speculated that she was drunk since her face was red. Then they realized she didn't seem well and questioned whether they should help her. However, one of the boys told his friend to wait for a moment as he had to do something first. Meanwhile, Kiryung was waiting alone, wondering why Jae-kyung hadn't arrived. Maybe something bad had happened to her? He thought about contacting her but remembered reading on the internet that girls take a while to get ready. He decided to wait a bit more. Suddenly, someone called his name. Song commented that it was a coincidence. She questioned what he was doing there alone, but he explained that he was waiting for Jae-kyung. Song told him that she was doing the same. She asked if he had stolen Jae-kyung from her, jokingly threatening him. Kiryung didn't understand what she was talking about. Song explained that earlier, about 2 hours ago, she was balancing elegantly in the park, having fun. She noticed two women walking together and decided she wanted new clothes. So, she called her best friend, Jae-kyung, and asked if she wanted to go shopping. Jae-kyung revealed that she was going on a date and was leaving now. As a result, Song was rejected. Now, Song questioned if it was Kiryung with whom Jae-kyung had gone on a date. She couldn't forgive him for taking away her happy time. Kiryung commented that if she had called Jae-kyung 2 hours ago, she should have been here by now. So, if Song wanted, they could go shopping together. But then Kiryung realized something. If it had been 2 hours since she called Jae-kyung, she should have arrived by now. That made Song realize that Jae-kyung's voice had sounded strange, like she was gasping for air or sick. This stressed Kiryung. Jae-kyung had left her house at least 2 hours ago, and from what Song was telling him, her voice didn't sound too good. What could have happened to her? He decided to check by calling her first. He might have been worrying over nothing, but she wasn't answering the phone. It went straight to voicemail. Song suggested that something could have happened to her. Kiryung dismissed the idea but resolved to go to her house. He told Song to keep calling her until she picked up. Song told him to wait for her and ran after him but immediately bumped into a tree. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy took out his phone and snapped a picture of him and Jae-kyung. The brown-haired guy commented that they looked horrible. They couldn't believe she was still asleep. How much did she drink? The blonde-haired guy wondered. But then he noticed something else. Her body was really attractive. He commented that her boyfriend must be really lucky. He couldn't stand it anymore. He questioned if there were any cameras around, and his friend asked what he was planning to do. The blonde-haired guy got up, commenting that he was frustrated. He hadn't gotten a single number, so why did girls always act like they were too good for him? He believed this was a one-in-a-million opportunity. His friend questioned if he was really going to do something. The blonde-haired guy explained that he just wanted to take some pictures. Nothing too serious, just for his collection. He reassured his friend that there was no need to worry. But as he reached down, he suddenly heard a noise and turned. Kiryung had arrived and immediately shoved the friend aside. He rushed at the blonde-haired guy with full force. He grabs the man's face in his hand and angrily questions, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The dangerous look in his eyes makes it clear that no one would want to be in that guy's position. A few days ago, Seon was in a car with Minsik, discussing how close he had become with Kiryung. They had even started training together. Minsik revealed that they had been close since middle school. Back then, Kiryung was being bullied by two guys at the back of the school, and that kind of behavior really bothered Minsik, so he intervened. Kiryung had been impressed by Minsik's strength and wanted to be friends with him. From that moment, they became closer. Seon couldn't believe that Kiryung had been bullied. Minsik explained that it was because of Kiryung's appearance and friendly personality. Good people like him are often seen and treated like cowards. It's an unfortunate truth, Minsik said. Sian added. But when people like Kiryung get mad, they can be really scary. Sian asked curiously, how does Kiryung get when he's mad? The answer was made clear as the guy was slammed into the wall in pain. Kiryung ordered him to hand over his phone. The guy, still stunned, questioned, what the hell do you think you're doing? But before he could react, Kiryung punched him in the face, dislocating his jaw. Kiryung got up, took the phone, and commented with disdain, pathetic, taking pictures of a defenseless girl. With a stern voice, he asks, do you really like living like that? Suddenly, he is punched in the face with extreme force. The blonde guy, irritated, exclaims, he came at me out of nowhere and hit me. Does he want to die? At that moment, Jae-kyung begins to regain consciousness and wonders where she is. She notices Kiryung getting punched in the face and wonders what is happening to him. Meanwhile, Kiryung contemplates what the guy said, asking if he wants to die. Is this guy really asking him that? The guy tries to punch him again, declaring that he'll finish him off. Unfortunately, there's been a misunderstanding. Kiryung should be the one asking if he wants to die, not the other way around. Immediately, Kiryung delivers a powerful blow that catches the guy by surprise. He hits him straight in the nose, and blood begins to pour. This is a result of him touching Jae-kyung. Kiryung follows with a punch to the kidney, which causes the guy to stagger in pain. Kiryung has been doing 100 push-ups every day in one go, and it was a great achievement for him when he finally managed to do it. Minsik comments that it feels like when they were in middle school, but now Kiryung is in way better shape. Kiryung, however, thinks to himself that he has only been training for around 3 months. Minsik doesn't know it, but Kiryung has received special training, so he shouldn't have to stoop to the level of immature and discouraging people in the first place. Kiryung sighs in relief, thinking it's over, but then realizes there's no time to relax. He has to get Jae-kyung free from this place. Suddenly, he's punched in the gut, and the guy sneers, did you really think I was done? Kiryung clutches his stomach, staggering. The guy realizes that Kiryung must be Jae-kyung's boyfriend. He envies Kiryung, the guy who broke his phone. The guy had been planning to add pictures of Jae-kyung to his collection, and because of Kiryung's intervention, he's now determined to beat him up, and then do something horrifying that's too terrible to mention. Suddenly, the guy is hid in the jewels by the super gorgeous heroine who has finally arrived. Sung reported the culprits to the police, and the phone they used to take pictures of Jae-kyung was confiscated, so they won't be able to use it anymore. But first, they took Jae-kyung to the ER since she looked awful. The doctor revealed that it was just a common cold and said she just needed to eat well and get some rest to recover. Kiryung is relieved that it wasn't anything serious. That's what people get when they try to push themselves while they're sick, he thought. He informed Sung that the doctor said Jae-kyung could go home, so they should call a cab and take her to her place. At Jae-kyung's home, Kiryung sits in a chair, staring at her. It had been a close call, but he was happy he found her so soon. When Sung said she was worried, Kiryung immediately went looking for Jae-kyung. From the date place to her house. His clothes were dirty, and his head had been hit. His face was all scratched up. He wanted Jae-kyung to see him looking his best on their date, to hear her say, you look good. He had really been looking forward to it, and now he felt bad about how things had turned out. Sung informed Kiryung that she had to go home. She told him to take care of Jae-kyung, and he assured her he would wait until Jae-kyung's parents came home. As Sung left, she came closer to Kiryung and warned, I'm watching you. I know this is a great opportunity to be left alone with her, so if you dare touch her, you won't get away with it. Be careful if you don't want your little friend terminated. With that, she walked away and left. Kiryung got up to go to the bathroom, but as he was walking away, Jae-kyung called out to him, telling him not to go. He smiled, sat back down and said, I'm not going anywhere. She then told him that she had a dream where Sung was saving her from bad people. She wasn't sure if it was a dream or not, but she thought it was really cool. Kiryung then told her that it wasn't a dream. He explained that he was worried about her but didn't know she was sick. He asked why she overexerted herself. Jae-kyung revealed that she bought new clothes and spent a lot of time getting ready, thinking about which hairstyle would look better. Now that she thought about it, she wanted to ask him something. Smiling shyly, Jae-kyung asked, "Do I look pretty?" Kir-young reflected on why he started working out, why he bought new clothes, and why he got a haircut with Seon. He had been impatiently waiting for their date because he wanted to look good in front of her. Perhaps, just maybe, Jae-kyung felt the same way. So, he told her, "You look beautiful." The next day, Seon asked how the date went. Jae-kyung was surprised and asked how she knew about it. But Seon quickly said she didn't know anything. Jae-kyung explained that she couldn't go on the date because something came up. Seon was surprised but clarified that they still met and that Kir-young told her she looked beautiful. Seon was amazed. He actually said that? It seemed incredible, as though they were going out. Jae-kyung revealed that she curled her hair a little differently and had wondered if he would notice. She doubted it at first, but at that very moment Kir-young arrived. She rushed over to him, asking, "Did you notice anything different about me?" Kir-young, somewhat unsure, responded that he didn't know, but thought her tone had changed a bit. Seon, amused, commented that he was an idiot. Jae-kyung playfully bit him on the shoulder, declaring that she hated him. He teased her, saying, "Don't bite me." It was clear they still had a long way to go. At the dumpster, Jaewon and Sung were enjoying themselves as well. Sung asked, "Now that I think about it, did you enjoy your summer break?" Jaewon, confused, asked, "Why are you asking so suddenly?" Sung explained that she was just curious. Jaewon said her summer break went by quickly, but it was strange that Sung asked out of the blue. She then wondered if Sung wanted to go out and play. Sung stared at her for a few moments before saying, "I'm just asking, nothing more." But then, smiling brightly, she suggested, "Let's go to the beach." She reminded Sung that she had been working as a cashier in a convenience store, so it was time for a break. Sung also revealed that she wanted to try out her new bikini and asked if Jaewon wanted to see it. Later at the beach, all the boys were staring at Sung. They loved her style and thought she looked incredible. They admired her figure and wondered if they could get her number. However, she sighed, unimpressed by the attention. She just wondered why Jaewon hadn't come out of the bathroom yet. Suddenly, Kir-young arrived. Sung was surprised and asked if it was really him, but she mispronounced his name. He corrected her and asked where she knew him from. He finally remembered her as the girl who hugged him out of many. She introduced herself as Shin Sung, a friend of Jaewon. Kir-young mentioned that he had heard a little about her. Sung, looking closer at him, thought to herself how she knew Jaewon liked him, but couldn't understand what she saw in a guy like this. While she was deep in thought, Kir-young explained that he was there because his sister dragged him along. Sung took note of his fit physique and admitted that he was kind of cute, and that maybe she had been wrong about him before. She decided to light another cigarette, but Kir-young stared at her with an uneasy expression. Sung wondered why he was looking at her like that, but then remembered that she is showing her chest to a guy from school. Her swimsuit didn't seem all that different from underwear. Suddenly, she didn't feel like being there anymore. Kir-young interrupted her thoughts, asking, "Do you want some ice cream? It's sweet and tasty." She took it, thanked him, and decided to smoke later. Kir-young then asked if it was difficult to stop smoking. Sung explained, "It's just an addiction, so of course, it's hard." She asked why he was curious, and he revealed that he had been thinking about someone. He hoped she would quit smoking someday. Just then, Kir-young's sister arrived and demanded to know where the cigarette smell was coming from. She told him to finish his mission and return to the base. He turned to leave and told Sung that there was a designated smoking area near the bathroom. Smoking out here could get her fined, so she should go over there instead. Sung was impressed. He had come over just because his sister smelled someone smoking. He just stumbled upon a schoolmate whom he never said anything to. He gave her an ice cream so she wouldn't grab another cigarette, and he even used the fine as an excuse to make her go to the smokers area. He points out her faults in the least annoying way, and she is impressed and thankful. Moments later, Jaewon arrives. Sung questions what's up with the cheap outfit. Sung then reveals that she stumbled upon Kir-young a while ago, which startles Jaewon. Sung explained that they talked for a bit. Jaewon questions what they talked about, but why should Sung tell her? Sung then explains that they're going to the smokers area. She also confesses that now she thinks she knows why Jaewon likes Kiryung. This surprises Jaewon, and she questions what Sung means by that. However, it's a secret at school. Seon walked down the hallway. She noticed Minsik and greeted him with "Good morning." Minsik hoped that she had a good night's sleep. Walking past her, he said he'd see her later in class. As they walked away, she glanced back at him, wondering why he wouldn't confess to her. Doesn't he think she's pretty just by looking at her? She knows he fell for her. Whatever the case, she concluded that he's been too calm lately, so maybe now is the time to take the next step. Maybe they should start today. Operation, make the ogre fall for the elf. After school, the students were talking about a fancy car that looked extremely expensive. They noticed a guy who looked like a driver, but he seemed scary. The driver greeted Minsik and bowed slightly, informing him that he came to pick him up. The students were surprised, thinking Minsik was rich. Inside the car, Minsik questioned where they were going. The driver exclaimed that they were going to Seon's house and requested that he stay on the couch for the time being. The driver then exclaimed that he'd be leaving. At that moment, Seon arrived and questioned if Minsik was surprised. She walked out in a beautiful outfit which took Minsik by surprise. Minsik questioned if she was crazy, asking what this was all about. She explained that she had gotten many outfits recently, and it was hard to decide when she had so many options. So, Minsik was going to help her pick which one was cuter. This was like an elf's charm special. There was no male who wouldn't fall for an elf trying out cute clothes. She crossed her legs, expecting him to fall for her immediately. She questioned how the first outfit looked. Did it look good on her? The unbuttoned shirt and black tie exuded a sense of adult maturity. If he didn't check it out and make a move, then he wasn't a true man, she thought. But he simply told her that it was good. The atmosphere shifted, and she questioned if that was all. What was with the apathetic response? Was she not hot enough for his taste? If that was the case, she came out with her second attack, a cute schoolgirl outfit. She questioned if he had seen anything like this before. She was going to put on some cute clothes, and this time around, it would obviously work. Right now, this skirt was so short that it made her thighs stand out. How could he not fall for this elf? But his response was a bland, "Not bad." He gave her such a cold response that she angrily walked away, declaring the next outfit. Minsik questioned why she was angry. However, the next outfit appeared, and after that, many more. First the bunny girl outfit, next the crop top outfit with long hair, and then a Chinese dress. But not long after, she had almost finished her wardrobe and was stunned. She couldn't believe this. She had shown him almost everything, and he questioned what was next. She didn't get the reaction she expected from him. Now she was getting really mad. She even kissed him. She then boldly approached him. Minsik, seemingly confused, questioned if she was okay. She grabbed his shoulder and questioned if he wasn't interested in her. He was stunned, seemingly confused by what she was saying. However, he explained that he didn't get why she was doing all this so suddenly, but he wanted to ask something. Who was she meeting with in the clothes she showed him? Did she have a special appointment? She told him no, she didn't have one. He was happy to hear this. She questioned why, and he explained that all the outfits she tried on looked good on her, but he wanted to be the only one to see them. This made her blush, and she thought that this was so evil. She questioned if he really wanted to see them, commenting that he was being a bit greedy. She revealed that she had another outfit. Did he want to see her try it on? She realized that she had lost this time, but he revealed that he wanted to see the schoolgirl outfit she had tried on before. She told him no repeating. In the next scene, we see Jaewon sitting on a bench in her old middle school uniform. She wonders where she is and why she is wearing her middle school uniform. Is she a middle schooler again? She then sees her class leader and suddenly remembers how he looked at her with disgust, questioning why she was talking to him. She remembers that he called her disgusting. Later, she remembered how awful the girls were, pouring milk on her head, commenting that she looked so pretty because of it. This pink-haired girl made her life a living nightmare and traumatized her. Jaewon's life was ruined. This girl knelt down, commenting that she had to keep her hair that way for the entire day. Suddenly, Jaewon woke up from this nightmare, sweating profusely. It was a truly horrible dream. Later, inside her room, she suggested to Sung that they go to the cafe. However, Sung revealed that she was busy. She was taking a bath. Sung then told Jaiwon to wait for her in the park, and she'd go after finishing her bath. Taking a nap, putting on makeup, and eating. Jaiwon thought she was joking. Maybe she should just call someone else. She began thinking about whether she should call Kiryung. She stared at her phone, wondering if she should call him. If she called, would he come? Suddenly, she accidentally called him by mistake and panicked. What should she do? Kiryung answered and questioned why she had called. She nervously asked what he was doing, and he explained that he was watching anime with his sister. He inquired why she called, and Jaiwon pondered what she should do. What excuse could she make up? In a panic, she suggested that they go to the park for a jog so they wouldn't fall behind. Later at the park, Kiryung thought it was weird. She called him to exercise, but she was wearing a skirt and a shirt. She thought about it and realized she was overthinking things. But there was nothing she could do now. Kiryung commented that she said race for their jog so they wouldn't fall behind. Jaiwon remembered that she had used this as an excuse to call him. He commented that it was a shame, as he was planning to teach her the correct way to run that Minsik had taught him. Upon hearing his name, Jaiwon questioned if Kiryung and Minsik were close. He explained that they had known each other since middle school. He then asked if she had anyone she was close to back then. She told him no, she was an outcast in school. This surprised Kiryung. An awkward, heavy atmosphere appeared. She quickly realized what she had said and regretted bringing it up. Kiryung felt a bit nervous and apologized. But she continued, seemingly unable to stop herself from speaking about her past. She explained everything, starting with the class leader and how she became an outcast. She also mentioned the person who persistently tormented her in middle school. She wasn't sure why she told Kiryung about her past, but the words just seemed to flow out. Kiryung listened the entire time without saying any comforting words. She remarked that she was okay now and that it was all in the past. She had friends now and had overcome it. Kiryung made a dark joke and then informed her he'll go for a run. He told her not to skip cardio, explaining that he was going to run one lap and that afterward, they could go see some fish. This surprised Jaiwon. Why was he suddenly talking about fish? He reminded her that she had said she liked animals, particularly fish, which made her smile. She was grateful for his attempt to lighten the mood. She thought about getting him water when he finished his lap, so maybe she should go buy him one. Suddenly someone called her name. He questioned if she was Jaiwon and mentioned it had been a while. It was the ugly class leader, who inquired if she remembered him. She looked at him and immediately made a face of disgust. Do you remember when she told him that she liked him? Back then, when she confessed, the class leader looked at her with so much disgust. Afterward, she found out about the rumors surrounding her. Her table was full of scribbles, and she was insulted by people who stared at her as she passed by. Among them was someone who was the worst of all. She would attack her out of nowhere, acting as if it was funny. Smiling happily, she made her life a nightmare. Her name was Song Yun. Unlike the other kids who weren't directly ruining her life, Yoon kept tearing her down. One day, Yun declared that from now on, Jaiwon was a dog. Yun declared, how does a dog speak woof? So Jaiwon barked. Yun laughed, and the boys commented that it was so funny, asking her to do it again. It looked like Jaiwon had no pride, but still it was amusing to them. The girl declared that Jaiwon still hadn't realized she was a dog and ordered her to get on all fours immediately. For the first time, Jaiwon said it was a bit too much, but Yun smiled creepily and questioned, a bit too much what? Jaiwon explained that she didn't understand why Yun was doing all of this and asked her to stop. Immediately, she was slapped in the face. She was frozen, unable to move as her heart raced and the pain consumed her. She couldn't understand why they were doing this to her. However, the girl looked into her eyes and told her to bark like a dog. She grabbed Jaiwon by the collar and slapped her repeatedly, declaring, how dare you talk back? Just do what you're told. People still didn't intervene. Someone wondered if they should stop her, but others advised against doing anything unnecessary. They questioned whether they should help, fearing Yun's connections, saying that if they made a mistake, she'd call the upperclassmen from the high school. That's when Jaiwon learned the truth. Yun had feelings for one of the guys who confessed to her, and Yun wasn't happy about it. So she spread the rumors. That was the only reason Yun bullied her relentlessly. Now, seeing this guy face to face, Jaiwon was suddenly reminded of the past. She told the class leader it had been a while. He smiled, thinking he had a chance with her now, but she simply told him to buzz off. He didn't seem to understand, so she told him again. The guy tried to act all high and mighty, declaring that she shouldn't be so harsh since he greeted her because he was glad to see her after a while. So why was she acting that way? She wondered if this guy forgot what he said to her. He commented that Jaiwon knew how to curse now, noting it didn't suit her. She wasn't like this before. It looked like she had changed after becoming a high schooler. He even mentioned how much prettier she had become. Jaiwon questioned if they were close enough to chit-chat, asking if he had forgotten what he did to her. He explained that he had planned to tell her that Yun was the one who spread the rumors, but he had no choice but to believe them back then. If he hadn't, he would have been bullied too. He questioned if she understood that he was forced and suggested they shouldn't talk about the past anymore. Jaiwon simply thought that people like him were disgusting. At that moment, Kiryung arrived and suggested they go see some fish. Jaiwon was happy to see him and questioned what took him so long. Kiryung asked her to go to the convenience store to buy some apple juice. Jaiwon questioned if she was his maid, but he explained he'd give her money and pay for her as well. Kiryung then noticed the ugly guy. The ugly guy asked if Kiryung was her boyfriend, and Jaiwon quickly responded that it wasn't like that. They then walked away together. The guy looked sad for a moment but immediately became happy, thinking to himself that if Jaiwon had always been that pretty, he would have accepted her confession. Suddenly, someone tripped him, causing him to fall face first on the ground. Irritated, he looked up to see Sung, who greeted him. The ugly guy questioned why she tripped him and told her to apologize immediately. She looked down at him with her beautiful dark eyes and apologized sweetly. She helped him up and apologized again. She then questioned if he knew Jaiwon. He explained that they had met in middle school. Sung revealed that she was one of Jaiwon's friends and had been listening to their conversation in secret for a while. She also remembered Jaiwon mentioning something about being bullied, so she wanted to know more about it. He quickly declared that the most important thing was that he didn't do anything. Yun was the one behind it all. Upon hearing Yun's name, Sung realized she had heard it somewhere before. She believed there was a girl with that name in the group she used to hang out with but could barely remember it since she stopped hanging out with them a while ago. Immediately, she made a call to Kwon Il. He questioned why she was calling him, asking if she was bored since they were going to karaoke with everyone else and maybe she should come along. But she got straight to the point, asking if he knew who Yun was. He questioned why, but she told him it wasn't his problem. He, of course, knew her. He had hung out with her multiple times. He then revealed that she was there right now. Sung asked where his location was, and he told her the usual place they hung out. She told him to wait for her there. He then asked if she also wanted to go to karaoke, and she told him yes. Meanwhile, Jaiwon had explained to Kiryung that she thought he was going to take her to the aquarium, but this was just a park with regular water, and it was boring. He apologized, explaining that he didn't have any money, but Jaiwon declared that she could have given him some. Kiryung then told her to look at the ducks, and she commented that it was nice. Kiryung revealed that he had seen her friend at the beach the other day. He said her friend gave off the same vibes as her. They both looked like they had bad personalities. Jaiwon questioned what was wrong with her personality. Kiryung asked how she became close to Sung since they were in different classes. Jaiwon explained that back in middle school, her mind was out of it one day and Sung had talked to her first. Their friendship was founded over cigarettes, but one thing was for sure. If it weren't for Sung, she would have dropped out of middle school. Kiryung was surprised and concluded that Sung must be a good person. Jaiwon confessed that it wasn't like that since she herself had a bad personality. Meanwhile, Yun asked if she could borrow the blonde-haired guy's phone. He hesitated, but she acted nasty about it, ordering him to give it to her. Suddenly, a strong-looking guy told him to hand it over since she needed it. This guy must have been her boyfriend. He had made a name for himself in fights. As a result, the blonde-haired guy immediately turned over his phone. Yun then questioned when Sung's friend was coming. Suddenly, Sung arrived and questioned if they had called her. She happily greeted them, and the blonde-haired guy introduced everyone. Yun asked why Sung was looking for her, but Sung said she had some questions to ask. She then asked if Yun knew Jaiwon. Immediately, Yun began talking down about Jaiwon, revealing that Jaiwon had been bullied in school for thinking she was unattainable. The guy was surprised that Jaiwon did that. Sung smiled, but inside, she was shocked. It was hard to believe Jaiwon had really been bullied. Was Jaiwon hiding it from her? Was she embarrassed? Why was she so ashamed? Looking at Yun's boyfriend, Sung realized that one hit from him could send someone to another world. As expected, she no longer wanted to continue with this. It was too bothersome. What if she came forward and it didn't work out for her? But if she stayed quiet, it would just be over. Suddenly, Yun declared that Jaiwon was her cute dog. She still hadn't forgotten how Jaiwon would kneel before her feet. Yun then questioned if Sung knew where Jaiwon was. This was very difficult for Sung to hear. They had shot BB guns at Jaiwon, locked her in warehouses and lockers, and hit her all day, every day. It wasn't any of her business. It didn't matter if it was good or bad. The former class president had left, fearing for his life. If he had touched Yun, he believed he would end up in a grave. If Sung tried to take charge of this, it was possible they would both end up dead. Suddenly, Sung punched Yun in the face, and Yun made an expression that was terrifying. Even her boyfriend was startled. Suddenly, this monster slaps her in the face, and she did not regret what she did. Yun asked her what's wrong with her and what the punch was for, but she says nothing, reflecting on the old days. Somehow, she had become part of the group of bullies, too big and intimidating. Though she was just part of the group, she never felt like she belonged. She thought being in that group would give her a comfortable school life. No one touches you, no one looks down on you, and that was a great feeling. They talked about loyalty and friendship, but she didn't feel any of that. It was simply a necessary relationship. Somehow, she managed to meet Jaiwon. She was smoking in the alleyway. At first, she thought Jaiwon was from a group she didn't know and Sung just happened to be without cigarettes. Jaiwon was moping because she was dumped that day. Why did he dump her? She wondered. Because he didn't like her personality. She was so surprised that she couldn't say anything. After asking for a cigarette, she decided to vent in front of Jaiwon. Not to get close to her, but because she was the only one nearby. At that moment, she was just a girl seeking a cigarette and a place to dump her emotional trauma. She thought they wouldn't meet again anyway, but Jaiwon would tell her things like, "How could a guy leave such a nice girl like you?" She added that the guy would probably regret it. Maybe Jaiwon said it to be nice, but those words stuck with her. She thought she was just another girl lost in the world, but something about Jaiwon's words made her feel better. Somehow, they ended up talking over the phone. Somehow, they ended up going to karaoke. Somehow, she found herself spending more time with Jaiwon. The group would ask why she hung out with a girl like Jaiwon, and she'd reply, "She's nice." In fact, she knew from the start Jaiwon wasn't a popular girl. She was just a funny girl with both feet on the ground. If she kept hanging out with Jaiwon, there was a good chance she'd get kicked out of the group. But she never stopped. One day, Jaiwon confessed she was going through a tough time, but she was happy that her new friend was there for her. She questioned what Jaiwon was talking about. Jaiwon explained it was her first time going to a cafeteria or karaoke with someone else, and she was happy to hang out with her. Sung thought she was lying, but Jaiwon was serious. It was her first time hanging out with a friend. Sung teased her, asking if she wanted to go out with her. But Jaiwon quickly dismissed the idea, saying it wasn't like that. Sung didn't get it because she had so many friends. In reality, Sung didn't have many friends, and truthfully, it was her first time going to karaoke with someone too. Somehow, they spent a whole year together without much reason. They met, played, and laughed. And Sung slowly learned Jaiwon's secret. It was obvious Jaiwon had a rough past, but she didn't want to talk about it. Now, the girl who had bullied Jaiwon was standing right in front of her. Hitting this girl back to avenge Jaiwon was the worst option. After being excluded from the group, Sung could end up being bullied too. But her hands acted on their own. Yun, bloody and humiliated, stared up at her while two boys looked on. Yun called her a psychopath and warned her to watch where she walked at night. The other members of the group didn't understand why she hit Yun so suddenly. But Sung knew this would happen and didn't regret it. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling washed over Jaewon. Kiryung questioned what was wrong, and she told him someone was calling her. The person on the other end introduced himself as Jo Kwon Lee. He quickly told her it was important. Her best friend had been beaten up. Sung had hit Yun out of the blue, and things escalated from there. There was no stopping it. It was all because of Yun's boyfriend. Jaewon and Kiryung ran to Sung's location, and to Jaewon's horror, Sung was on the ground, unconscious. Jaewon rushed to her side, holding her in her arms and begging her to wake up. She slapped her face gently, telling her to open her eyes. Sung mumbled that it hurt, and Jaewon was relieved she was awake. Jaewon said they needed to go to the hospital, but Sung refused, calling her crazy for even suggesting it. Sung demanded to know why Jaewon kept her secret. She explained that she was afraid Sung would leave her, but more importantly, she asked why Sung hit Yun. Sung simply responded, "Just because." Was she out of her mind? Sung explained that looking at Yun's face just made her want to punch her. Jaewon recalled a promise Sung had made long ago. If anyone ever bullied Jaewon, Sung would beat them up for her. Furious, Jaewon was ready to confront Yun. Meanwhile, Yun's cheek still stung as she grew angrier. Her boyfriend commented on how funny her face looked when she got slapped. Yun declared she'd make Sung her personal punching bag. Suddenly, Jaewon appeared and called Yun's name. Yun froze, stunned, but tried to act friendly. She smiled and asked how Jaewon was doing, pretending they were old friends. But Jaewon was anxious. Seeing Yun brought back bad memories. Yun asked Jaewon if she knew Sung. This enraged her, and she demanded to know why. Yun explained that she told Sung Jaewon was her cute little puppy, then suddenly Sung hit her. Yun's boyfriend commented on how touching it was. Yun taunted Jaewon, recalling the past when she used to bully her. Then, Jaewon called her scum, commenting that she was surprised scum like her existed. So Yob slapped Jaewon across the face, calling her disgusting. Jaewon wondered if she was about to be beaten up again. She had gotten ahead of herself, and now she was in trouble. But suddenly, Kiryung stepped in, standing up to all of them alone. Yun was shocked, and her boyfriend was stunned. Jaewon asked Kiryung what he was doing there. He explained that a guy named Kwon Il had come to take care of Sung, so he came to find Jaewon. He even figured out Yun's location and told him. Kiryung remarked that Jaewon was lucky to have a friend like Sung. He had seen on the internet that if you had a friend who had your back, you were lucky. He had a friend like that too, and now that friend had just arrived. The gladiator, the king of discipline, Minsik. Yun seemed surprised, but her boyfriend was stunned. Minsik declared that a group of guys beating up one person meant it was time for punishment. He tells them to bring it on, and the bullies are horrified. Now, it's really time for punishment as Minsik is angry. After Kiryung had left Sung with Kwon Lee, Kiryung still had some worries. Jaewon went to find those people who beat up Sung. If he went there by himself, would he be of any help? But if he did nothing, then Jaewon might end up like Sung too. So he needed to think of a plan to punish them once and for all without retaliation. Who could help him? There was only one who could help, the warrior of punishment and education. So he called Minsik. Yoon commented that it was funny Jaewon had brought some friends with her. Yoon realized that she was thoroughly prepared. Yoon asked if Jaewon was scared and questioned what difference two idiots would make. Jaewon was grateful that they came, but there was one big issue. They were outnumbered compared to Yoon's gang. It was an impossible fight. What if things went south? It was all going to happen because of her again. Kiryung told her to leave the rest to him and Minsik, and she should just deal with the stupid girl. Kiryung asked Jaewon if he remembered what she said in the park earlier. If it were her now, she would step on them? Did she still think the same? He walked past Yoon savagely, approaching all the thugs. Yoon was flabbergasted, looking at them as if to say, do they really think they can take all these guys? Kiryung was always there for her, and she was grateful. So, she approached Yoon and declared that it was time for them to end this once and for all. Meanwhile, Yoon's boyfriend declared they should get out of the way. He found it interesting, though, and told his gang to sit on the sidelines. His group seemed amused, commenting that he would really take care of them by himself. Suddenly, he punched Minsik in the face and declared that he couldn't believe they would come at them like this. He said Minsik had guts, and suddenly he punched Minsik in the nose, declaring that he looked like an idiot. He asked if they were mad because of what happened to Sung. He declared that he'd beat them up just like he did her. Minsik, unbothered, noted that he had a strong punch. He must have been training hard, but he couldn't believe he beat up a girl with those hands. "What a useless guy indeed," Minsik commented. "What you should be doing now isn't provoking or bluffing. What you should be doing is putting your head on the ground." With that, Minsik took him down with one swift move. The group, once amused and full of confidence, was now shaking. The guy who had never lost a fight was taken down in one punch. He tried to get up, declaring that he wouldn't lose so easily. Minsik saw that he was still holding up. It was a relief. He always thought one punch wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Minsik beat him repeatedly. The bullies were scared, but one of them shouted that they should attack. They all rushed Minsik together, but he immediately took them down with another swift move. One of them couldn't believe it and ran away to get reinforcement. He hit Kiryung in the face when he was trying to escape, feeling bold and strong, but Kiryung simply punched him back, questioning why he even bothered to hit him. Immediately, the guy fell unconscious. Minsik told him that was a good hit and that Kiryung had really gotten strong. Kiryung commented that he didn't do much but asked if they were all knocked out. Minsik confirmed, saying the only one left was the pink-haired girl, Yoon. Yoon, in disbelief that they had all been taken down, couldn't understand the situation. Suddenly, Jaewon told her she didn't have time to look away and slapped her in the face. Yoon was stunned. This was the culprit who had ruined her final school days and was now getting her punishment, being slapped repeatedly and defenseless. Yoon should never have bullied her like she did in middle school. She should have kept quiet in high school like a normal person. She shouldn't have done that to Sung. Everything was hell because of her. She should try going through all that herself. As Jaewon saw all of this, she didn't enjoy it. Tears streamed down her face. Yoon commented that it was ridiculous and thought Jaewon was going to beat her up. But Jaewon must have been curious. Why did she bully her back then in school? Simply because she didn't want to lose. Suddenly, Jaewon received a punch to the nose. Yoon declared that she got angry every time she saw Jaewon's face. Everyone seemed to like her, so what if she was pretty and smiled a lot? Yet those stupid guys were always confessing to her. It wasn't fair. Why did everyone like her? What made her so special? Just because she was prettier than most people? Since everyone liked her, didn't she think it was okay for one person to hate her? But then Yoon had an ambition. She wanted to make everyone hate Jaewon. That was why she ruined Jaewon's life. This enraged Kiryung, but Minsik told him not to interfere. There was no point in them interfering. No matter how it looked, Jaewon was losing the fight. But did he really think so? It did seem like the fight was more in favor of Yoon, probably because she had watched her boyfriend fight earlier. But Jaewon wasn't giving up. Yoon told her to go die and tried to kick her, but Jaewon countered and pushed her down. Yoon was flabbergasted. She fell to the ground, and when you see your opponent fall, you go on top of them instinctively. Yoon begged her to wait, calling a timeout, but Jaewon punched her in the face. Right hook, left hook, right hook, left hook, until Yoon's face was red. Jaewon continued, punching repeatedly. Yoon weakly said that Jaewon could stop now. She had lost the fight. Her face was purple, and blood dripped from her nose. She asked Jaewon to stop, but Jaewon remembered how she had begged Yoon to stop once too. However, Jaewon closed her eyes and told Yoon that from now on, she should listen to her. There were only two things Jaewon wanted from her. First, stay out of her life starting today. Jaewon never wanted to see her face again. Second, Yoon should never mess with Sung again. Kiryung and Minsik watched, seemingly proud of Jaewon. Jaewon asked if Yoon understood. With that, she finally felt truly free and happy. Yoon and her gang were left defeated, bruised, and battered. It was a victorious battle and the hero had come out on top. Kiryung declared that it was over, but Jaewon told him not to say that. Minsik also responded, asking if it was really over, and Jaewon again told him not to say that. She called their names, Kiryung and Minsik, and thanked them. She wouldn't have been able to do it without them. They laughed and told her they wanted the newest game console, and Minsik requested chicken breasts. Jaewon promised she would buy it for them. Kiryung offered to walk her home, but Jaewon told him it was fine. She still had Sung to think about, and she smiled happily knowing she had somewhere to go. Later, Jaewon walked alone when a blonde guy approached, saying he had been waiting for her. She asked why, and he reminded her that they had talked on the phone earlier. He explained Sung's location, saying she was asleep inside. Jaewon thanked him and explained that she heard about how he took Sung to the hospital. She promised to pay him back, but with Sung's money, of course. He laughed and remarked that when he first saw her at school, he thought she was rude, but it turns out she wasn't that bad after all. Inside the office, Sung was in a deep sleep. Jaewon remembered the time when Sung had asked her if she had gotten into a fight, as her face looked like it. Jaewon explained that she had tried to pet a cat, but it scratched her. Sung found it hilarious and laughed. At that moment, Jaewon remembered her promise to Sung, that if anyone bullied her, Jaewon would beat them all up for her. Jaewon smiled, knowing she had kept that promise. 2 days later, Kiryung explained everything that had happened, and Jaekyung couldn't believe it. Jaekyung commented that Jaewon should have called her, as she could have helped. Kiryung asked why she was acting like that and said she was making him worried. Jaekyung was a bit happy that he was worried. He bumped into Jaewon and asked if she was okay. He commented that she looked like she was in a bad mood and asked if something had happened. Jaewon explained that Sung didn't come to school today either. She went to her class, but they said she was absent. Jaewon really hoped nothing bad had happened to her, but Kiryung reassured her. Sung isn't picking up Jaewon calls, and she's worried about Sung's whereabouts. Kiryung noticed she looked frustrated, and she must have been very worried about Sung. What should he do to make her feel better? Should he take her to see the fish again? No, that would only ruin her mood further. There had to be something else he could do. Suddenly, Sung arrived and questioned, "Are they having a date at school now?" She commented that it seemed like she had missed a lot. Immediately, Jaewon rushed into her arms, hugging her. Kiryung realized that there was nothing he could do from the beginning. Jaewon had also promised that if anyone ever bullied her, she wouldn't stay still. She would beat their asses. Later that night, at Jaekyung's favorite spot on a rooftop, Jaekyung reflected on how he had always saved the damsel in distress. Nothing had changed in all that time. Maybe she shouldn't get her hopes up. The weather had grown colder. The long summer had come to an end, and the spring uniforms were now winter ones. At that moment, Kiryung saw his sister, Saluji, talking to someone discussing going to the cyber cafe after school. Kiryung called out to his little sister, Saluji, "Why did you come to school earlier than me?" She then responded, only demanding pizza. He responded, "Since when did I promise pizza?" She told him not to talk to her if he wasn't going to get her pizza. Just then, a guy bowed 90 degrees and introduced himself as Park Dongcheol. He declared that he would be happy if Kiryung became his brother. Kiryung told him to take it up with their father. Kiryung remembered him as the guy his sister had played games with the other day. Saluji questioned whether he really wanted to be his brother, and Kiryung commented that she seemed serious. She assured him that he didn't need to worry, as Dongcheol was her only friend. Kiryung realized she was quite dense sometimes. Both Saluji and Dongcheol were very active, making him wonder if they were ever going to be together someday. Even so, Kiryung learned something from them. He needed to learn how to treat Jaekyung better. Felt strange, though. Now didn't seem like the right time to do anything. He had decided to confess in a cool way from the beginning, but he hadn't made any progress. Relationships were really hard. Suddenly, he bumped into Sian, who greeted him with "Good morning." She explained that she was imitating Jaekyung and asked if it looked the same. Kiryung replied that it was close enough. When she saw him, she could tell that he hadn't made any progress with Jaekyung just by looking at his face, so she decided to mess with him a little bit. Regardless of that, She wanted him to come to her house after school. She explained that women are sensitive to changes. Tomorrow, there would be an official event at her house. If he came, she would invite Jae-kyung and help set the mood for them. Kir-young questioned whether he could trust her with that, and she assured him that her plans were always perfect. "Who knows?" she added. "Maybe you'll even get a premarital baby out of it." She insisted that he must come to her place after school. He was a little nervous, but she already had something devious planned. At Sian's house, Jae-kyung commented that it had been a while since they had been there. The house was just as massive as they remembered. Kir-young still couldn't believe she was in their class. Suddenly, Sian's friends greeted them and commented on how they had arrived together, seeming closer than usual. The girls started teasing Kir-young, noting how they hadn't seen him often, but how he had become more muscular and taller. They even asked if he had a six-pack and urged him to show it. They told him to take his sweater off, but Kir-young told them to back off, feeling it was an inconvenience. The girls questioned if Jae-kyung was jealous, calling it cute. They also remarked that Jae-kyung's chest was enormous, expressing a desire to touch it. Sian's friends were really fast-moving. That's when Jaewon and her friend arrived. Jaewon commented that she had something to do but had been called to come over. Sung loved it, saying she had never visited a house this big before. Kir-young was surprised they also came and wondered what Sian wanted with all of them. Jaewon was particularly surprised that Kir-young had been invited. Sung explained that she had just felt like tagging along. Suddenly, Jae-kyung locked eyes with Sung, as if they were communicating without words. She tried to say something, but Sian declared that everyone had arrived. Sian thanked everyone for coming and announced that she would be hosting an event called Cops and Robbers. Kir-young questioned whether she was talking about tag, while Jaewon asked if she had really called them for this, wanting to go home. Nobody wanted to run, and they suggested playing something else. Sian then mentioned that the winner would receive 2 million won. Suddenly, everyone wanted to play. Sian explained the rules. The cops' job was to capture the robbers, and the time limit was 1 hour. The cops would win if they captured all the robbers. If even one robber remained uncaptured by the end, the robbers would win. But Sian added one special rule. It was called BSM. If the police captured a robber, they had to handcuff them and take them to prison. Sian's idea was to spice things up a bit. The teams were made, and Kir-young realized he was the only cop, with all the girls playing as robbers. Kir-young thought this was too much. Being the only cop among all the girls felt like the perfect crime. What did this have to do with setting a good mood, though? Sian ordered everyone to start running. Sian's friends whispered to each other that they would let Kir-young catch them, as they didn't want anything to happen to them. Even Jaewon was running very slowly. Kir-young questioned what this had to do with setting the mood Sian had mentioned earlier. Sian told him he didn't understand. It was an opportunity to be legally close to Jae-kyung. When he arrested her, their bodies and hearts would be captured. They would become hot and flustered, and a desire-filled accident might happen. "Anyway, that's how it works," she said, and told him to start running after her. Before she left, she handed him a backpack filled with handcuffs. He had to tie the robbers up, and he had to leave in 2 minutes. Later, Kir-young imagined Jae-kyung all tied up in handcuffs and decided it was time to release his inner energy. Meanwhile, Jaewon thought her plan was smart. If they hid in the women's bathroom, Kir-young would never find them. However, Sung didn't think it was a good idea. She commented that there was no way Kir-young would go into the women's bathroom, but she was determined to win the 2 million won. Kir-young, planning to use the bathroom, immediately found them. He declared that he had caught a robber. Sung tried to cover her mouth and blushed as Kir-young told her to behave and not get too close. She said it hurt, but he reassured her, saying he would be gentle. He handcuffed her and told her that she was a criminal who needed to be taken to jail. Sung remarked that there was no distinction between men and women in a house bathroom. Jaewon fell on the ground. She asked why he had thrown her, and he responded that she had lost her balance. Sung warned him that if he did something stupid, he'd pay the price, but Kir-young told her not to worry. As he left her there, he thought about making the second-floor bedroom the prison. A blonde-haired girl waved Kir-young over, and he rushed toward her, eager to capture her. But when he entered the room, he found no one. It was a trick for the girl to infiltrate the prison and freed their fellow criminal who had been captured. However, before she knew it, Kiryung arrived and declared that she was the one who had been tricked. He reminded her that she forgot about his physical abilities and reflexes. When she was handcuffed, she declared that it was too much, and he told her to be quiet. Now, Kiryung said he had to go catch the other robbers, which caught the girls off guard. Were they not attractive enough for him? Kiryung realized there were 4 girls remaining and still enough time. Among them, one had especially good physical abilities. She wouldn't be easy to catch. But he remembered Sion's words, who had declared that whoever he arrested would have their body and mind captured. He had already learned how to do that thanks to Minsik's special training. Meanwhile, Minsik's father questioned what was wrong because he stopped counting. Minsik informed his father that he had just felt a strange sensation. Meanwhile, Sung looked at the view from the balcony, thinking that the night view was insane. She was surprised when Jaekyung suddenly arrived and asked if she had the key to the handcuffs, as she was planning to save the others. Sung stared at her with hate in her eyes. She pointed to her jacket and revealed that the key was in there. Sung remembered everything that happened when she was completely beaten by Jaekyung and apologized for what happened last time. She admitted they were making fun of Kiryung and that she had lost her temper, thinking the she was someone at the time. But Jaekyung told her it was okay, that it had happened a long time ago, and even she believed she had overreacted because Kiryung was involved. As expected, Sung already knew Jaekyung had a crush on Kiryung. He was a rather magical guy. Sung tried to interrogate Jaekyung, but she deflected, suggesting they go save the others who had been caught. Sung wondered what would happen if they got caught while trying to save the others. Jaekyung declared she would protect her, so they wouldn't be caught. Immediately, Kiryung declared, "Robber spotted," and captured 2 of them. Jaekyung was really upset and immediately ran off, leaving Sung all alone. Kiryung commented that this robber seemed cornered, but Sung was mad. Jaekyung had promised to protect her. Kiryung told Sung to put her hands up, with a rope in hand. Sung couldn't handle how he tied her up, wishing he would do it in a normal way. Sion's friend commented that Kiryung was pretty maniacal. Despite his appearance, he might be a huge perv. Unlike handcuffs, a rope can't be untied with a key. So Sung's hands were bound and she couldn't escape. But why was she the only one tied with a rope? She also told Kiryung not to come any closer. Kiryung explained that there were only 2 robbers left, but Sung wasn't listening. She found the pose embarrassing. Kiryung then wondered where Sion could be hiding. Since there were only 2 left, he could just bring the handcuffs with him. He realized there wasn't much time left, so he needed to catch them quickly. But there was no need to panic yet. He sensed someone's presence in the room, and that someone was probably Jaekyung, who had come to save the other robbers. He wondered if he would be able to catch her, but he decided to think about it later. Today he would arrest Jaekyung. Suddenly, her inner demon appeared and kicked him to the ground, causing him to lose the handcuffs. He was shocked as she took this chance to sit on him, declaring she knew he would come. She noticed he had brought handcuffs and asked if he enjoyed tying up the girls. But now it was his turn. Kiryung was surprised. What should he do? What was going to happen to him? Jaekyung commented that he was such a bad cop for tying up the girls and leaving them unattended in embarrassing positions. He needed to be punished for being a bad boy. He tried to explain that it was just part of the game, but she told him to shut up. She only planned to catch him, but now she couldn't let this slide. Kiryung asked what she meant by that, but Jaekyung brushed it off, telling him to forget it. Anyway, she was going to punish him for being a perv cop and told him to hold out his hands. Kiryung lamented that he ended up losing like this. It was a shame. Jaekyung asked if it was because of the 2 million won, but Kiryung explained that no, it was her. She was the one he wanted to capture from the beginning. It was a shame he hadn't gotten the chance. He realized that Jaekyung's grip on him had loosened a bit. If he played his cards right, he could break free. He grabbed her shoulder and pushed her down. He then took the handcuffs and declared that she had lost. Jaekyung stayed there in a defensive position, looking at him. Kiryung declared that he now had the handcuffs and was going to put them on her. He wondered if he was being too harsh, but he had no choice. He slowly placed the cuffs on her and questioned if she was really letting him capture her like this. He thought she would run away. Jae-kyung asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to do it with me? Capture me?" Kir-young stammered and declared yes, he had said that. So he cuffed her and told her they were going to prison. Jae-kyung complained that it was hard for her to get up since her hands were tied. So Kir-young helped her up. This made her hot and bothered, and she was loving every minute of it. Later, Seon declared that because a member of Team Robber managed to remain uncaptured, the team won the game. When asked what she would do with the 2 million won, she explained that she would divide it and send it to their bank accounts. Jaewon and Sung both declared they never wanted to play this game again. Neither did Sung. Seon then noticed Kir-young and Jae-kyung. She whispered in his ear, asking how many times he felt the urge, and if he had captured Jae-kyung's heart. Kir-young explained that he wasn't sure if he had captured her heart, but it wasn't a bad experience. Seon announced that Kir-young had become a perv, and he told her to shut up. The other girls commented that it was unfair. Since Seon wasn't caught by Kir-young, she avoided embarrassment. Also, since it was Seon's house, she had an advantage from the start. Seon replied, "If you win, you win." However, Sung believed that Seon should be tied up once too, and they wanted her to be in the most embarrassing position. Jae-kyung commented that Seon was doomed. Kir-young held her as ordered, making sure she wouldn't run. Her friends declared they would do it gently. It would be painful if she fought back. Seon declared that everyone was wronging her. They suggested other things they could do with her, and though she protested, deep down she loved it. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was obvious that she was enjoying it.
In the next scene, Jae-kyung inquires if Kir-young knows the opposite of kindness. Kir-young replies that he doesn't know, guessing it might be openness. She responds, "It's choice disability, the opposite of everything." He contemplates this for a moment, then exclaims, "Wow, this time it was something new!" She asks if he thought it was funny, and he replies that he guesses so. Suddenly, Jae-kyung notices Hye-sung and wonders what she could be waiting for. They approach her, calling her name, which catches her attention. They ask what she's doing there, wondering if she has a date. Suddenly, she begins to cry, catching them off guard. She explains that she was supposed to go on a school trip, the last one of her school life. All her friends were excited and kept talking about it, and she was excited too. She thought she'd be able to dress nicely and take a lot of pictures with friends. Even while going home, she would imagine herself on the trip. But because of her daydreaming, she wasn't paying attention and accidentally fell into a lake. As a result, she caught a cold and was bedridden for a whole week. She couldn't bear the sadness and cried a lot, and even now, all she can do is cry. That's when Jae-kyung has an idea. She tells Hye-sung that, since she won part of the prize in the cops and robbers game they played the other day at Seon's house, she will rent a nice place, and they can go on vacation with that money. Jae-kyung assures her, "It'll create even better memories than any school trip." Later, they arrive at their destination, and Kir-young remarks that this last-minute trip isn't bad at all. Kir-young heads to his room to get changed, while the girls decide to play by the poolside. Suddenly, someone announces, "Savior! You're my savior!" It's the dog, overjoyed to see Kir-young. Kir-young asks why the dog is there, but the dog just jumps on him excitedly, thrilled to be in a place where he can ask for food. The dog ponders if his master's marriage was a success. Later, in the middle of the night, Hye-sung, wearing a bikini, shivers slightly as it's a bit cold, but she can't resist being bold and confident. She decides that when Jae-kyung comes out, she'll ask her to take lots of photos, maybe even make an album afterward. Kir-young arrives and inquires if she's already in her swimsuit. He asks about Jae-kyung, and she informs him that Jae-kyung needs a bit more time to get ready. Hye-sung then asks about the dog, and Kir-young introduces it as a wolf that keeps following him. The dog, however, views Hye-sung as a golden female, and wonders if she's trying to transform with that haircut. Kir-young cautions her that it's slippery and to be careful not to fall, teasing her as a dunce, and laughing, which she doesn't find funny. Feeling offended, she mutters that he has no idea how depressed she is right now and calls him fish eyes. She recalls a time back in middle school when she accidentally injured Jae-kyung. They were walking home together, and as always, she stumbled, causing them both to fall. She was hurt, and with tears in her eyes, she apologized, asking if Jae-kyung was okay. Unfortunately, Jae-kyung was hurt, and Hye-sung has felt burdened by it ever since. She tried to fix her clumsiness, but nothing worked, and she fears being abandoned by her friends because of it. Kir-young apologizes, saying he didn't realize she was carrying such thoughts, and suggests they make up. But she refuses, being difficult. The dog, observing closely, decides that putting his savior in trouble is unforgivable and pushes her into the pool. The dog is delighted and asks Kir-young for praise, but Kir-young is bewildered. Hye-sung begs for help, unable to see clearly as she's struggling in the water. Her mind flashes back to the time she accidentally injured Jae-kyung, and she feels ashamed of how clumsy she's been. She fears her friends might grow tired of her and leave. Lost in these thoughts, she starts to apologize for being a burden. Slowly, she opens her eyes to the voices of Kir-young and Jae-kyung telling her to wake up. Relieved, they inform her that she almost drowned, but Kir-young managed to get her out just in time. Jae-kyung suggests they go inside to make dinner. Kir-young will wait eagerly for the food, and Hye-sung offers to help Jae-kyung as best she can. Meanwhile, Kir-young finds himself captivated by Jae-kyung's bikini, feeling a strange familiarity despite it being his first time seeing her dressed like this. However, Hye-sung teases him, guessing he's thinking about Jae-kyung in a bikini. Kir-young wonders how everyone can read his mind so easily. She then warns him that a perv like him doesn't deserve Jae-kyung, hinting he should be careful with his thoughts, or he might face Jae-kyung's disdain. Imagining Jae-kyung's disdainful reaction, Kir-young is both nervous and conflicted. Hye-sung comments that even after what happened earlier, he still entertains wild thoughts. He tells her to stop reading his mind. Later, Jae-kyung realizes they're out of soy sauce, and Hye-sung volunteers to buy it. Kir-young is concerned, as it's already dark, but she assures him she'll be fine. She's determined to be useful rather than a bother. Hye-sung soon buys the sauce and even picks up some candy to share. Walking back, she notices a scenic view and pauses to enjoy the moment, reminding herself not to dwell on insecurities. However, she suddenly encounters a pack of stray dogs that start barking at her, and she freezes in fear. Meanwhile, back at the house, Kir-young and Jae-kyung grow concerned as Hye-sung hasn't returned yet. The convenience store shouldn't be far, so Kir-young decides to go look for her. The dog then reveals that he smells blood, which makes Kir-young nervous, though he initially assumes the dog might just be hungry. Nonetheless, he shows the dog a picture of Hye-sung and asks if he can track her down. The dog, eager to help, recognizes her as the golden female, and sets off, assuring Kir-young that finding her scent will be easy.